Well, I hope everybody's having a fantastic day so far. I am just getting myself all good to go. Sorry about the lateness, and we will be right at it very soon. Got a lot to cover. Alright, folks, we've got a lot to cover here today. And I have barely slept. I did a whole bunch of stuff last night after streaming to try and get this whole thing running a little bit more smoothly. I have got a ton of stuff for us to cover, so I'm going to try to get to it as quickly as possible here. So, just a couple more minutes. Alright, folks, so we've got a few things that I want to focus on today. It's going to first be Gaza, Israel. That one shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Then we're going to hit up Ukraine quickly. And after that, it's going to be a whole lot of climate-related doomer stuff, unfortunately, as I decided to search climate change last night while looking for content to cover. So... hopefully you will all be ready to strap in for that situation, and we'll get started here. BCAT, spreading the word. Raptors. Wait, hold on. Hold on. First off, no. But secondly, really? Because I didn't even consider this. Oh my god. No. No, I am not this guy. Absolutely not. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, no. Huh. Yes, that is what I am chuckling to myself about. For whatever reason, I did not consider this when I changed my channel name. Because it was always Galactic Streamlord, and I thought Galactic News Network sounded more official. But now we have clearly hit some sort of a road bump here. May have to get in some sort of a Galactic peace treaty, hopefully. No, I really appreciate you clearing that up. I don't need to be either A, unintentionally using somebody else's name. Like, I've been Galactic Streamlord for a long time, but Galactic News Network, I just changed the channel name to that last week. So I will have to consider that after this stream. I don't think I have the mental bandwidth to figure it out just right now, but let's focus in on the important stuff while we're here. It does seem like he's doing completely fictitious news about Star Wars, so it's possible we could maybe come to an agreement. We'll see. Also appears to have quite a small channel, so maybe there won't be too many problems. I'm gonna have to do something about that, though. Anyways, as you can see here on my computer screen, I was about to get to this. Okay, here, let's do this. There actually, now that I'm looking at it, Moano, there actually looks like there's about 4 Galactic News Networks, so at some point there may be some kind of a galactic bout, if you will. However, let's ignore that and focus on the bout happening on Earth right now. Maybe I should add a word or something? We'll see. Yeah. Now, these are all ideas. Everybody, you know, knock your brain a couple of times and see if something comes out. No rush, no pressure. Okay. Hold on, I gotta turn the music off. Alright, this video is of Itmar Ben-Gvir, the Israeli Likud minister, who is literally and explicitly calling for the restrictions on Palestinian movement.
לפצועים, נמנע כאן אסון מאוד מאוד גדול בזכות העובדה שלכל השוטרים במשטרת ישראל יש נשק ובזכות העובדה שלאזרחים.
Oh my god, hold on. Why is the quality garbage? It's on HD? What are they filming this with? A Nokia brick phone from 2003?
ומחלקים עוד ועוד נשקים. היה מי שביקר אותי על המדיניות הזאת לפני חצי שנה. אני חושב שהיום כולם מבינים שנשק...
And actually, just in case, just because I don't know who all is watching aside from you two right now in chat, I'm going to read this out loud for people since he's speaking in Hebrew, excuse me, and just want everybody to be able to understand exactly what this man, who is a representative of the Israeli government, an elected representative, so let's listen. A whole life stuck for the wounded. A very, very big disaster was averted here, thanks to the fact that all Israeli police have weapons, and thanks to the fact citizens have weapons. We are distributing more and more weapons. There were those who criticized us for this policy half a year ago. I think today everyone understands that weapons save lives. Oh my god, listen to that. That is ridiculous. That's insanity. Weapons save lives. Okay.
שלפני כחצי שנה אמרתי בצורה מפורשת, הזכות לחיות גוברת על הזכות לחופש תנועה של תושבי...
I'm sorry, I stopped reading it because I was so distraught and overwhelmed by the bullshit of what he just said. Let me back it up. He says, I explicitly said, the right supersedes the right to freedom of movement of the Palestinian Authority residents. And if you're not aware, Palestinian Authority residents are specifically West Bank Palestinians, not Gaza, as the Palestinian Authority only has power in the West Bank, if you can call it that. The right to the life of Jewish residents in Judea and Samaria takes precedence over the freedom of movement of the residents of the authority. I also remember that the police were entrenched in the capital. Oh wait, I think he said in the capital. Not that it's an important word, I don't think. But by the way, even today, though, there are those still who don't understand this. So again, I say our rights to life overrides their freedom of movement. The residents of authority, I'm sorry. What is going on? This video is so fucked. This video is incredibly fucked. And I honestly don't feel like we're going to listen to it. I'm not going to continue reading it out. I think the rest of this might just be nonsense or like nothing burger in comparison to that one sentence uttered at the beginning of this, which was that he intends and believes that it is the correct strategy to restrict the freedom of movement of Palestinians. This is the same guy who I believe claimed that there was no apartheid, there was no occupation, so how can they manage to restrict the movement of Palestinian Authority residents? It's a strange dichotomy. It's unbelievable that anyone hears it and agrees with it. That is impossible to disagree with their BCAT, and I wish that more people were more critical thinking like yourself. I'm going to read that now. Oh my god, what did you just say? When I said we need 50 rockets, I said no. They told me no, it will transfer the area. And I said no to bringing in Palestinian workers. There's no such thing as a Palestinian. It's made up. But I said to bring it in. It would transfer the area. In the end, they didn't need an excuse to transfer the area. They hate us, and therefore, I will fight for the restrictions. Good that the Prime Minister accepts the basic instruction, but I think that the residents would be more substantial. And yes, we need to block roadways. We need to place roadblocks also. Oh my god, this guy is unhinged. What a psycho. It only makes sense if you absolutely don't believe they're fighting other human beings. Yeah, mowing up. Yeah, that's too correct. Okay, let's see what's next on the list here. We're sticking with Gaza. This one I meant to watch yesterday, but somehow it slipped past me. Wait, why didn't that load? There we go. Wait, no, this is not what I wanted. BRB, of course. We will be here. Why didn't this work? I'm just gonna have to switch this. I thought I had a good strategy, but it's taking too long. So we're just going to do what I was doing yesterday with at least the watching of the videos. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Next, it is a video entitled Highway 749, Israel's plan to split Gaza in two.
parts, Israel's pro-government Channel 14 has reported. Being referred to as Highway 749, its construction will level all civilian infrastructure in its path, likely including the Turkish hospital which was operating a few weeks ago before being destroyed, Al-Aqsa University, 2 villages, amusement parks and acres of agricultural land. According to the report, Israeli forces are establishing this highway to deploy future military offensives in Gaza, as well as to prevent the movement of 1 million Palestinians in the south of Gaza back to their homes in the north.
אנחנו נמצאים פה במרחב מסדרון נצרים שיוצר חיץ בין מרחב צפון הרצועה שנמצא מצפון אלינו לבין המרחב המרכזי והדרומי שנמצא מדרום אלינו, כדי להגן על המרחב, לפשוט לעבר מרחבים שיש בהם אויב, למנוע את המעבר מדרום לצפון ולשלוט עליה באופן מאוד מאוד מדויק.
First off, what in the heck are they even defending? Did you see those pictures? It looks like a defunct construction site, or like a crater. It's insane. But they're defending land that isn't theirs against a military that doesn't exist.
Has sparked fears among many who say the construction of Highway 749 indicates Israel's plan to illegally reoccupy Gaza, contradicting the supposed stipulations of its long-term ally the US as part of its solution to the ongoing conflict, which includes no reoccupation of Gaza and no reduction of its territory. This report on Israel's post-war plans for the besieged enclave comes amid threats of a ground invasion of southern Gaza's Rafah issued by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, while Benny Gantz, a member of Tel Aviv's war cabinet, warned Hamas that if all Israeli hostages aren't released by the start of Ramadan, Israeli forces will launch the assault, which will reportedly last for 6 weeks.
And you know what? Let's just watch this one again from yesterday. Oh, sorry, Mona. You left and you came back. You missed what we were talking about. That video, and I don't mind describing it again because I really didn't say much about it. It was just so, to me, it's so, and this is not a comment on you. I just didn't make a comment because it's just such an obvious situation that I just kind of was going to leave it. But I'm glad I get an opportunity to explain what we just looked at. That was a video in which, and hold on, let me just double check the date it came out. 2 days ago. It came out 2 days ago. It's entitled Highway 749, Israel's plan to split Gaza in two. And essentially they were discussing their ability to, or not their ability, their intention, sorry, used the wrong words there. Their intention to build a highway in the middle of the Gaza Strip, separating it as a way of restricting movement physically, right? And to quote unquote defend the half of Gaza that they've already destroyed. Oh yeah, I'm aware that Sandy is live. I just wanted to get started here. We've got so much to cover. I feel like I'm gonna be going until like at least 2 or 3 in the morning. so you know, it's okay if everybody's not here immediately or anything like that. I am, you know, easygoing generally speaking, and this is just important stuff. So I just want to get to it all. Anyway, let's rewatch this video from yesterday. Wait, am I on the right screen? Hold on. Yes, okay.
בוקר טוב למשפחת הרי זהב. אנחנו נמצאים פה בתרגיל בצפון וחי"ר. יש פה כמה פצועים שנפלו בכוח.
מה נשמע הרי זהב? וואי, מתגעגע לכם. אנחנו כאן בלב עזה, עושים מה שעושים.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was video of Israeli soldiers describing what they're doing currently, which is literally settling the north part of Gaza, which has essentially been mostly evacuated by way of massive bombing efforts. And this was actually 2 months ago, if I'm recalling correctly. Hold on,
Israel is building a new
let me
highway
double
in
check that.
Palestine's
That
Gaza
I don't want to
Peninsula.
just say something like that, but that was from literally 2 months ago. Oh, oh no, you're disruptive chatter. You're listening, but realized a mask was bouncing in the corner. That's me, Galactic Stream Lord. However, you disrupt as much as you like. Nightbot has been tamed in this chat and will not stop you from doing your thing. All right, let's just finish this video and continue forward. But if I didn't make it completely clear, like this was from 2 months ago, and they were all describing how they were already starting to try and build settlements in Gaza, right? While also for the last 2 months claiming that it's not occupied. Yeah, and we just saw another video from 2 days ago with IDF soldiers admitting to building an entire highway for the purpose of blocking free movement inside of Gaza. If that's not occupied, I don't know what is. Look at this freaking guy. Look at this freaking guy right here. He looks like he's going to the beach. He looks like some sort of half-baked hipster, like heading to the beach, but he's got a freaking Armalite 15 in his hands. Mono. Took you a minute to realize it was a mask. Yes, this is me. And since we're switching videos, wait, is it working? Okay, yeah. Okay. See, this is another one of me. Here's me behind the desk, hanging out, reading books on my computer. And actually, I made this one yesterday, but I'm not actually. You know what? I'm gonna edge you. I have one I made up, but I'm planning on using just a little bit. All right, next video. It's nuts. I'm not sure what you're referring to, whether it's my streaming setup or the situation in Palestine, but I agree. They're both nuts. We're not going to watch this whole thing, I don't think, but Bassem Youssef did an interview yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. It was a couple of days ago, or like over the weekend. It was recently on BBC with Stephen Soccer. So we will try to watch at least a good portion of this. Oh, the guy with the gun. Yeah, absolutely nuts. Absolutely. It's a special. That's special kind of nuts. That's Nutburger's Crazy Town. Kind of nuts. Okay. Wrong screen. Full screen me, baby. Now this is a react video from someone else because I could not find the full video. However, it appears that he's only talking for a portion of it, so hopefully we can watch it somewhat uninterrupted. Play. Go web go.
Pleasure to welcome you to this show, Hard Talk.
I'm very, very pleased to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
I want to begin just reflecting on the move you made from homeland, Egypt, to the United States about 10 years ago, just less. You became a migrant. But I'm just wondering about one particular aspect of the move, your sense of humor. How easy is it for humor to cross borders?
Very difficult. Very difficult. Because it's not just about the words. It's about the music and the rhythm and the cadence. When I started doing stand-up comedy here, I sucked. I was so bad because it's not about just writing the jokes. It's about finding the same wavelength and the cadence and the rhythm that people receive, they're used to receive. So when I went out in comedy clubs, I'm talking to people who are Americans. They have different, it's different. So it's not about just like, you have to be fluent, you have to be quick, and also you have to match that cadence that people are expecting to hear the words and the jokes in. And that takes time.
You talk about learning the rhythms, the cadence, but also the subject matter's got to change. Because in Egypt, you were the political satirist on social media. You had tens.
Mo and Noah, you are on top of things today, keeping me paying attention to all of my responsibilities. I cranked the volume down. I cranked the volume down while I was doing the intro, and I had the music going. They're on separate channels. Okay.
Of millions
Hopefully that's
of
better.
fans who loved the way you mocked those in power. But you couldn't bring that and do it in the United States.
Well, you come here, you have two choices. You either live in the past and you continue talking about what you left behind, but that would be unfair because you're speaking about a country that you're not there anymore. So it will not be even, that's not going to be right because I have to be inside and speak about what happens because it's easy for me. I have to carry that burden if I'm inside, but outside, it's not. But here, it's already.
No, thank you, Mono. Thank you. I would have gone this whole time having low volume. Unacceptable.
Saturated market. You have Stephen Colbert, Jon Stewart, Trevor
You're
Noah.
a hero.
All of these people already doing that. America doesn't need a guy coming from Egypt to tell them, hey, let me tell you how your policies should work. So I turned my comedy to be more of a personal journey. I've always been out of place. I'm someone who's like judged for what he would say because it's different from the mainstream. And some people like it, some people hate it. And I came here, I'm a migrant, and now while Trump is taking power. So all of this put me in a very unique situation. I was in medicine, I never liked medicine, I always hated it. I went into comedy, I'm not equipped for it. So I always feel like I'm always a fish out of water. So now my comedy is more about, my stand-up comedy show is just like an hour of personal stories. Having to fight through these expectations that are set up against me.
I just wonder if there was ever a time as you were leaving Egypt when you actually wondered whether you wanted to give up on comedy altogether, because you were pretty bitter when you left Egypt. You felt, I know you felt persecuted because you were. I mean, there were lawsuits against you, there were threats against you, the Sisi regime had come into power and they certainly didn't want your TV show to continue. But not only that, I think you felt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you felt many Egyptians accused you of a sort of betrayal because you didn't stick with them.
Yeah, well, that is the problem of iconization people. When I was a comedian doing what comedians do, and then suddenly, because
I swear to God, it seems to me that nationalism keeps people from being their true selves, not just in America, but everywhere. You know, people are so caught up in the competition, if you will, of you know, the interplay of different countries, and we're all just supposed to be humans on a planet together.
Do your job well, other than not like people in politics or media who mess things up, because my bread and butter is making fun of this. That's my job. So people look at people who are good at their jobs and then suddenly they consider them their voice, their representation, and that's wrong.
Cat's phone tried to correct hero to herp. I've never typed herp. Well, I don't know what a herp is. I mean, I could postulate, but I've genuinely never heard the word. It's very reminiscent of another word.
Because I'm not. So at a certain point when you
But they might say to you, what, you mean you didn't mean it? When you were mocking
Yes,
Sisi and the regime,
of course
you didn't really care about the future
Of course I care, but at a certain point I'm a human being, and there's personal safety, and there's family safety, and the people I care about them. So now I have to balance between hurting the people that I care about or continue being the voice of the people, which doesn't work.
But couldn't you have been an agent?
That is something that I personally considered in the realm of streaming, and in terms of having a public facing sort of life and or career. And it is sort of there is absolutely a dichotomy there where will speaking truth to power hurt the ones you love and the ones you care about. Anyway, I'm just gonna move on.
Of change in Egypt if you'd chosen to stay. And there's one great example that you might look to and say, you know what, I could have been a bit like him. What about Volodymyr Zelensky? He was a TV comedian, a huge success in Ukraine, and he translated that into, well, we know.
So you think if I've stayed in Egypt, I would be now like Vladimir Zelensky, not in somewhere else more cozy and warmer and dark?
I just read I missed what Moanope was saying. She's giving us a little Greek language lesson here. Herp comes from the Greek root word herpeton, which means creeping animal. And B-Cat seems to think that that's actually better than hero, but a bit obscure for people to keep up with, which I would at least agree with the latter half of that statement, or the second half of that statement.
You mean a prison cell?
Maybe.
You explain to our viewers and listeners around the world why it is impossible to imagine that you could have made that move into, let's say, activism, political activism, to becoming a voice for the people who wanted change in your country.
But that's not my role. Not every comedian who's good at his job should be a politician. The fact that you say something and resonates with people doesn't mean that you have to go and lead the people into politics. I'm a comedian.
You never had any interest in that?
I never know.
Never.
Because I love comedy as it is.
Yeah. The second, I see. The context of that was lost on me in the chat vagueness. Mono, for 2 seconds, when you sent that duck or goose, I thought it was Donald Duck in here. I was like, oh God, here we go.
Because I don't want to be an activist or a politician or a freedom fighter or a thought leader. I'm not. That's the problem. People get so fascinated with comedians. You're the philosophers of our ages. No, we're comedians. We just point out stuff, and it's up to the people to make their change. But it's basically, that's our role. Our role ends at the edge of the theater and the edge of...
Yeah, I feel like that is somewhat the job of... I mean, the thing is, there's still I think there's always an aspect of speaking truth to power in comedy. Or at least speaking to dynamics of power, even if it's unintentional. But it is always, I think, the main goal is to get people to laugh at their own stupidity sometimes. That's supposed to be a snake? It's a snake? We're going to move past the fact that I need glasses.
The television. Some people might take it further. I respect that. But for me, I prefer to stay in my comedy box.
Going back to the transition in the United States, I just looked at the way your career worked when you first came here. It was tough at the beginning. I mean, you were going...
just to clarify that statement, now that I've already said it, I actually do have glasses. I just don't wear them because they don't fit under this helmet.
Clubs in the US where audiences didn't like you, didn't find you funny. There were guys 20 years younger than you getting more laughs than you.
Yeah, and I would go back home crying and say things like, well, I guess I'm done. And sort of the fall, the rise and the fall was very steep. I went up very fast and I went down very fast. And now it's happening again. I was like,
I am struggling to focus on this. Thankfully, it's mostly comedic, but that was good. That's an Elizabeth Warren, huh? The snake emoji. That's perfect, actually.
I said, oh my God, here we go again. When this gonna end?
Well, hang on, I'm not sure I'm following this trajectory right now. Are you on the huh? Or the huh?
Yeah, well, I will be, just because of like a couple of interviews, I'm trending now. It's like, whoa, and I hear the same thing. You are our voice.
I guess here's the thing. I wanted to watch this because I thought it was going to be slightly more serious, and it very well may get more serious here at some point. So I might search a little bit. However, there was just one part that I was looking for, and I was hoping to get more context to it. So just give me a second. Unfortunately, I only had time to compile the list. I didn't actually have time to go through and break it all down. I've been very busy. If you missed my opening line today, I was up until noon today working on stuff. First, I did a whole bunch of reorganization on my computer and hard drives, and did a bunch of necessary cleaning up on my system over here, and then tried to stay awake until majority report and fell asleep at somewhere around 11:50. I was so close to making it too. It was so sad, and then I woke up at like 5 in the afternoon and was like, well, I guess there goes the rest of the day. I'm doing great. Well, thank you, Moano. Now let's see if I can find what I was looking for.
Worst thing that you can do for the cause.
Something really changed with the sort of seismic, terrible events of October 7 and what happened after that in Israel. Something changed for you because you chose to speak to the international media about your feelings as an Arab American comic.
Yes.
About what you were seeing.
Not as an activist, not as a politician, but as a human. And I because I have a little bit of fame, I was invited on shows, so I speak up. So, but that is my role, and I want to continue doing it. But when I get invited into places, because I think it's unfair. I was very, can I be very honest? I was very, I didn't care about what's happened. I consider the Middle East problem is a chronic problem, it's never go away. But sometimes you wake up, I said like this.
You mean before October 7, you were sitting there in LA thinking, you know what, the last thing I want to give my mind to is thinking about the Israel-Palestine problem.
It's a chronic problem that nobody wants to get, like, you get there, it's quicksand, you get sucked in. Nobody, how can you talk about anything that's, that all of these regimes, all of these countries.
Oh, thank you, B-Cat, I appreciate that.
There it's quicksand, you get sucked in. Nobody, how can you talk about anything that all of these regimes, all of these countries have failed? So I said, this is like a hornet nest. And then what happens, I still didn't want to get in. But then when I saw the people, the pro-Israeli people talking on the media, and I got my blood was boiling, because it's like this is plain lies. This is plain lies. And I think it triggered something in me. I left Egypt because I was not able to say what's on my mind. And I came here for the land of the free, the home of the brave, where you can say anything you want. And then suddenly, when you speak about certain things, you get accused of all things right, left, and center. If I'm criticizing Israel, why is this anti-Semitic? It's like when you criticize Saudi Arabia or Iran.
You know, regardless of my feelings about it, you know, I still do get this sort of feeling in my chest every time somebody talks about the American dream, because I was raised on that, right? And for quite a long time I believed that was a thing that people could do, that Americans broadly supported, that would, you know, and then time did its job. And now I feel like I'm more on where he's about to go with this.
Egypt, nobody calls you an Islamophobe, right? But it's only Israel. It's like this kind of like, you feel all of this like victimization, all of this like guilt tripping. Israel is a government, is a country, and I don't know why as an American I can say whatever I want about Trump or Biden, and then I come to Israel and all of these like booby traps that you cannot go into. It is unfair, and it's against the freedom of expression, and that is against the promise that America and the West give the people to tell them to come to us.
But
come here.
What you did your approach to addressing this issue was fascinating because, and let's name him, Piers Morgan, a British interviewer,
Yes.
colleague of mine in the media.
And he's very good at what he's doing.
Yeah, and what you did on his show was kind of subversive because you went on an international TV show and using the darkest form of sort of satire and sarcasm that I can think of, you actually said, you know what, let them kill the Palestinians. They should even kill more. And you said, you know, I know Palestinians, my wife's family is Palestinian. It's impossible to kill them, but I keep trying. And there was this sort of edge of horrible sarcasm, dark sarcasm to what you were saying.
I would argue that's one of the darkest examples of sarcasm that I've ever heard, and yet it was wielded with such ferocity in that interview with Piers Morgan.
Subverted the entire interview. How carefully did you think about what you were doing?
I don't know, because I was going there and I could be losing my career or losing. Actually, I lost stuff. Like after the Piers Morgan interview, I was cast to be in the
movie. We are absolutely old enough to know not all dreams come true. I think that was most of what I was looking for out of that. I mean, later, I'm pretty sure later on they're going to get into talking about whether or not he's going to vote for Joe Biden, and I guess we can look for that too. But
and they talked to me about it, and I did my audition right before.
I'm just afraid of like skipping past it, but it's also like a 20-minute video, so I think I'm going to move on to the next one. I guess the point is and I'm just going to paraphrase what he said. He said, fuck no, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. And so, you know, I mean, I just wanted to cover it because we've been looking at Bassem Youssef quite a lot. And he does have some influence for sure. So it's definitely not good for Biden's chances right now. You don't know if it's a fair answer. That was a strange interview. I don't know. Yeah. It was strange. It was very strange. Okay, well, next one.
Oh. 140.
This one is a little quicker. This came out last night, around the time I was ending the stream. This is a video, well, actually I'll just let them say it.
140 days of agony, but no respite for Gaza. For many of these Palestinians, it isn't the first time they're mourning their loved ones.
There are children, there are orphans. The children don't understand anything. I swear we sleep in fear and we wake up in fear. This is a shame. We have nothing left. Let them hit us with a nuclear bomb and put us out our misery. We are so tired. We were pushed out of our homes. We were humiliated.
A series of attacks in central Gaza on Thursday in Deir al-Balah killed at least 40 people. 100 others were injured. Like most of the nearly 30,000 Palestinians killed in Israel's assault of the besieged enclave.
Did you already watch the interview previously, Mona? Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I was a little slow to moving the screen over. Hold on, let me go back 10 seconds. 10 seconds, please. Clicky click. Go web go.
100 others were injured. Like most of the nearly 30,000 Palestinians killed in Israel's assault of the besieged enclave. Civilians were among the dead, including a baby born in October amid the bombings.
The missile came down and killed 10 of us, and the whole house got destroyed. My mother is in the intensive care unit. May God be kind to us. Thank God, my child. The child was born during the war, day 13 in the war.
Never before has a conflict seen so many journalists, children, and humanitarian workers killed. Ahmed blames Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, for the killing of his child. Netanyahu and his war cabinet ordered nearly 85% of the territory's population to Rafah in southern Gaza a few months ago. But now the bombing there has intensified. Israel is accused of genocide at the International Court of Justice.
To clarify, they're more than accused now. We clarified this earlier on a previous stream, but just to be a broken record over here, I believe it's now been confirmed to be plausible. And after a little bit of research, we've found that the definition for plausible is probable. So it's beyond being investigated now. They've been deemed probably committing a genocide. It's about 1 degree away from definitely. So yeah, I'm just talking about in the definition. I think we all know that it's not even 1 degree away. We already know where we're at, but legally speaking. Oh, don't worry about it, Monub. You're fine. You're great.
These are the scenes at one of the only hospitals left in Gaza. But it's not only Gaza civilians who are at a breaking point. UNRWA, the UN agency that was established to help them in 1949, say they're at a critical juncture. Israel's accusations of collusion with Hamas prompted Western donors to freeze funding at a time of extreme humanitarian need. There is no health system to speak of left in Gaza, says Doctors Without Borders. Rahul Radhakrishnan, TRT1.
Jesus Christ, I hope everybody is still managing to keep their composure after watching that. That was disturbing. And I'm not talking about the face of Vladimir Putin. I'm talking about the piece of a genocide we just witnessed. I mean, I was practically broken when I saw that man holding his child aloft and screaming to a crowd, a dead child. I mean, that is one of the most disturbing images I've ever seen in my adult life. And there's been so many of them. But there was something about that man in that moment that just... Oh, God. Anyway, let's try to push forward here. We are now onto our Ukraine part of the podcast. We got... How fast did we do that? 54 minutes, not bad. And I technically started a little late, so... Doing okay. We got through Gaza in under an hour. Oh, God. All right. On to the war crimes in Ukraine. What a world we're living in, huh guys? Huh, chat? Oh, boy. I'm gonna keep my composure. Just you watch. Okay. Okay, Putin. What the fuck do you have to say?
Президент США Байден снова с хамским высказыванием в ваш адрес выступил. С хамским, да. Не хочется цитировать, но все-таки это президент США, скажу. Он сказал ваш адрес сумасшедший сукин сын. Вы никогда в адрес никакого лидера не то, что ничего подобного не говорили, но даже каких-то некорректных высказываний себе не позволяли. Вот сейчас также отреагируете?
Oh, I needed a good laugh. Thank you, Russian media. Oh my god. Oh, we deserved that. We deserved that laugh. And in case you guys weren't reading along with me, I'm going to read this one out loud for you as he's speaking in Russian. But this is... Man, I wish I could come up with jokes this good myself. All right. Let's try this. You've never said anything remotely similar about anybody. And wait. He's moving too fast. How did they speak so fast? Stop that. I'm trying to do a thing. He says to Vladimir Putin, this is so comical. You've never said anything remotely similar in response to apparently Biden calling him rude, quote unquote, which is, wow, inflammatory. Guy committing war crimes is rude? Jeez. I don't think there's much further you can go there. I'm going to get through this, I swear to God. You've never said anything remotely similar about anybody and have never said anything inappropriate about anybody. Will your reaction now be similar? Jesus Christ, this is... it couldn't have been scripted better. It's like I feel like this is like an onion, like a deep fake onion video that we're watching right now, but it was posted by... Let's just double check who it was posted by, just in case we're being LARPed right now. Nope. Posted by The Times. By The Times. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Также отреагируете?
Послушайте, мы же с вами недавно говорили, и вы меня спрашивали, кто для нас предпочтительнее в качестве будущего президента. Я с Соединенных Штатов. Я сказал, что мы будем работать с любым президентом. Но я полагаю, что для нас, для России, Байден более предпочтительный президент.
But let's suppose that for us... Wait, I can't do the Russian accent that fast. Hold on, we gotta go back. But I suppose that for us, for Russia, Biden is more
И судя по тому, что он
Judging by
сейчас
what
говорил,
he just said, I was absolutely
я
right.
абсолютно прав. Потому что это
Because this was an
адекватная
adequate
реакция
reaction to what I
на
had
то, что
said.
было сказано с моей стороны. Почему? Потому что он же не может мне сказать:
Vladimir, you're a good man. You've helped me a lot. Why can he not say this?
Спасибо, ты мне очень помог. Мы понимаем, что
We understand what is going on there in terms of politics. And the reaction is absolutely adequate. This means that I was right.
Значит, я был прав. И то, что я говорил,
But I said for our audience first and foremost, not for Americans.
Вы же российский журналист,
You are a Russian journalist after all, and you asked what was better for us. Hopefully my Russian accent was good enough to cover this just incredible bit of comedy there. My God. I wasn't even prepared for it. I hadn't watched the whole thing. I just knew the context of what was going to happen. I was like, this is a situation rife for comedy, but I wasn't prepared for them just to do all the work for me. Okay. And the funny thing is, I had a video set up for comedy for in between this, because I was like, well, just in case Gaza and Ukraine brings us down too much, we're gonna need a pick-me-up. But now I'm almost like, do we even need this? Can we go straight to it? You know what? It's a pretty quick video. Let's just watch it. Why not? Okay. Switch. Wait, no.
Its own connotations and meaning, and it almost...
Don't be a butthead. It was lovely. I'm so glad. So glad.
We talked a little bit...
Just for a little bit of reference, we're just going to watch... and I think we watched a tiny portion of this on the Majority Report one time, in like the last few months or something, but it ran across my feed, and I was like, oh, it's the whole video. It's only like 4 minutes. So let's watch. This is a video of Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller, who was formerly a libertarian, explaining why his views on libertarianism have changed.
And I've seen you sort of figure this out, but you know, libertarianism has its own connotations and meaning, and it almost sounded like in this post-Trump moment or mid-Trump moment, I don't know, whatever it is, you have started to shift how you viewed being a libertarian and what that means to you and to our country, because they, you know, in many ways the Trump people sort of co-opted that somewhat, right?
Yeah. The cliche when anybody fades away from a movement is, I didn't change, you know, the organization left me. That's said by everybody who leaves anything. And I don't want to be into that cliche, but I feel there's some truth to it. My idea of libertarianism was responsibility for others. That was the most important part. I wanted to trust people to take care of each other and not use force. Libertarianism, from my point of view, was almost a pathological optimism and a love for people. It was a complete and utter lack of cynicism. I am not a cynical person.
What if the Libertarian Party was like that? Can you imagine if there was that sentiment? I feel like I don't think I've ever heard that from anybody ever even espousing to be a libertarian. So I feel like he's just always sort of misidentified himself, perhaps.
I'm crazily optimistic. And I saw people using that same word, libertarian, to mean I don't care about other people. I don't have responsibility. People who cannot
welcome,
see
chatters. My
the
God, look
difference
at all you
between
people. My dogs are
I don't want
goth.
to wear a
Good for
seatbelt.
Gabby. Atticus among us, welcome. MIDI doctors in the chat. My God, I have a MR mod in here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Which I can make an argument
I
for.
hope your day and
You
or
should
night
have
is
that
going
right.
fantastic.
And I'm going to drive drunk, which I don't think anybody can make an argument for that you have that right. And when masks came along, I mean, there was actually a moment. I mean, a moment that happened, which is during the.
By the way, to all of you, thankfully this isn't a very important segment. This was meant to just sort of be a fun pick-me-up in between our more doomerific segments here today. Just for everybody here, do feel free to peruse the commands, command, and Nightbot. Nightbot is mostly tamed here in this chat, and there's plenty of fun commands that I have been adding and plan to continue adding to.
Lockdown, I got an email from someone in the libertarian movement that said, we're doing anti-mask rallies in Vegas, and of course, we assume you'll be leading them. And I got to tell you, my reaction was so strong, and it was not of anger. It was crying. It was just crying. The fact that that was the way I was seen, the fact that I was seen as someone. And remember, these rallies were not people should wear masks voluntarily, which, by the way, you can make that argument to me and I'll listen to it. That maybe
such a radical argument, you know. Oh, let's try and be thoughtful of one another. My God, you know, I'm gonna move on from this one because it's just not as fun as the previous segment we did, and it's not feeling like as good of a palate cleanser as I wanted. You know, I think that Putin video really did it for me. It was an unexpected and happy accident. It was so funny. I should have just left it there. This is just not even coming close to the level of fun as that one. All right, let's move on to the next part of our program here. Actually, which is going to require me to do something quickly here. And I was edging you earlier on this there, Moa Nope, and the other people in chat. But now we're going to do this on next segment of our program. Here I am, sitting at my desk here in space, wondering to myself, how can we fix the galaxy? Welcome to the Doomer Report. Okay. Okay. Let's get to it. The Doom Report is going to include a great number of videos, some of which I have not yet even watched, but are all climate change related. I had the either fortunate or unfortunate decision last night to search the term climate change while looking for things to cover, and have stumbled into whole bunch of stuff that I think is worth looking at considering where we are. Now we're going to do it in chronological order. I've got a great number of videos here. We're going to start off, we're going to go back in time about 7 months ago.
Well, over the past few weeks, we've been reporting extensively on the heat waves that have hit large areas of Europe, the United States, and parts of Asia. Well, now, leading scientists have told the BBC they're concerned by the recent run of new...
Hey, this is serious, okay? Dang it, making jokes in chat over here. I don't think you need legs in space, says BCat. Well, you know what? You might be right. But they do come in handy sometimes. You wouldn't, you might not expect it, but they are somewhat vital.
Climate records being set, saying the speed and timing of them is unprecedented. Some fear we're already witnessing worst-case scenarios. Georgina Renard explains.
Sweltering temperatures in Spain and dangerous wildfires in Greece. Millions have struggled through powerful heat waves around the world in recent days. Now, scientists are poring over a run of climate records that have not only been broken, but smashed, and alarm bells are ringing.
It's true to say that the climate models that we have do a very good job of predicting the climate system, but in a kind of larger scale. So, the fact that we're seeing the world warming because of greenhouse gases is not unexpected. But seeing some of these records being broken, these marine heat waves in the North Atlantic, the severe decrease in Antarctic sea ice was not expected, and is something that we're going to have to work to try and understand.
And this is why they're worried. For decades, the global average temperature has been getting higher and higher. Then in July this year, it broke through 17 degrees for the first time. The record for the hottest day on Earth fell not just once, but 3 times.
Let's just pause. We're going to do the sort of thing we do on this channel a lot, looking at graphs and definitions, a lot of semantics. Let's be real. That graph is not looking super good.
In a week.
Although, just for context, it does appear to just be a 1-year graph. However, I do think that... Actually, now I'm looking at it. No. I totally mistaken. All of these squiggles. I'm trying to interpolate the data here. Well, confirmed by Nightbot, if you fart in space, you move. What was I saying? I lost it. Oh yes, we're interpolating data. It's very important. All of these squiggles are the variations in temperature over a yearly period between 1940 and 2023. So that's 83 years worth of data. And look at this red line. It is not only at the outer bounds of this data set, it clearly becomes an outlier on a number of occasions. Here. Yeah, mostly during the summer months, which makes a lot of sense.
And it's not just the land that's hot. The oceans, which take up most of the world's heat, are seeing unprecedented temperatures. The North Atlantic and seas off the UK coast are up to 5 degrees hotter than average. And there's another worrying abnormality. Sea ice in the Antarctic is extremely low for the time of year, 10% lower than usual. We know that the planet is warming because of greenhouse gases pumped into the atmosphere by humans burning oil, coal and gas. The world will also be hotter because of El Niño, a powerful naturally occurring weather pattern that started in June. But scientists say these records constantly being broken are not yet a sign that the climate is in collapse. They say there is time to use the solutions we have to keep the planet as livable as possible. Georgina Ranard, BBC News.
Well, in Greece, the heat wave there is set to be the longest in Greece's history. That's according to the country's Weather Institute. It's currently facing its hottest July weekend in 50 years, with temperatures in some areas climbing to 45 Celsius. That's 113 Fahrenheit. Well, let's go to Greece now and speak to our reporter Azadeh Moshiri. She's in Lagonisi, which is southeast of Athens. Azadeh.
Celia, it's extremely hot here in Greece. You can tell by the heat around me. If you were here, you'd feel it was scorching. And of course, you know, it's making it even difficult to see you right now. That's how bright the sun is. But while that may be great for the beachgoers behind me, for Greece, a country that has been battling wildfires throughout the week, it's particularly difficult and concerning. Officials are still...
Not just the week. If we were to Google it, and I'm not going to because I don't want to interrupt the flow of this right now too much. Greece has been like on fire for like the last, what, 5 years or something like that? Multiple fires have happened over there that have been devastating. I do actually want to look it up now, but I'm going to keep playing the video.
A high risk of wildfires as they keep battling blazes. Right now, that wildfire is focused on the island of Rhodes, and they're warning that the next few days could see the mainland have further flare-ups as well. Now, away from the wildfires themselves, for people in the city of Athens, for example, they could be experiencing temperatures in the mid to high 40s for 6 to 7 days more. And for people who work in the Acropolis, that is unbearable. That's why archaeological sites like the Acropolis are going to be shut between noon to 5:30 p.m. To protect the workers as well as tourists.
Azadeh, and so regionally, where are we looking? I know that Greece has really been struggling, but this has really been, millions of people around the world have been struggling with the heat in the past few weeks.
That's right. It's been affecting the northern hemisphere. The United States has really struggled. Temperatures have been extremely high in the south, in particular, in Arizona and Phoenix. They've been dealing with temperatures of around 43 degrees Celsius for 3 weeks, and they're warning, meteorologists are warning that temperatures could reach 46 degrees Celsius in Phoenix, Arizona. That led to a particularly dangerous scene where tanks
I might LARP on the internet here, but I've never dressed up like this man. Where's he gone? Where have you gone, sir? No, we need to have a discussion. I might be Galactic Streamlord here on stream, but if I go out in public, I've never looked like that. This man is either a hero or an idiot, and I'm not sure which one it is.
Warning, meteorologists are warning that temperatures could reach 46 degrees Celsius in Phoenix, Arizona. That led to a particularly dangerous scene where tanks exploded in a propane business that was near the airport. A fire captain there said that those tanks essentially became missiles. And of course, southern Europe as a whole has been affected by the temperatures as well.
Okay, Azadeh Moshiri, thank you for speaking to us. Staying with the climate, the number of people known to have died in recent flooding in South Korea has risen to 47.
Wow.
Last weekend, 13 people died in an underpass.
I completely... Oh, right, this was 7 months ago. I remember this now. Yeah. No, this was... I mean, it feels like the last 4-ish months have gone by as if nothing was impeding it. With all this Israel-Gaza stuff to be keeping up with, it has felt like, it almost feels like this was years ago, but this was, yeah, it was only like 6-7 months ago.
After they became trapped in vehicles as floodwaters poured into the tunnel. The heavy rain has also triggered landslides in South.
Here's the thing that I understand from climate models, and I'm not a climatologist, so if you feel that I'm incorrect, feel free to tell me or do research. However, like my understanding is that the effects of climate change will start off slow and eventually become exponential. stuff like that. 50 people dying. It's a huge tragedy, and but in the grand scheme of things, people see it as inconsequential. But when you start adding them up all over the world, as they start to increase, we have a lot of stuff that we could start seeing here very soon.
Areas with thousands of people displaced and many homes destroyed. Preparations are underway for more monsoon rains expected this weekend. Well, earlier we spoke to Yuna Koo. She's a reporter with the BBC Korean service in Seoul, and she told us more about the preparations that are being made.
Actually, the rescue team is still in search of missing people who possibly have been swept away by floods or landslides from last week's torrential rain. The emergency service confirmed 47 people dead and 3 people still missing, and around 2,000 evacuees are yet to return home. And now we are seeing another big monsoon period, and starting this weekend, and local governments and relevant ministries have been inspecting sites that are prone to floods, such as riverside walkways, slopes, and underpass. Also, they are making sure whether drainage facilities are operating properly. We can say that it is kind of unprecedented, but we cannot be sure because monsoon period is not officially ended. But it is not raining in Seoul right now, but people in the southwestern regions are already starting to see some droplets since Saturday morning. And according to the state weather agency, another heavy rain is expected over the weekend all across the country, which could be up to 150 millimeters depending on the location. And according to the agency report, this shows that this year's monsoon period started from June 25th, and the average precipitation recorded 591.1 millimeter as of last Thursday.
That berm got absolutely wrecked. Fixing something like that after that happens, especially because of the erosion that will occur, that you might not consider, like as the water rushes through this channel that's created by the erosion, it's going to continue to seep underneath it where the water hits its, what do you call it, like apex, if you will. The current underneath it is going to dig away at that dirt, cause more of the road to collapse. And I mean, there's been plenty of videos I've seen over the last number of years of infrastructure in America crumbling exactly in the same way.
The highest number ever recorded within the same time period, which is more than twice the average.
Oh, good. Twice the average? That's good. We're talking Celsius, Fahrenheit in the chat here? What's going on? Soul Life is Santa. Don't tell anybody. All right, we'll keep it a secret. All right, next one. Oh, I forgot. Oh, do we do this right now? I feel like this guy's gonna disrupt my plans in terms of changing my focus to something that it shouldn't be on. I was gonna start this before it. How did I skip over these? Oh, we're gonna skip this idiot. We'll do it on another one. I think there was this guy who I found while searching climate change, shockingly, who doesn't believe it exists and is an idiot with an Amish-style beard who seems to think that everybody should move to his farm and be in his little cult. But we'll do this another day. I should have started it that way. We were already engaged in this situation. Wait, darn me? Darn me? What did I do, Atticus? What have I done? Am I missing something? I may have missed something in chat. Okay, well, next video. Next video is from... Alright, now we're getting closer now to present day. That last video was from 7 months ago. Now we are a little over a month ago here with this video entitled Hottest Week on Record. EU Climate Change Service Copernicus publishes Climate Report 2023. This is DW News.
Researchers have
German broadcasting company.
confirmed, as if we didn't know, 2023 was the hottest year on record. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service looked at global temperature records going back to the year 1850 and Scientists warn that this year
Whoops, I forgot
could
to
very
switch.
well be even hotter.
There we go.
It's a concerning milestone, which didn't come as a surprise to many scientists. The second half of 2023 saw an
just so that you guys can see everything, and for the purposes of the VOD, we're just going to start that over, pretend that never happened.
Researchers have confirmed, as if we didn't know, 2023 was the hottest year on record. The European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service looked at global temperature records going back to the year 1850, and scientists warned that this year could very...
So we're discussing 170 years worth of climate data.
Well be even hotter.
It's a concerning milestone, which didn't come as a surprise.
Oh, Atticus is right. By saying it, I have in fact outed the identity of Santa Claus. That is Bush League on my part. So sorry, Santa Claus.
The second half of 2023 saw an unusual streak of daily heat records being broken. But according to the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service, last year's global average temperature didn't just break the record, it shattered it.
2023 has been, by a large margin, the warmest year in our record that goes back to the 1940s. Not only that, in all likelihood, we have just been through the warmest year of our history, and quite possibly one of the warmest or the warmest of the last 100,000 years.
Researchers working on the Copernicus project found that globally, 2023 was on average 1.48 degrees Celsius warmer than in pre-industrial times.
Wow. Whoa. That was a lot of data, everybody. Hold on. You know what we do with data here? We look at it and we ask ourselves, what does this mean? What are the implications of this? These statistics that they're putting in front of us. Okay, there's 1850. Here's present day. 5-year average of global surface temperature increase above pre-industrial level. Right, makes sense, because pre-industrial right around 1850. If we all, yeah, I am Santa Claus. Ho, ho, ho. I can't say it 3 times. I think if you do that, Santa Claus appears and throws coal at you. Or maybe, is it Biggie Smalls? I forget. Unimportant to the graph. Annual averages since the 19th. Okay, so this is just, I think we're just looking at 2 of the same graph. One of them using bar. Oh, wait. No. Oh, no. I missed the bottom. So this graph over here, on the left, it's 1850 to 2023. The one on the right is actually from between 1970 and 2023. So this one is only 50 years, while this one's almost 200. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the starkness is pretty clear in this graph in terms of if you start here somewhere around 1970, which I think is probably why they decided to make this second graph. Yeah, you can see that the uptick is absolutely monumental. It looks pretty flat going even after the Industrial Revolution until about 1910, when things really kind of started moving along. If you want to, you could really say that the graph starts at the bottom here in 1910, right? In terms of the upswing that we've been witnessing for the last 100+ years, it would seem. All right, I think that was enough data interpolation. Let's continue.
Pre-industrial time.
Interpolation is a very tough word.
They say while the natural El Nino weather phenomenon boosted temperatures, man-made climate change was definitely driving the record rise.
Well, it's a combination of factors. So El Nino certainly contributed to it, and possibly other sources of variability. So it's not just climate change, but it would be impossible to explain this peak in global mean temperature without climate change.
One area of particular concern is the ocean. The data shows sea surface temperatures also smashed record highs. The 2023 results indicate temperatures are teetering on 1.5 degree warming. That was the limit set by countries in the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement to avoid the most severe consequences of climate change. But exceeding 1.5 degrees in the short term doesn't mean the accord will be broken.
Although we ended 2023 just below that 1.5 degree limit, the expectation is that in the coming months, we will exceed that 1.5 degrees for a 12-month period. And however, the Paris Agreement isn't broken until we've exceeded that 1.5 degrees Celsius for a long period of time. And by long period, I mean 20 years.
While the findings don't spell the
20 years. Hold on, I gotta hear that again just to make sure I understood what she said. I was distracted by a message in chat. Yes, my dogs. All messages inclusive. 100%. All right, sorry chat for forcing you to watch this twice.
Below that.
This one's for my benefit, okay? Don't blame yourselves.
1.5 degree limit. The expectation is that in the coming months, we will exceed that 1.5 degrees for a 12-month period. And however, the Paris Agreement isn't broken until we've exceeded that 1.5 degrees Celsius for a long period of time. And by long period, I mean 20 years.
Wow. Honestly, and I've had this criticism in my head for quite a while. It always seems to me that the things that are done at like the EC20 and the Paris Climate Accords and things of that nature, this is probably very cynical and a little conspiratorial in thinking, but it always feels like they do the math on it and it's just like, all right, what's it not gonna do? Let's just say that we're just, you know, a hair above whatever it's not gonna do for the next whatever number of years, and then we'll amend it later so that we can continue business as usual and not consider the ramifications of this because graphs are tough.
The findings don't spell the end of the Paris Agreement. It clearly shows the Earth's...
Chat does that all the time, ADHD. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the support. I too have ADHD.
Warming is accelerating, and the scale of the challenge the world now faces is growing with it.
God, okay. Next video. Hey, settle down. I'm in charge here. Okay, I don't know if you guys heard the news about it, but there was something called a climate river that went through California. I believe it was a few weeks ago. I could be wrong. It might have been. I feel like my sense of time has been altered by Doctor Who or something, and I just don't know where I am in the timeline right now. But I will try my best here. Yes, I was saying words. Right. Well, if you had seen this is actually a discussion on how climate change is fueling things such as stronger atmospheric rivers, which are, I believe, well, I'm going to let them describe what's going on here. I won't prevaricate too much. Play. Go web go.
As we mentioned earlier, a second atmospheric river is hitting California in less than a week. These storm systems have brought significant amounts of rain, flooding, and mudslides to California. Atmospheric rivers are important for the western water supply. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says 30 to 50% of the region's annual precipitation comes from these weather events. But experts also say that climate change could make these storms stronger and more common, supercharging them. CBS News senior national and environmental correspondent Ben Tracy joins us from our Los Angeles bureau. First of all, Ben, so...
Yeah, I gotta stop him just to make a snide, almost sarcastic comment here. Well, definitely sarcastic comment. Do plants like being underwater? I mean, like earth plant, like plants that grow not seaweed or algae, things of that nature, but like trees. Do trees like being underwater? Is that their thing? Is that when they grow the best? How about like pepper plants or wheat? Might be good for rice, but even rice has a limit.
No rivers are on the ground. When we hear atmospheric rivers in the air, it sounds kind of weird. What is it?
Yeah, so basically these are rivers of water vapor that are pushed by the wind. And we call them rivers because they are long, narrow bands of water vapor in the atmosphere. And when we talk about the size of these things, they can stretch for about 5.
Oh no. You're mocking me for Earth plants. Okay. No, I mockable. Mockable and probably deserved. Are you in California, Atticus? Wind was 50 plus last week. I assume that's in miles per hour. That's pretty fast. Not quite hurricane level winds, but it's certainly tropical storm level winds.
100 miles across and about 2,000 miles long. And when you talk about how much water vapor is in these, it can be up to 20 times the flow of the Mississippi River. So just kind of picture that in the sky and you get a sense of just how much water is often headed towards the west coast when these things happen. And basically they slam into the coast, they hit the Sierra Nevada mountains, and all that moisture gets wrung out, and that's when we get images like the ones you're seeing there, all this flooding that's occurred in the last couple of days.
So Ben, climate change didn't invent atmospheric rivers, but it does change how they act.
Exactly. These are a natural phenomena that have happened. They happen all winter long here in California, and in some ways they're very beneficial. We get a lot of our moisture, our rain, and our snow from these storm systems. But what's happening with climate change is because the atmosphere is warmer on a warmer planet, there's more moisture in it. It can hold.
This guy is doing his damnedest to sound cheery as fuck right now while saying this stuff that's clearly not cheery. At least he's discussing it, bro.
More moisture. So when these storms happen, they can be more intense and they drop.
Beaches got pummeled. I assume that's in response to you being in California. Oh, between San Francisco and Jose. Okay. Wait. I know about Erykah Badu, Soul Life, Wheat. I know all about that. All about that over here in the Galactic Space Station.
More rainfall, and that makes the damage from these storms more devastating.
And what has California done?
All this Erykah Badu talk has me wanting to listen to Erykah Badu, but I will get copyright struck indefinite. No, just let's just stick with definitely. It's neither un or indefinitely. Fuck, look at that picture. Is that a Tahoe? That thing is well, it's planted. It'll probably grow beautiful flowers next season. My God. Fully submerged in what appears to be mud and sediment.
If anything, to change how they work to deal with atmospheric rivers being worse in the future?
Yeah, I mean, that is an ongoing process because basically the infrastructure in a state like California or Oregon or Washington, where these things often hit, it's built for a climate that doesn't really exist anymore. These storms are getting so much more powerful, more of them are happening, that they really have to reevaluate the infrastructure, everything from, the sewage systems, how this water drains out of cities, where houses are located in terms of flood-prone areas. And then on the flip side of this, how do we capture more of this water when it does happen? We're often talking about.
That sounds really easy, barely an inconvenience. Copyright Ryan George, I believe. But yeah, I mean, think about that. How, how much is that going to cost? Like, did you all hear what he just said? Talking about moving roads, moving infrastructure, like power plants, power lines, water pumps. I mean, think about the amount of materials, resources in general, labor, and everything required to do such a thing. And secondly, it's not just that, right? Because there's people that would have to move too, right? Sure, infrastructure and stuff. If your house is underwater or encased in mud, ready for next growing season, might have to find a new place to live. That's just me. That's just me. And maybe I'm just not as resilient as some people.
drought out here in the West. So when the dry season happens, you need all this moisture. And what is happening now is the planet is warming. More and more of our moisture in the winter is falling as rain instead of snow. So instead of kind of melting gradually over the course of the winter and flowing into reservoirs, we're getting a lot of this stuff all at once in terms of these massive rainstorms. So there are calls to actually build more reservoir storage in a state like California so we have that water when we need it.
Ben, I didn't mean to bury the lead here, but this is the most interesting part of the interview, that you flew on a plane with scientists over 2 different atmospheric rivers. What was that like? What are they studying and what are they trying to learn?
Yeah, so we just did this. We took off from Honolulu and we flew with the...
It's a flower bed, but it grows Tahoes. Love that, Becat. She's on the internet. Yes, Erykah Badu. Oh, so much Erykah Badu talk. Erykah Badu is on the internet. You can absolutely find her. I would say one of my number 1 Erykah Badu songs is gotta be Didn't You Know. But she's definitely one of my top R&B artists of all time. However, she's never gonna beat out Alicia Keys, who I was super glad to see at the Super Bowl, because I feel like while she was definitely recognized for a short time for her work, I feel like she has deserved so much more than she's received from, like, the music, well, not necessarily the music community, but from people in general. Like, she doesn't get the recognition she deserves, right? Like, and you guys might not be as much of a weirdo like I am. It's a Lil Wayne reference. Oh, it's a Lil Wayne. That's my bad. What was I even saying just now? Oh, Alicia, she is one of the most talented, not just singers, okay, musicians, okay, and some people don't realize how hard it is what she does, but her ability to play piano in the way that she does and sing, and if you've ever seen her play live, like, to be orchestral, like essentially like as a conductor in a way, like the way that she leads her band, it's almost unrivaled. Like, genuinely, like, I struggle to think of musicians from like any era that really, I mean, obviously there's a few, but like that I just genuinely respect that much and have the catalog that I can just be like, yo, let's do this. All right, let's back to the doomerific news.
Researchers, it was about an 8-hour flight, and they basically fly in the exact same plane that they go hunt hurricanes for during hurricanes.
I'm actually a concert pianist, so that's partially. I'm a little bit. I'm no longer doing anything actively, but that's why she's like my boo. Like, if I could, I'd take her from Swizz Beatz. Okay. Nothing against True Love, but my God, if he goes down, I am leaving the space station.
Season. But instead of hunting hurricanes, they are riding an atmospheric river, and they drop these little instruments that have parachutes on them down into these storms so they can get all sorts of readings about how much moisture, the pressure of this thing. And what they're really trying to do is get a better handle on how intense these systems are going to be when they make landfall and where are they going to hit. And that's so they can improve the forecast, that can protect lives, it can protect property, and it also can give reservoir operators, we talked about the water storage issue, it can give them more information so they know, do we need to release a bunch of water out of a reservoir to make room for this upcoming storm? Or if it's not going to hit this particular area, do we hold on to this water so we're not wasting it? So they're really trying to get a better handle on that. And they do say that these flights so far have already improved the accuracy of forecasts for atmospheric rivers by 10%. That may not sound like a lot, but that means a whole lot when you're a meteorologist trying to tell people where these things are going to hit.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. By the way, is this latest river, is it like, what is it done now, or what is it like there in LA now?
No, this is ongoing.
Oh, thank you, my dogs. No need for the compliments. You haven't even heard me play. I could be garbage. You have no reference. You have no frame of reference for this. On top of that, she's cool and pretty, and I bet she kicks puppies or something. Like, she has to. Okay, I see what you're saying. Right. Well, we all have our flaws. But yeah, I guess I didn't mention either her beauty or her coolness. It was mostly just her talent and general vibe. Oh god. All right, that's switch to the next one. Concert pianist is the clue. She farts a lot. All right, I won't have you slandering Alicia Keys in my chat. So life unacceptable. Here, I mean, me personally, you may say these things, but I'm gonna have to stand by this and say we have no evidence that that is the case. Alicia, if you're seeing the stream, call me. Next. By the way, we're about
global
2
warming
weeks
has
behind
exceeded
now.
1.5 degrees Celsius across an entire year. That's according to the EU's climate service. Copernicus, or warming reached 1.52 degrees in the period from February 2023 to January 2024. World leaders had promised in 2015 to try to limit the planet's long-term temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Well, for more on this, let's go live now to Dr. Myers Singer-Hobbs, a senior research fellow in the Climate, Housing and Infrastructure team at the Independent.
That's the second time I've done this today, chat. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. No, my dogs, your screen didn't freeze. My brain did.
For the first time, global warming has exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius across an entire year. That's according to the EU's climate service. Copernicus, or warming reached 1.52 degrees in the period from February 2023 to January 2024. World leaders had promised in 2015 to try to limit the planet's long-term temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Well, for more on this, let's go live now to Dr. Myers Singer-Hobbs, a senior research fellow in the Climate, Housing and Infrastructure team at the independent think tank, the Institute for Public Policy Research. Thank you so much for joining us. What's your reaction to this news?
So I'm not surprised, but I am slightly dismayed. We've sort of had increasingly concerned calls from climate scientists that we are on track to hit 1.5, or at the very least that temperature continues to rise. So if those haven't been a wake-up call, I'm sort of hoping that this might be.
Right.
Lots of.
Whoa. Look at that video. That is, I mean, breathtaking, but in the most negative possible connotation. Heartbreaking more than anything, and incredibly alarming. Where is this? Chile?
If those haven't been a wake-up call.
Yeah, Valparaiso, Chile, February 2020. So this was this month. This. Oh my fucking god. Wow, never been more glad to be on the Galactic space station before. Got some people I might have to take up here with me. Oh, Jesus Christ, look, it's like you ever go camping and make a fire from like firewood, and then you go to sleep at night, you come back and it's still kind of smoldering in the morning, just barely. That's what this looks like, but it's a freaking entire hillside. It's an entire community leveled to the ground, everything gone. Good luck finding your grandma's bracelet. It's probably been reduced to a puddle of, ash and gold. I know this is the supposedly Doomer Friday, but wow. We are off to a banner start. Good for Gabby. Did you have a question? I can hold. Oh, I see. That was you raising your hand. in response to "You've been camping before."
Sort of hope.
My dogs. Thank you, my dogs. Thank you, my dogs. I appreciate that. We've got a resident Smokey the Bear in chat. Make sure to put out your campfires. You are the ones who can prevent forest fires.
Hoping that this might be.
Lots of our viewers might be wondering why that figure of 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Okay, I clearly missed the point of that message. Makes a lot of sense. Well, I feel like any of those made a lot of sense in my brain, but now that you've clarified, that's the perfect answer. I will see what we can do about that. I'll talk to my people and we'll try and work something out here before a disaster strikes.
This is so significant.
Yeah, so climate scientists reached the figure of 1.5 degrees as a consistent global temperature increase compared to pre-industrial levels, because the evidence suggested that staying below 1.5 reduces some of the worst impacts on ecosystems and on us. Lots of our food systems are reliant on those ecosystems. If we stay below 1.5 degrees, above 1.5 degrees, we start to see that ecosystem collapse. As you mentioned, the international community listened to this advice from the scientists and in 2015 signed the Paris Agreement, including the UK in those list of 195 countries. But it's worth noting that we are already seeing the impact of increasing global temperatures. Here in the UK, we saw the extreme heat in 2022, and we've seen this increased temperature over the past year. But we've also seen extreme weather events, flooding in Pakistan, drought in the Horn of Africa, wildfires across Canada and Australia. And these impacts will get both more extreme and more frequent as temperatures continue to increase.
What gives you hope at the moment in terms of what governments across the world are doing or maybe not doing?
So I think one of the things to say here is that we're already seeing the impacts of increasing global temperatures, which tells us that not enough is being done. But we are seeing moves in the right direction. We saw the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which saw up to $1 trillion of government spending to address this. We've seen countries like China, which although is one of the largest emitters, is also the largest producer of renewables, particularly of solar. So we are seeing action. But I think what's clear is that we need to see more. The thing about problems, and we all know this, is that ignoring them.
That is the sentiment that I would like to megaphone amplify the most. Okay, if I can, by the end of the stream, if I have done anything, I hope that I have increased the amount of urgency that we all have about this climate crisis. Because the fact is, it feels, as a person who has been keeping track of this with a great level of ferocity to some degree, especially for someone not a climatologist, I do feel as if things are accelerating, and if we don't wake up today, we are making a mistake.
Doesn't make them go away. And addressing climate change and investing in the changes needed is actually an opportunity to build a greener economy and a fairer society. And we know that the effects of climate change are being felt by the poorest in society, both globally and here in the UK. So we really need to see that action being taken.
Okay, Dr. Maya Singer-Hobbs, we thank you for your comments. Thank you very much.
Wait, did you just say a burrito and ketchup chips to me? What kind of combination do you call that, Mo and Noah? I am sorry, but I love the idea of a burrito. But me personally, ketchup chips on their own, actually in general, ketchup chips seem completely horrendous to me. And just the sight of a bag of ketchup chips causes me great alarm. Nothing personal. Feel free to eat as many ketchup chips as you like. I'm sure you think they're delicious. But for me, I could go the rest of my life without ever seeing another ketchup chip. I am going to take a real quick break, and while I'm taking that very quick break, I am actually going to show us that video. We're going to watch this. I'm going to be watching while I'm taking the break, but let's watch this together here of this very idiotic. Yeah, here, real quick, trigger warning for everybody. This guy is a fucking idiot and an asshole. Here's your take on solar and wind. Instead of making it more available for becoming self-sustainable, the individual, it's made into an infrastructure that's still a never-ending monthly bill. Ketchup and mustard chips from trick-or-treating? I had no idea that even existed. Atticus, I really do think, though, that infrastructure, it should be part of the infrastructure. It shouldn't be a choice, an individual sort of like libertarian-esque framing of a choice for saving the planet. Oh, do your response. That is the framing, and I think months ago we were talking about this framing on the Majority Report. But like the framing of individual responsibility around climate change in terms of your consumption, unless you're Jeff Bezos, you're probably fine, to be perfectly honest. My guess, especially if you're in this chat, is you're a reasonably responsible and critical thinking individual. Not saying that we're all perfect. I certainly am not myself. However,
well, the effects of climate change
I'm
are
pretty sure you're aware of these things and would, must be an East Coast thing. Are you talking about ketchup and mustard chips? I'm not sure what we're referring to. However, all right, we're going back and we're going to watch at least one of these dumb videos this guy put together. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, thankfully, but it will be at least something to laugh at / yell at, hopefully, while I am taking this quick break here. This guy is fucking douche. Okay. Your memory isn't positive, but I don't know if my memory is being skewed. About what? I haven't been paying enough attention to chat. That's my fault, but I am completely lost on what we're talking about. Hopefully I can catch up while I'm taking this break and watching this with you all. Where is my... Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Where? Yep, that's it. Okay. Look at this smarmy-faced Amish beard-having motherfucker. Let's do it.
Quick take coming to you from Saskatchewan here today with another episode of You've Gotta Be Shitting Me, where you see things that people do and or say in the news and there is nothing left to say about it but you've gotta be shitting me. And this is the Climate Cult Mega Special, dedicated to all of the activists that exist in this world telling us we're doing things wrong.
In case you haven't got it figured out yet, there's going to be some swearing in this episode. If that offends you, well, sorry that your butt got hurt. Try and catch me another time. Anyways, round one, the Charlie Angus Band, the donkey went down to Ottawa. So Charlie Angus, federal NDP MP for Timmins James Bay, tables a private members bill C-372, which would make it illegal for oil and gas companies or Canadian citizens to promote or advertise Canadian oil and gas, a fine punishable by up to $1 million or 2 years in fucking jail. You've got to be shitting me. I remember hearing about this somewhere in the past. I think the city of Regina tried to do it here in Saskatchewan, where they tried to ban oil and gas companies from advertising on city property. And City Councilor Dan LeBlanc at the time referred to oil and gas the same as sex, drugs, and rock and roll, like he's living in a fucking movie called Footloose.
And then they want to compare advertising with oil and gas companies like advertising with tobacco companies. It just puts people in the hospital. Well, Charlie, yeah, sure, tobacco can put people in the hospital, but once people get into the hospital, a hospital is built using oil and gas. Oil and gas is used to keep the lights on and the furnaces going at said hospital. Those neat things that transport to the hospital during an emergency are powered by oil and gas. Any of the items that are used to treat us while we're in the hospital, the base ingredients of them are derived from oil and gas, and the food that you eat while you're in the hospital is actually grown and harvested and delivered to the hospital using oil and gas. So, no, I don't see how the two of them are like each other at fucking all. I'm not sure what I'm surprised by more, the stupidity of this bill or the fact that we actually pay politicians to do this shit. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but good job to the shadow ministers in both NDP caucuses of Alberta and Saskatchewan for issuing a joint statement saying that they do not support Charlie Angus whatsoever. I mean, you know you're blowing it in Ottawa.
I know I said I was taking a break, and I'm still taking a break. However, I had to stop this, and I know I'm slightly ahead of where I am on my monitoring device right now. However, the dude making the claim that everything has to be made with oil and gas is a false claim that he's just unable to actually fuck, my brain just stopped. I'm trying to do three things at once. He's just, unable to do anything about, because he seems to think about the world in literally one lens with no critical thinking involved. It's just a bunch of nonsense. I'm sorry. We're going to go back to this idiocy.
And all the bravo.
No, I am not Canadian, my dogs. Not at all. I just ran into this video because I was looking for climate change videos, and this guy, the name of this video is The Climate Cult Mega Special. So while I was looking for content last night, this idiot crossed my feed, and I was like, oh, we have to at least try to take this guy apart a little bit for this dumb nonsense. Oh, because I'm talking to the mic from the wrong angle. That's my bad. I use a vocal mic meant for different situation than it's not a normal YouTuber / podcaster mic. It's really meant for singing and stuff. So that's on me. All right, let's get back to watching this idiot while I have a little break.
Start being like, hey, let's get the hell away from this guy. Next up, Stevie Guilbeault.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
So at a public transit conference in Montreal, Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada, or the Green Jesus of Montreal, tells everybody that the federal government is no longer going to invest money in building new road infrastructure. You gotta be shitting me. And immediately when he gets confronted about it by the media, he's like, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Will not be funding roads.
That's not what I said.
Yes, it is.
Wait,
I can read it back to you.
Are these kooks aware of what they say at all, or are they like Ron Burgundy and they just read whatever gets put in front of them?
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
And then they're shocked when somebody says, well, this is what you said.
Do you even know what you just said? Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Not investing in road infrastructure, helping the environment is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You should go for a drive in Saskatoon on Circle Drive on the east side of it at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. One of the major artery highways that runs through the country is the Yellowhead, and they bottleneck her right down into city traffic. Trucks, cars, everyone piled the fuck up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And you're telling me that a bypass keeping the big traffic out of the city wouldn't make life more environmental for everybody, Stevie? But in all reality, I mean, it'd be great for the feds to pitch in and help with some of this stuff, but considering the fact that our provincial government couldn't be bothered to pause the fuel tax when gas was out of control high, using the excuse that, hey, we still need this to maintain our roads and infrastructure, and all of our roads and infrastructure are pretty much fucked. I guess I can't really pick on the feds too much for it, right, Sass Party? Next up, Lawrence the Lobster. Under the ocean, under the sea. So our federal ag minister, Lawrence McCauley, posts a picture of himself on Twitter on a business trip to Malaysia promoting Canadian agriculture, eating a $75 lobster lunch. You've got to be shitting me. Hey, listen, it's super cool that we got an ag minister that's going all over the world to promote Canadian agriculture and food, but do you think for 2 seconds that you'd stop and just do a self-awareness smell check? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when you vote against a bill that would actually give Canadian farmers a break from the carbon tax, then jumping on a plane, flying halfway around the world to eat an imported lunch seems a tad bit hypocritical to me. Or am I out to lunch here? Lobster lunch. Oh, and a little comms advice for you here, Lawrence. While people are lining up in Canada in record numbers at food banks because nobody can afford to eat, I would just avoid posting pictures of yourself eating a $75 lobster lunch. Just a tip for you. Next up, calling a turd a butt flower doesn't make it smell any better. The Liberal Party of Canada has decided to rebrand the Climate Action Incentive Program. It will now become the Canada Carbon Rebate. You've got to be shitting me. I don't know if anybody told you this, guys, but just because you change the name of it, it doesn't mean anybody's going to accept it. Like, think about it. If your doctor changed the name of rectal exam over to finger hug, it doesn't change the fact that you're getting something shoved up your backside. Know what I mean? And finally, we're going to go back to COP28 and talk about the emissions cap. Okay, now environmental activists fly from all over the world to wherever the COP conferences are going to be, and this year it was in Dubai. And yeah, I made a video on Joe Vipon and a bunch of the dumb shit that he was saying, but there was one thing that caught my eye there. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen, and it was the emissions cap ball cap. So Climate Action Network gets a whole bunch of these emissions ball caps brought over. There's 200 of them that they get made and brought over to Dubai on their planes. And then they start passing these emissions caps around so that everyone can talk seriously about putting a cap on emissions on the Canadian oil and gas industry. And they give these caps to everybody. I mean, look at these people. You got Catherine McKenna, you got Elizabeth May, you've got Rick Smith and George Heyman, and oh, look, even the great Jesus himself, Stephen Guilbeault, getting handed one, but he's not allowed to put it on until he announces a cap on Canadian oil and gas.
Okay, that's enough of this idiot for me, and enough of a break for me. I just couldn't sit here and listen to him talk about how somehow carbon tax and legislating against the promotion of fossil fuels is somehow like just this authoritarian like crackdown on his livelihood. There's no way that he could possibly, you know, like deal with any of this. Like fuck you, pal. Okay. And the fact is, he doesn't realize that he's getting pushed from, from multiple ends. That like, he has zero criticism for the capitalist system, for mega corporations that are, probably trying to undercut him at every corner. And I don't know enough about Canadian agriculture to make too much of a comment on his particular situation as a farmer, but if I'm not mistaken, Monsanto exists there too, and I don't hear a word about them. All right, back to people who make a little more sense.
Well, the effects of climate change are drastically affecting oceans around the world. According to a new study, the ocean circulation in the North Atlantic is likely to collapse by 2025, and this as a result of climate change. Scientists say that the collapse of this system could lead to disastrous weather conditions across the globe. But what is this system and how will it have a disastrous effect? Let me explain.
Oh, where's my face?
This ocean current system is called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It is a vital system of the ocean currents that circulates water throughout the Atlantic Ocean. This circulation takes an estimated 1,000 years to complete, but has slowed even more since the mid-1900s. Now, where is this located? The Gulf Stream is a warm...
So like trying to guide the whole chat into using the 8-ball command correctly. I mean, you can use it however you want. It's just going to be slightly less effective depending on what it is you're going for.
As a result of climate
It's
change.
not it's not the what was it called? The Nightbot command. Like, because the MR, at least back when Nightbot was working in MR, the Nightbot command I believe was set up by Soul Life using a outside server, as well as AI to gather and damn it, why does my brain always break on words? You'd think I'd be a little better. And to like disperse that information to the chat. So unfortunately, 8-ball will give you answers to yes or no questions, generally speaking, unless you're looking for a ironical sort of joke answer, in which case go feel free. I'm not here to stop you. Nightbot is yours to use, chat. Then that's the fact.
Scientists say that the collapse of this system could lead to disastrous weather conditions across the globe. But what is this system and how will it have a disastrous effect? Let me explain. This ocean current system is called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It is a vital system of the ocean currents that circulates water throughout the Atlantic Ocean. This circulation takes an estimate.
You guys gotta quit making jokes. How am I supposed to say serious? This is the Doomer Report, and you're eight balls, Gabby. 8 balls. I'm gonna make another. Just because of that, just because it's hilarious to me, we're going to make a command for that. I just have to think of what it's gonna be. There will be 2 separate commands: 8-ball and 8 balls.
To disastrous weather conditions across the globe. But what is this system and how will it have a disastrous effect? Let me explain. This ocean current system is called the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It is a vital system of the ocean currents that circulates water throughout the Atlantic Ocean. This circulation takes an estimated 1,000 years to complete, but has...
Soul Life? That's technically true. There is a default cooldown period between night commands. So, people do have to wait a little bit between commands. However, you can wait. What is going on? Why? What's wrong? Hello? Ah, there we go. Good God. It was like, it felt wrong that my mouth wasn't moving. What was I saying? I was saying words. Oh yeah, default, but, wait for it. There is the ability on the actual Nightbot website, which I have access to, with more functionality. So you can lower the cooldown time. And actually, there might be a way to lower the cooldown time within the command. I just don't know what it is. It's just easier to use the website than to try and code it by hand. So the website gives you the ability to make it much lower. So, for instance, the Biden age command has a 5-second cooldown on it. So you can spam Biden age until your fingers get tired. And Biden is older than Noah from the Bible.
Load even more since the mid-1900s. Now, where is this located? The Gulf Stream is a warm and swift Atlantic Ocean current that originates in the Gulf of Mexico.
This is what we're going to talk about. Hold on. I'm going back 30 seconds because this is one of the things that I've been real concerned about and thinking about. To be honest, this might sound silly, but this is genuinely how it happened. Back in college, I watched the movie Day After Tomorrow, in which the North Atlantic Current stops functioning. And while some aspects of that movie were slightly inaccurate, from my research, that if stuff like that were, a number of things would happen. Wouldn't happen in such a short period of time, 2 days, but it would be fast enough that it would be very, very problematic for all of humanity if the North Atlantic current were to stop doing its job. And I'm pretty sure we're going to go deep into that here. All right, more doom horrificness. Here we go.
This circulation takes an estimated...
Wait, who gets drunk at the end of the story? Somehow I lost what we were talking about, so I don't know what that chat was about, Atticus. Sorry about that.
1,000 years to complete, but has slowed even more since the mid-1900s. Now, where is this located? The Gulf Stream is a warm and swift Atlantic Ocean current that originates in the Gulf of Mexico. It flows through the Straits of Florida up in the eastern coastline of the United States, then diverges east near North Carolina and moves towards northwest Europe as the North Atlantic Current. Now, how does this system work? This circulation movement is driven by differences in water density. So the AMOC is like a conveyor belt which transports or rather carries warm water from the tropics towards the North Atlantic. This is where the water gets cooled and it sinks. It then returns to the tropics and then to the South Atlantic as a bottom current. From there, it is distributed to all ocean basins via the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, which is the most important current in the Southern Ocean and the only current that flows completely around the world. So how is the system collapsing is the next question. Well, as the ocean heats up, the ice melts, more fresh water flows into the ocean and in turn reduces the water's density, making it less able to sink. When waters become too fresh, too warm or both, the conveyor belt stops. What would be the implications of the collapse of the AMOC current? Now let's take a look at that. Well, since the current plays a crucial role in the climate system in helping regulate global weather patterns, its collapse would have enormous implications. This includes much more extreme winters in the Northern Hemisphere and decreased rainfall over Europe. Sea level rises can affect parts of Europe and the United States, and this could influence the shifting of the monsoon in the tropics. For more on this, we have with us Professor Peter Ditlusen, who is a professor of climate physics at the University of Copenhagen. He's also the co-author of the study which...
Bo covered this too? Bo. Is that, oh, damn it, what's his name? What is his channel name? Wait, no, who's Bo? I don't think I know who Bo is. You're gonna have to fill me in on that one, Atticus. I think you've just enlightened me to something I was unaware of.
Predicts AMOC collapse and says that we are nearing the tipping point. Professor Peter, my first question to you is, this certainly sounds ominous. Now, considering the weather conditions that we see around the world, how likely is it for this situation in the report to be a reality, and how serious do you think the matter really is here?
Well, there are two things to that. One is, of course, that it is very serious if it happens. I would say I would just make sort of a small correction. So what we do predict is that it's likely to happen in about mid-century, which is 35 years from now. But the risk that it is already to happen as soon as next year, or actually about to happen now.
Oh, yes. Bo of the Fifth Column, yes. See, that immediately rings the bell, but his name passes me because I don't watch his channel quite enough to know the reference offhand just by his name. Thank you, though. I appreciate that enlightenment there. He's got a good channel. There's just so much content out there, and I'm honestly like subscribed to everybody. Well, not everybody, but pretty much everybody who's ever espoused a left-wing opinion, and so I struggle sometimes to keep up with everybody's content, especially because of how many live chats I'm in. I think most of you know.
Is existing but we have to realize that this is a slow process in terms of our lives. So a new study that just came out of Utrecht University in the Netherlands does do a computer model simulation. So this is a climate model of the IPCC climate model types that actually shows in detail, according to this model, what will happen in different parts of the world. And this is definitely something that will especially influence Europe severely if it happens.
Okay, you do mention the paucity of time. So I am going to ask you something on the line of the time constraints here. Is there really not much that can be done to reverse this change? Is it already too late? If it is too late, can we at least reverse or at least reduce the effects of this?
I'm an optimist in the sense that.
By the way, in case anybody hadn't read the subtitles, this man is named Peter Diddles. Oh boy. Oh, F's in chat. Peter Diddleson, I believe that's how you say that. He is a professor, I think he just said. Oh, I just went past it. I had it in my head, but at the University of Copenhagen, did it say? I'm so sorry. Yeah, there we are.
Reduce the effects of this?
I'm an optimist in the sense that if we realize that this is really a risk that we have to, as world society, to react on, it is not too late, but it is a very, very difficult job to do. Even if we have passed that tipping point, or is about to pass that tipping point, the possibility of reversing is there. However, if this depends on the amount of greenhouse gases we've emitted to the atmosphere, that is very, very difficult to reverse. So what we have to hope for is that we can postpone it out in time until we have succeeded with a full global green transition.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor.
Oh my God. I mean, do you see the look on this man's face right now? Like that's a look of genuine concern. Like, I'm not an expert in facial or what's it called? Like expressions. I think there's like a study of this, and I'm blanking on what the word is for it. If someone in chat knows, I'd be greatly appreciative, because I will probably search for this after I'm done talking. But that to me seems like the look of a man with genuine concern and distress in his face. I'm not gonna pick apart, details of it, but what does it look like to you? Does he look carefree? Like he's telling us something he just made up yesterday? Or do you think, wait, what? There's a microaggression in chat? No. No. You're saying that's not what I'm talking about. There is a different study of body language but there's like a term for it. Like, you can get a degree in it, and it's not called body language. I'm pretty sure.
For joining us with your insights. While science warns, it also...
Okay, yeah, that was the end of it. I thought so. All right. Switch over here. Yeah, BCAT. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. That makes me feel better. I just needed one person to agree with me that he just looked kind of upset and stressed the fuck out. I mean, if you were this guy, right, because the most recent allegory, or like I can think of right now, is of Don't Look Up, right, with Jennifer Lawrence and why can't I think of the male accompanying actor in that movie? Either way, it just feels like but Wyon takes shit seriously, right? Like, this isn't CNN. Like, I feel like this interview would have gone completely differently, but I feel like he's out here telling us like a meteor is coming. I don't know what else to do but laugh and keep trying to tell you people what's going on that I've found in the last 24 hours, because I literally did this last night. That's why I missed the MR. And checking all that out today, I was completely sleeping. What am I doing now? Yes. Oh my god. How do I have this many videos and they all have different, like, I mean, they're all obviously interconnected. It's the climate, right? Like, people want to imagine that what they're experiencing, like that dude, like, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't fully listening, so I was just trying to enjoy my break, to be perfectly honest, and I just but that dude that we were watching before during my break, who is a complete moron trying to make sense of his life situation, can't seem to see past his face. Like, he was, the beginning of the video, he was looking around at the snow like, climate change. And it's like you can't see past the tip of your nose, right? Climate is, the globe has, it's a global climate. You can refer to microclimates and separate geographic regions with different yearly like weather patterns, but like there's also the global climate, which people seem to constantly forget, and that the weather they're experiencing isn't the same shit that's happening even 10 miles away from them, let alone thousands. And oh, thank you, Soul Life with Kinesics. Oh, a BCat with the Kinesics. Thank you, BCat. Sorry, for some reason I thought, oh wait, Soul Life said it? Who said it first? Somebody tell me who actually said it first, because I can't do both. I can't look at the intricacies of chat, which is taking control of the show already. Good job, guys. But yeah, I just really wish people like that individual who we were watching just before this video would wake up to the fact that the world isn't just them and the people that they like, like, that's a fucking shitty, closed-minded worldview. Open up, pal. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, we are moving on to the next video, which the title alone is depressing and doomerific. It is titled "The World's Largest Iceberg on the Move After Dislodging from the Ocean Floor."
Antarctica's iceberg A23A had been stuck to the ocean floor for decades, but it broke free last November. Satellite imagery from recent months shows it gradually heading north towards open water. The size is enormous, with a surface area of about 1,500 square.
I didn't even. Here's the thing, guys. We've made it to the point where I was essentially falling asleep during my research. So I haven't watched this video. I saw the title and was like, oh, great. We're going to have to watch this. And this graph, or, well, it's not really a graph. This, this slide here with these two images in front of us are disturbing. If you're not seeing what I'm seeing, it is it's honestly like a meme. This is like a straight up meme. Like, this is like a chat meme. Like, if we had these emotes, it'd be in chat. Like iceberg bigger than Rhode Island. Says it all, really, folks. Says it all. Iceberg bigger. Rhode Island. Rhode Island. The state of Rhode Island. If you're not up to date on United States geography.
Miles. Iceberg A23A is larger than the state of Rhode Island. Dr. Andrew Myers joins us. He's a polar ocean science leader with the British Antarctic Survey and has studied the iceberg in person. So take us up close and personal. You've seen this iceberg, but what does it look like?
It's really impressive to see. It's a colossal wall of ice that extends from one horizon to the other. So we spent around about 7 hours steaming just along this wall of ice. That's around about 40 or so meters high. So it's effectively a wall on one side of your ship, as far as you can see.
Wow, you know, glaciers up close, you know, can look a little dirty, right, because of the air and other types of pollution. Is this relatively clean because it's been...
And like the thing about that is like, I mean, we've already discussed the size of this thing, but think about that. Because remember, icebergs, thanks to the movie Titanic, we all know icebergs are mostly submerged under the water. So if it's so big that while passing on a ship, it looks like a wall, like a solid wall. Talking about a literal state-sized iceberg. No other way to put that. In fact, it's so inflammatory sounding that it sounds fake.
On the ocean floor, or what's sort of the texture of it?
So it's very pristine white ice. So this ice has basically been sitting on the Antarctic.
I feel like I've heard Afghan monkey punch referenced in chats before, but have never taken the time to Google them. So I'm gonna have to start writing down recommendations I've been hearing.
Continent for many thousands or even millions of years since it first fell as snow, and then it moved out into the ocean as part of an ice shelf before 40 years ago, snapping off and sitting more or less in the same place near the Antarctic coastline. And then about 2 years ago, it came loose and has been working its way out of the sea ice. And just earlier a few months ago, we were there, as you can see in the footage, and it is now making its way northwards out into the open ocean.
Wow, I'm just putting my glasses on there to look at that a little bit. It's almost like a little bit blue along the ridge with the water. Is that just a reflection, or is that actually the color of the ice?
Yeah, I think that's largely...
We're only like, I want to say about 35% of the way through all my stuff, maybe a little bit more. And I feel like we've already hit Doomer level 11.
But you can get some absolutely beautiful ice. This ice here is largely white. That's due to tiny air bubbles that are actually trapped inside the ice, which actually have a really great scientific purpose for actually allowing us to measure the air from thousands of years ago. But you can get other sorts of ice.
Wait a minute. So you're saying there's air trapped in that ice that's allowing you to assess what the atmosphere was like maybe 10 or 20 or 30,000 years ago?
Absolutely. It's one of the projects of the British Antarctic Survey that we undertake is we take ice cores. At the moment, they're searching for a million-year-old core, so that allows us to measure ice back in millions of years. It's really how we understand what the climate.
I have to go back 30 seconds. I got distracted by a Discord message just now. That is my fault.
Wait a minute. So you're saying there's air trapped in that ice that's allowing you to assess what the atmosphere was like maybe 10 or 20 or 30,000 years ago?
Absolutely. It's one of the projects of the British Antarctic Survey that we undertake is we take ice cores.
Jesus fucking Christ. I know I already referenced the movie Don't Look Up, but wow. We've really, from the last video to this one, we've really shifted tones. Wow, oh, we found air, did we? In the iceberg that's floating through water that's almost surely gonna melt it all because that thing is supposed to be stuck to the ocean floor. On the ice sheet, not floating through the ocean.
At the moment,
maybe somebody will one day look back and measure the air that was around during the time we were still around.
They're searching for a million-year-old core, so that allows us to measure ice back in millions of years. It's really how we understand what the climate looked like over very long timescales before humans started effectively changing it.
Wow, that's an incredible benchmark, right? As we try and understand how climate is changing in the modern day. Okay, so where is it heading now?
So this is heading out into what's known as Iceberg Alley. So the process of icebergs breaking off from these ice shelves is quite a natural process. This is a very abnormally large one, though. And this will move off into the open ocean. As it encounters that sea ice-free water, which is significantly warmer, it will gradually break up. But because it is so massive, it could go a very long way and potentially interact with some of the subantarctic islands and all the wildlife that live on them on its way.
And just in the last few seconds, I mean, how did you get interested in this area of science? Is it like being young and you want to be an archaeologist and you woke up one day and went, Eureka, I want to be an...
Oh, chat, I love you. Thank you for keeping things light. I'm glad that we've come to the conclusion that Rhode Island is in fact haunted. Ah, God. The tone shifted so hard. This lady is trying to keep it so light right now while this guy talks about some stuff that's like monumentally important. Oh, no.
Ice scientist?
Okay.
How does that work?
Well, I always loved the ocean. I grew up near the ocean and it was something I wanted to do. But it's a really important part of the global climate. The Southern Ocean actually takes up most of the heat that humans have actually generated since the start of the Industrial Revolution. And it's how it changes into the future, which is something we really poorly understand and is influenced by these mega icebergs as they melt, is something that it has great potential consequences for our future in the coming decades and centuries. So it's something that I'm really passionate about understanding, and getting to go to these places and see icebergs like this is really one of the big bonuses.
Okay. Way to end it on a positive note. I guess we'll go straight into this next one. I'm like at a loss for words. Because like when you combine those two ones that we just watched, like it is so well, it's disconcerting, but that's the first one I think of. But it's really why can't I think of it? Why can't I'm struggling with words today, Chad. I'm so sorry. It like makes you feel like disencouraged, you know? Okay, climate change and loss of sea ice putting polar bears at risk of starvation. Caller, camera show. Next, humans. Sorry, that last part was editorial. Sorry, Doomer.
Ultimately, unless we reduce, slow, and eventually stop the loss of sea ice, in a very long-term picture, it is inevitable that we lose polar bears, because there's no such thing as a polar bear without sea ice.
We monitored 20 polar bears on land in Wapusk National Park, Canada. We used GPS video camera collars on them that provided us information about their behaviors and what they were eating while they were on land. And we simultaneously measured their energy expenditure and monitored changes in their body mass. What we found is on average, the bears lost about 1 kilogram per day, which is pretty similar to what's been found in bears in this population in the past when they're on land. So polar bears are one of the most carnivorous species in the world, and they actually eat almost exclusively the fat and blubber from the seals that they catch.
In this study, almost all the bears ate berries at least at one point, or other terrestrial vegetation. Almost half the bears ate some bird carcasses that they found. So those terrestrial food sources these polar bears are taking in, it basically does them no good. And that's the main takeaway from the study. The collars all also have these mechanisms that where the collar is cinched on, there's a little timer. And when that timer goes off, a little device releases and the catch that is securing the collar in place opens up. And then the collar simply drops off and falls to the ground or falls to the sea ice.
Our research highlights the fact that it's the younger bears that are probably at the greatest risk of starvation, particularly subadults and dependent cubs, given the fact that they aren't able to accumulate as much stored energy relative to adult bears that are larger and much more skilled at hunting when they're on the sea ice.
I think when we talk about could polar bears go extinct, there's an unspoken question there of like, could they go extinct soon? And total extinction of the species soon is not going to happen. But total extinction of the species, unless we stop sea ice loss, is eventually a certainty.
This sound out here is bad news.
No, it should be more firm.
On Minnesota's frozen Mille Lacs Lake, we measure about 13 inches of ice. In a normal February, it should be more than 2 feet.
And normally you'd have snow on top of it and it'd be all solid, good, clear ice.
But thanks to an unseasonably warm winter, a lake that should be covered in ice fishing villages is a ghost town.
What has this season been like? It's been pretty non-existent.
When we visited earlier this month, Linda Eno's Twin Pines Resort should have been buzzing with hundreds of ice fishers. But this year, about the...
What has this season been like? It's been pretty non-existent.
When we visited earlier this month, Linda Eno's Twin Pines Resort should have been buzzing with hundreds of ice fishers. But this year, about the only thing feeling the chill is her business.
My bartender, my cooks, you know, the hours, my waitresses, they are truly the victims of this.
So you just don't have as much work for them?
No, I have practically zero work for them.
Beyond slumping sales, late and thin ice can mean more rescues across the country.
I got you.
That's the other thing. Like, to be honest, even though I wasn't really listening to that guy that much, I could see his face talking and I knew what he was saying. And like, I am like so tired of hearing people like that, you know, try to frame everything from this capitalist perspective when in fact capitalism will really struggle to do its thing. We saw what happened during the pandemic, right? But if climate disasters increase enough, the supply chain will be affected by that as well, right? I can't say for sure, but in my estimation, it would definitely be more than the pandemic. Okay. Let's continue.
Even for wildlife.
Minnesota is known as the
like I don't know if everybody heard what she said, but like just to provide context to why I said that, like she was saying that her like she's unable to employ people, right? So and it's just based upon the fact that the sea ice is lower, right? They're used to having ice fishing and all this other stuff, and I'm pretty sure that ice fishing also includes tourism dollars, because rich people, or at least people with enough money to be like, let's go to where was this? I think they said Alaska, but you know what I mean? Like, let me go off to the middle of nowhere and do some ice fishing, sort of thing. Like, I'm not saying that the locals don't, but you know what I mean? Like, it's all part of like the local economy, and when the biome suddenly changes, the local economy changes, right? Like, what if upstate New York stopped having leaves? What if Vermont stopped having skiing? What if there's so many examples, right? Colorado, oh my god, there's like 15 like ski towns in Colorado that would not exist without snow. Like the things, like, you know what I mean? Like good luck enjoying Florida beaches when they're underwater, right? Like like I get, there are so many things, like Miami would go from being a city worth whatever, like $1 trillion or something like that, if you were to like add it all up, and be worthless.
10,000 lakes, and every one of them is supposed to freeze over like this in the winter. But the state says that climate change is taking its toll. Over the last 50 years or so, the lake ice season here has shrunk by up to 2 weeks.
This season especially bizarre and frustrating for Michael Lenkowski.
Most days I feel like we're all crabs in a slowly boiling pot.
Who's been ice fishing since age 4.
The fish have been biting like crazy, and there's nobody fishing.
He tries to come out every day.
Well, I sit in my house fixing gear and just waiting to come.
He's one of the people not scared away by warm weather.
What does that mean to you?
I'm very thankful for every single person that walks through my door. very thankful.
As our ever-changing world puts winter fun at risk of literally melting away. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News, Mille Lacs Lake, Minnesota.
And thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
The New York Times.
Okay, and now we're going to switch over to a climate-related topic, but slightly different vibe. You'll see here shortly.
Reports several major investment firms are leaving a group founded to fight climate change. The group, Climate Action 100 Plus, says it's made up of 700 investment firms that manage $68 trillion in wealth. Climate Action's mission is to have those
68 trillion. What a nonsense number.
Investors to use their influence to get 170 target companies to reduce emissions. But opposition from states' attorneys general and some Republican lawmakers has made association with the group a legal and PR risk. For more, let's bring in Aaron Kramer. He's president and CEO of the Business for Social Responsibility, or BSR, a global nonprofit. Thank you so much for being here. Let's step back and do a little defining of terms. ESG. What is ESG? And give us just a little bit of the background before we go forward.
You bet. So ESG is a term that's being hotly debated, but let's take it, as you say, down to the basics. ESG is a tool through which companies consider a range of factors that are central to their strategies, to their operations, to their investments, their innovation, and to look at the future. How do they understand how the world is changing and how that will affect what they need to do to be forward-looking businesses that deliver the goods? So that includes looking at how the energy transition will affect them. That considers how changing demographics in the country and around the world might affect their workforce and their customer base, and how diversity is an important thing. It has to do with supply chain risk. It has to do with corporate governance. So these are core business concepts, and I think some of the debate over ESG has distorted that fact, and it's important to bring it back to what it really means.
The critique being that ESG, which stands for caring about the environment and social responsibility, that those are, the critics would say, not core to these companies. And as a result, the CEOs or whoever else is making these decisions don't have their eye on the ball, which is making whatever it is they're supposed to.
I gotta go back. I got distracted by a situation over here.
To be
sure
forward-looking businesses that deliver the goods. So that includes looking at how the energy transition will affect them. That considers how changing demographics in the country and around the world might affect their workforce and their customer base, and how diversity is an important thing. It has to do with supply chain risk. It has to do with corporate governance. So these are core business concepts, and I think some of the debate over ESG has distorted that fact, and it's important to bring it back to what it really means.
The critique being that ESG, which stands for caring about the environment and social responsibility, that those are, the critics would say, not core to these companies. And as a result, the CEOs or whoever else is making these decisions don't have their eye on the ball, which is making whatever it is they're supposed to make. Is that essentially the critique?
That's the critique.
Okay. So I've got a little context for this to give. Now, obviously, companies leaving over equity and like all this is ridiculous, right? But I just want to make clear which companies left. It is JP Morgan Asset Management and State Street Global Advisors, two of the largest hedge funds on the planet Earth, worth trillions of dollars. I think they said $63 trillion combined. I mean, wow. They have zero responsibility to anyone. They serve no community aside from the you know, the country club community that they're a part of, and their own self-interested bullshit ways. But yeah, just remember who it is. Keep those names in your mind. J.P. Morgan and State Street. J.P. Morgan and motherfucking State Street Global Capital.
Not sure that there is a lot of factual basis for that, because investors pay very close attention to every decision that comes out of a boardroom, out of the C-suite, and there just really isn't a lot of evidence that companies are somehow diverting resources away from core business questions to political matters. That's the argument. I don't think it holds up.
So why then are JP Morgan and BlackRock, what are they doing in response to this current environment?
Well, the reality is that there is more political pressure. There is a lot of economic volatility in the world. There are arguments being made that somehow antitrust considerations might be violated through some of these actions. And while that hasn't been tested and certainly hasn't been proven, that is causing...
Sorry, we're adding BlackRock to that list. It's JP Morgan, State Street, and BlackRock.
Some companies to think twice about certain actions. I think it's important to distinguish between staying a part of a group like Climate Action 100, which continues to deliver great value, by the way, and commitments to climate change. And that is not going into reverse.
So explain that. Help me with that distinction you've just made.
So this is one collaboration. It's got several hundred companies or investment firms participating in it. That is one aspect of what they are doing as investment firms. And in fact, money continues to flow into the clean energy economy, $1.8 trillion in 2023, up 22% from the prior year. So that money is continuing to flow regardless of some...
And let's be real. Let's be really, really real. Oh, hold on. Ruling class indeed, BCAT. No, I agree with that for sure. Some of the greatest evils are absolutely done through those companies that just left. But let's take a look at the remaining companies that are actually in it. Because these people, while they are using this to get positive publicity, these are some of the worst offenders of environmental mistreatment, right, and pollution and general what do you call it? Pillaging, like, of resources from the earth. Like, these are the people. I mean, come on. Berkshire Hathaway, Exxon, Chevron, GE, GM, BP. Come on. Like, just because they're on the focus, they don't deserve any sort of awards until they decide to stop making profits off of ruining the earth and literally just decimating ecosystems. Then I don't think they deserve any praise. Same thing for companies like like ConocoPhillips. They're also a oil and like these guys are, these companies would not exist effectively without oil and gas, right? Mercedes-Benz, Honda, Suzuki. Granted, Honda has been, out of all of these people, I would say, like, been genuinely putting efforts into trying to lower carbon emissions, right? So we're going to skip over Honda and say, hey, Honda, like, you're doing okay. You could definitely do a whole lot more, but thank you for being slightly better than the worst people on earth. It's a hard sell. Oh God, let's just move on.
This debate.
So is the distinction then that people should keep in mind, one is money that goes to investing in a solar panel firm, and the other is money that's used as leverage to get other companies to behave in a more equitable fashion.
Well, I think the real distinction is
about that. I really almost forgot about the fact that Betsy DeVos's brother, is it her brother-in-law, runs BlackRock? It's either her brother or brother-in-law, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, totally exited my mind and is now front of mind. That family is really doing like their part in ruining the planet, aren't they? My God. Overachievers.
Between being part of one single group that still has several hundred members and the activities that companies undertake each and every day, whether it's their investments or their advocacy and so on.
How is, as a final question, how has the effectiveness been of climate action?
Well, climate action has raised awareness. It's been an opportunity for learning amongst the different firms. It's been very successful in that regard, and I think the work will continue, you know, as things proceed.
1.5 degrees
global warming
in
the next 5
we
years.
jumped immediately
accelerating
into this.
climate.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's take a second. Hold on. Let me look at what we're doing here. Get myself re-prepared. Oh, God. My butt is exit only. Your butt, your choice. This is all good. These are all great. What emoji would you prefer? It's a great question. It's a great question. And we could always make our own emoji commands for this chat. And I still pine for the days when the MR Nightbot worked, and hopefully it will be back to working soon. What am I? Who? What now? Oh, yes. Let's read the title of this. Okay, this is probably going to be slightly a continuation of the stuff we've seen before, but might as well just continue to drive this point home.
1.5 degrees
global warming
in the next 5 years.
The accelerating climate crisis has really been hitting the headlines lately. But wait, 1.5 degrees by 2027? Recently this made the news.
for the first time ever.
Global warming has exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius
for an entire year.
It was actually anticipated that this important threshold would only be reached in the next few years or the next decade, but now scientists recently published data showing that we just passed this benchmark. So let's actually clarify what's happening here. Have we already exceeded the key 1.5 degree limit agreed in the Paris Climate Accord for good? And why has this red line already been crossed?
There is this tendency towards higher temperature, and this is largely driven by changes in greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, so the CO2 and water vapor and methane and so on. And this has been the main driver for this constant warming. But superimposed.
Oh God, this makes me want to do something else too. I feel like I'm just going to write it down so I don't forget. I'm going to search it over here in this window. Fuck. Okay, back to this. By the way, since I have this paused right now, I just want to say something to all of you in chat. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and hit the bell icon too.
To this warming, there are oscillations, there are fluctuations.
One of those fluctuations is exceptionally high solar activity. The other is a warm weather phenomenon called El Niño. Translated from Spanish, El Niño means the child or the boy.
It sounds harmless.
But it's not.
Last seen in 2016, it led to the world's hottest year on record.
That's because El Niño impacts ocean temperature, which in turn affects the climate.
So the El Niño phase is also called the warm phase, because as the upwelling of cold water on the coastline of South America and the Western Pacific is suppressed, the overall temperatures in the Pacific rise.
El Niño is a natural climate cycle and is associated with changing wind patterns and higher water temperatures in the East Pacific, so basically the ocean off the coast of Ecuador, Colombia and Costa Rica. Here's a NASA illustration from a previous El Niño event. Warmer waters just several degrees above average temperatures in the region influence ocean currents and weather patterns in large parts of the world.
All of a sudden, the rather wet areas in Indonesia and Australia have a dry anomaly. And in South America, you have very wet conditions in areas that are normally very dry. And with these patterns, there's also extreme weather related.
And higher temperatures in the atmosphere. How much warmer it will get during the current El Niño is still unclear. The good news, the phenomenon is expected to end by spring this year. But is that a reason to relax? Unfortunately not.
An analogy I like is like a ball rolling down a slope. And that's the climate change. The ball keep going down because there is a slope. And then on top of this slope, there are stones and holes and branches or things that may affect the trajectory of the ball. And so the ball bounces around in different directions. And that's the El Nino, the variation in the solar input, the volcanic eruption, or all the rest. But still, after a while, the ball will be farther down the slope.
Floods in Pakistan, wildfires in Croatian tourist centers last year, heavy storms in Brazil in January, heat waves around the world. Weather extremes linked to planetary heating are already causing
I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream, Gabby. Soul Life is smiley face, Soul Life is Santa Claus emoji. We can't add your okay. Galactic News Nation chat really is the best chat.
Catastrophic damages to lives and economies. And that's all on top of bringing the planet closer to climate thresholds that trigger rapid and probably irreversible changes.
I call them critical organs of the Earth that are important for planetary stability as a whole. And examples for tipping elements are the Greenland ice sheet, which has approximately 7 meters of sea level rise, the Western Arctic ice sheet, which has between 3 to 5 meters of sea level rise if melted down.
Other systems in danger to tip over are coral reefs and the Amazon. Recently, scientists expressed alarm over the latest findings that the so-called AMAC, a system of ocean currents in the Atlantic, is about to shift due to rapid ice melt. If it were to fail, Europe would see a dramatic drop in temperatures of up to 10 degrees on average. In southern hemisphere countries, warming could intensify, and in the Amazon region, the rainy and dry season could be reversed. Sea levels would rise at a speed that would make it impossible for humans to adapt in time.
So all these systems are now showing signs of a beginning instability, and that warns us basically that we should stop global warming as soon as we can and then get back to safe temperatures, which are on the order, long-term on the order of 1 degree. And the higher we get above 1.5 degrees, which is really a physical limit, the more or the higher the risk is that we lose some of these elements.
In 2015, the global community agreed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. A global pact to prevent potentially irreversible effects of climate change, but the Paris Agreement target refers to a long-term temperature average over a 20 to 30-year period. Breaching 1.5 once doesn't mean that from now on we will necessarily do so every year.
We are moving towards that world, and we indeed have seen the first occurrence of a 12-month period where this has happened. And next year or in 2 years' time will be just more likely for this to happen. And we are, in a sense, from a climate point of view, already in a 1.5 world, without being yet there in the terms of the Paris Agreement.
But that doesn't make this new record less alarming. Global CO2 emissions are still rising, and we are burning more coal, oil and gas than ever, with these countries using most of it. At the same time, investment in renewables is accelerating. Solar, wind, green energies are being deployed.
We just passed a graph without examining it. Need a graph examination. Oh God. That's what I thought it was. That's what I thought it was. Oh boy. This is a what do you call it? A graphical, like a graphical representation of the fossil fuel consumption in 2022 measured in, I think that says mega terawatt hours. I can't see it because the DW logo's in the way. That might be mega terawatt hours. It's hard. It's genuinely difficult to read. But either way, you can see who the biggest producers of fossil, or the not producers, biggest consumers of fossil fuels are here in the United States, China, and then it would seem Mexico, Canada, Russia, India, Iran, and Saudi Arabia are all on the same page, followed by what appears to be, what is that? Germany? Shit. Once I get, I think that's Germany. Anyway.
Investment in renewables is accelerating. Solar, wind, green energies are being deployed at record rates in places like the EU and China.
Yes, Mono.
But the decarbonization of the economies must speed up if heads of government want to keep their promises and permanently limit global warming to 1.5 degrees.
Oh god, let's watch that again. That was so satisfying. I want to make a montage of these videos. Watch it happen.
The economies must speed up
Watch the smoke
if heads
go
of
back
government
into
want
the
to keep their
smokestacks.
promises
Oh,
and
yeah.
permanently limit global warming to 1.5 degrees.
Oh, it's so nice. Okay. Back over here. What do we got next? What is next? That was new climate data. Oh god. Yep, back to this is going to be more along the same sort of vibe as the video we watched before this, but it's probably going to examine the economics of this situation even more, which may be painful, but I'm here. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you get through. Okay, switching scene. There we go. All right, and the title of this one: World needs trillions of dollars to tackle climate change. COP28 President Jaber.
The head of 2023 climate talks has said that the world needs trillions of dollars to tackle the climate crisis. COP28 President Sultan Al Jaber has warned that political momentum can evaporate without clear action. Now, at an event in Paris organized by the International Energy Agency, he said that finance is the key enabler of positive change at the required speed and scale. The president
You feel free to get sleep whenever you need it, my dogs. Goth, I will not detain you from necessary sleeping. No one has to go by my sleep schedule, which is a nonsense. It's not even. I was going to say a nonsense schedule, but that is doing the word schedule a disservice.
hailed progress made at the negotiations last year in Dubai, where countries agreed to transition away from polluting fossil fuels. But the deal lacked important details such as funding, putting the onus on this year's COP29 meeting in Azerbaijan. Experts say that funding agreed this year will also play an important role in encouraging governments to toughen their decarbonization targets. The needs already far outstrip the money available. The UN-backed climate finance expert group has estimated that emerging economies, except China, will need to spend around $2.4 trillion a year by the end of the decade. Recognition of the scale of support needed has put the focus on expanding sources of funding. The World Bank and International Monetary Fund are under pressure to align their lending.
Let's just ask ourselves a question. I wonder why there's this little bridge here. Oh, right. There's supposed to be some water there. And you can see that it hasn't been wet for at least a while. My guess would be at least a couple of weeks. And you can see that there's water line marks, right, where the caked mud on the walls is different colors. So you can tell that at one time it used to be even much higher, but it's been even longer since it was there.
With the goal of capping global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Now, the COP28 president has said that the world must now raise the bar and start thinking trillions not billions. He said countries must update their plans to tackle climate change, known as nationally determined contributions. Jaber welcomed an initiative by UAE to hold pivotal 2025 talks with Azerbaijan and Brazil, the hosts of the next 2 UN climate summits.
Political momentum can dissipate.
Here's my question that I've been asking myself for a while. What does the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia do when they can no longer sell oil? It's just a question, just a thing I'm pondering. I genuinely don't have the answer to that, and I hope he has an answer for that, because there's like 50 million people that live in. Wait, hold on. I could be wrong.
Own connotations and
Whoa,
meaning. And
why do I have two YouTubes going? Don't you go doing that to me. I'm just gonna look this up. Should have just typed Saudi Arabia. I was close. 36 million. Yeah, so, you know, there's like 36 million people depending on the oil of Saudi Arabia. Just in terms of human suffering, you know, and I'm not saying, just make sure you're not getting me wrong here. I'm not saying that they should continue doing it. I'm just saying I hope that he has a good plan to keep those people from suffering, because that would be an unfortunate situation. But they got to stop doing what they're doing. And at some point, I don't know if you're familiar with the term peak oil, but it's been floated around for like 60 years, and it's a real thing, even though most people pretend like it just doesn't exist, because the oil and gas industry tricked people into thinking it doesn't exist by fracking, by using oil sands in Canada, whatever it's called, oil sands. It's something like, I think it's oil sands. Point is the oil industry is doing everything it can to make $1 on a barrel of oil. And the second that they can't, and that pulling a barrel of oil out of the ground is somehow more expensive than it is to sell, we run out of options, right? Like, and we need to find a way to actually use the resources we have now to guarantee a good future, rather than continuing to double down on infrastructure that makes no sense on a long-term scale. Anyways, back to somebody else smarter than me talking, I'm sure.
And in a way, fade away or disappear between COPs. And great initiatives can fall through the cracks. We all have seen it over the past 27 COPs. That is why, just a few days ago, and together with the upcoming presidencies of COP29 and COP30, we launched the COP.
What's happening? I'm missing. What is the blue part? I don't know. What blue part are we talking about even? Is there something on my screen that's blue that shouldn't be blue? Looks fine.
Presidency's Troika. The Troika will be for the first time, bridge the gap between COPs. It will lock in continuity.
Goa has become India's first state to get World Bank's climate funds. The government of Goa has announced partnership with the World Bank to establish a blended finance facility. The arrangement is aimed at bolstering climate resilience of the coastal state. The initiative marks a significant step towards accessing and mobilizing concessional finance to implement low-carbon and climate-resilient investments. With this, Goa is in fact setting an example for other coastal states in India.
India is making huge strides in the response to climate change, with notable wins, especially in renewable energy. And that has positioned the country as a global leader for climate action. We learned quite a bit from India. India is currently the world's 4th largest renewables market and has consistently invested close to $10 billion a year into renewable energy for the past 5 years.
Under the framework, the government of Goa signed memoranda of understanding with key financial institutions. The facility is designed to play.
I know $10 billion a year seems like a lot, But trying to do the the research here in real time. Oh God. Okay, I think I can do this. 142, 152. How much does a liter of gas cost? I know how much a gallon costs. Wait, so it'd be like whatever. Euros. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, they consume nearly 300 billion euros worth of gasoline product, right? Like and not like I'm saying not oil specifically, because you can make products out of oil that aren't gas. But so it's like it's gas and diesel, and there was a third one, but I can't remember what that one was, but it was the most insignificant of the statistics in terms of volume. So talking about 300 billion, so 10 billion and 300 billion is what is that, 3%? It's not a lot, right? 10 billion sounds like a lot because with normal people it is a lot, and but it's a drop in the bucket. I hope I'm wrong.
A dual role. Firstly, it will assist projects with existing funding or established commercial viability to access financing. Second, it will also be used for channeling finance to projects and sectors with no existing funding or unattractive risk or return profiles. The announcement of the blended finance facility was made during the 2024 edition of the World Bank's India Climate and Development.
Wait, what is my dog saying here? It's a very long message. It says, at Robert, in Alberta, federal government has 175 million for us to build renewable energy sources. The conservative provincial government decided to halt any renewable energy resources. Oh, that's smart. That's good. That's great. That's very on brand for this podcast right now. Very doomerific, if I don't say myself.
Partners meet. The annual conference is being held in Panaji from February 19th to 21st. In his address at the meet, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant emphasized the significance of resilience in achieving Goa's vision of balance and prosperity.
Our Goa State Action Plan for Climate Change from 2023 to 2033 is one of the most consulted plan for upcoming decade in response to climate change.
In Sri Lanka, mangrove forests are an immensely valuable coastal ecosystem that thrive at the border between land and sea. But it is under the threat of climate change. Sri Lanka's mangrove regeneration initiative is aimed...
I'm always doing this to you, chat. You know, we get 30 seconds through a video and I gotta stop it and be like, oh my God, like we gotta talk about this thing. I think I might have to add this to my list. Might have to do a weekend. Well, I'm definitely going to be streaming for the weekend as well. But I need to come up with a list of stuff now. Might have to just do a all weekend long Doomer report because I have so much goddamn Doomer news that I'm you know, this podcast might go until freaking 3 in the morning today. Who knows? Write down methane and mangroves. But the reason I'm stopping is because mangroves are an incredibly important part of the ecosystem. And if you're not aware, they protect coastlines from erosion. They also happen to have some very important species that usually tend to live among them with the right climate, but if they are, they're quite resilient. But the more that anyways, I'll let them describe more of it. I'm just the second I saw this, I was like, yep, this is one of the problems that we just don't even consider. It's just like it's a single species of, well, I think it's a species with sub genuses or whatever it's called. So there's multiple, I think, subgenuses of mangroves, but it's basically just one tree, right? And so who's thinking about this one tree? Oh, big deal. That's kind of the big deal. Okay.
Bringing these mangrove forests back to life. The initiative is science-driven and co-led by local communities and is focused on restoring the natural balance in the ecosystem. Mangrove forests in Sri Lanka serve as an important bridge between marine and terrestrial biodiversity. Now, the livelihoods of coastal communities in Sri Lanka are therefore highly dependent on them. Since the initiative was launched in 2015, efforts have already resulted in 500 hectares of restored mangroves, benefiting 150 households. About 10,000 hectares are slated for restoration by 2030, with 5,000 households to benefit and more than 4,000 new jobs to be created. Partners in this initiative include the Sri Lanka Ministry of Environment and the governments of Australia, United States and the United Kingdom. Now, in recognition of the nation's vital efforts to rebuild and restore this unique ecosystem, Sri Lanka has now been declared as a UN World Restoration Flagship by the United Nations Environment Programme. Sri Lanka is slated to receive the award at the UN Environment.
My stream, my rules. I appreciate that. When the buffer zone of swamps are gone, it's not going to be pretty. Absolutely. Yeah. That's the thing. Is that the mangroves provide a separation between these sort of like mini ecosystems, if you will, and then suddenly you start having bleed through between them, and it has effects that we don't even consider, right? Like nature is mysterious. Like, you know, a ship comes across the ocean from China and a bug shows up. Like, for instance, I think it was the lanternfly most recently, or the stink bugs. I can't remember which one it was. Actually, the stink bugs might have been a different thing. But yeah, like there was, you know, there's stuff like this, and we don't even consider it. We don't consider the effects because it's not in front of our eyes, once again. So hopefully putting things in front of your eyes will help will help not only all of us, but eventually other people to pay attention to some of this, fingers crossed. But yeah, I just gonna get back to this. I think I caught all the messages in chat. Yeah, giving people time to process here.
Environmental Assembly, which will be held in Nairobi on the 27th. The award highlighting globally significant best practices and methodologies that can potentially serve as a framework for future success across the world. Well, the cherry blossom season in Japan is one of the most highly anticipated in the calendar. This time, cherry blossoms are in full bloom earlier than usual. While it seems like good news, it really is not. The early arrival of the delicate white-pink flowers has raised concerns. Cherry blossoms flowered earlier than usual in various cities in Japan. These flowerings are culturally significant in Japan, where festivals are held to coincide with the blooms. Now, the country's meteorologists have said, in fact, linked this increasingly early blooms to climate change. Tokyo experienced unusually warm weather on Tuesday, with Japan's meteorological agency recording a high of 23.7 degrees Celsius in the center of the Japanese capital. In Isesaki City in Gunma Prefecture, the temperatures climbed above 25 degrees Celsius. And this is according to reports. Moreover, temperatures are forecast to plunge again in the week.
That's peaceful. The moment, everybody just breathe it in, you know? Sort of imagine the smell of cherry blossoms, hopefully. You know. Oh God, and right back to the doom.
Warm for this time of year. It's a bit unusual that the weather is warm enough for me to feel a bit sweaty.
Oh, right.
My body cannot get you.
I got too excited. You're right. It shouldn't be flowering in February. I didn't even catch the context of that video because I saw something happening in chat. Fuck. Is that what that was? Well, that's disappointing. I'd take it all back. Everybody, well, don't lose that sense of peace and calm. You're gonna need it for the rest of the stream. But that is deeply unfortunate. That's the thing. Like, think about how the animals of the earth respond to things like this, right? Like, for instance, like birds. In North America, migratory birds have instinctual, I believe, magnetic, like, at least the ones that are migratory, right? I think I said migratory. Have like some sort of like built-in biological like understanding of like the Earth's magnetism, and they go with what the seasons are supposed to be. But if they're being altered by humans, like, their biology, like, evolution takes a fucking long time, you know? And you can destroy it in a second. Like, there's plenty of species that have been like gone extinct that took, you know, millennia, if not well, I don't know the word for, but like literal like millions of years to evolve, and then we're absolutely snuffed out by human interaction with nature. And,
It was cold yesterday.
You know, something as simple as blossoms, buds on trees coming too early could have huge effects that I mean, I personally can't think of exactly what it would be, but I imagine that it would be potentially negative for what do you call it? Like native species, and then invasive species would be more prone to affecting their environments negatively.
And now it's warm today. I don't know what to do about my clothes. It's a pain.
In Italy's Milan, residents woke up to a thick blanket of smog. They restored to wearing face masks outdoors. Some of them suffered from skin irritation and experienced...
Oh my God, face masks? Uh-oh. Wow. Oh, authoritarianism. Just kidding. Just kidding.
eye discomfort due to the dirty
like
air.
Just wanted to make
this
a joke.
comes at a
just
day after a Swiss
lighten
private
things.
company specializing in protections against air pollutants ranked Milan as the third most polluted city in the world, after China's Chengdu and Dhaka and Bangladesh.
Are we speed running the bad stuff, Gabby? We can slow it down. We can absolutely slow it down, and that's not a problem. If you feel like we need to discuss stuff more, I can slow it down. I just felt like I felt like it was coming across pretty well. If you feel like we should slow it down, maybe I'll take a little bit more time and try and assess things slightly more. Maybe you're right. Unless you prefer us speed running the bad stuff, because that was it wasn't entirely what I was trying to do. I was partly, to be perfectly honest, like I've been a bit wrapped up by all of this right here along with you. You know, like just kind of staring at this like abyss of terrible, and trying to understand it as best as I can, so that I can not only, you know, like know what's happening, but that I can properly explain it to people. And I'll do what I'm just gonna. It seems like everybody's cool. Do my thing. Okay. Take my time. Thank you. No, I'll just keep my general pace, I suppose, and I'll just check in with how I'm feeling, every 30 minutes or so. In fact, I'll probably take a break, quick break, 5, 10, and like an hour. But I never actually leave. I'm always here.
Milan's mayor and environmental activists agreed that the ranking is unreliable.
Okay, perfect pace. great.
It's disgusting right now. You can really feel it. In fact, when you look into the distance, you can see that the sky is grey even if it's a cloudless day. The quality of air in Milan in general has never been very good, but right now it's disgusting.
They are impromptu findings done by a private company every now and then. One comes out with such figures. I am a bit fed up to answer to issues that are non-existing. We are working to improve air quality, period. ARPA maintains that the air quality is improving, but I think that it is not improving enough.
But the air pollution in northern Italy remains severe due to diesel cars, heating and industrial farming. Levels of fine particles and other pollutant agents in Milan's air has exceeded legal limits and ranks among the highest globally, according to the data by EU's Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service and Italian environmental lobby Legambiente from February.
Wow. Okay. Listening while you do dishes, Abe, my dogs. All right. That is the pro move. Being productive and being a doomer somehow. Truly impressive work. Also impressive work from Wyon on that short clip there. Actually, it's slightly longer than short. It was a medium-sized clip. Wyon is always on top of stuff, and I really appreciate them. Okay. We're getting through the list. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. This one's very short. I think I'm going to have to read for this because I think it has subtitles and no talking. More evacuation warnings issued as massive bushfire spreads in Australia.
We are sadly hearing reports of property loss that are starting to come through. Given the active nature of the fire and the difficult terrain in the area, it is going to take some time to assess the full extent of the damage. Also, too, they need to be able to go into areas that have been made safe.
Seems safe. Okay. Yeah, it was very short and to the point. Australia on fire for the second year in a row. In fact, maybe 3 years. I feel like I need to look this up. But it feels like it's been multiple years in a row that Australia's just been burning or infested with rats or something terrible. Okay, what is this? Oh God, no. We're not switching to this yet. This is a spoiler. Hold the phone. I almost spoilered something I was saving for the very end of the Doom Report for us to laugh at / mauled at. But that is not for now. Oh, we also missed this. Dang it. This is what happens when I fall asleep mid preparing for my show. Son of a bitch. Night, so life. Indeed, so life. If you can hear me right now in your dreams, we are with you. Okay, that means we're gonna switch to this one. Sorry, chat. I gotta readjust a couple of things here because getting thrown off by my own petard. Okay, this one is one of the longer of the segments that we have. So buckle your seats. This is actually from, I think, almost 2 years ago now. I did not put it in the correct order, but it was actually I was reminded by one of the other videos, and so now we are going to get into this one. This is a documentary on Arctic sinkholes done by Nova PBS official, and we're not going to watch the whole thing, but man, I don't know if any of you saw this one, but it's disturbing. And actually, let me just double check the date that it came out. So I have a decent memory. 2 years, almost to the day. I actually think I remember it now. Yeah, I really do. It was during winter. Like, it was like during, like, I want to say like February, March. It was like, it was literally right around the same time as the beginning of the escalated Ukraine invasion. And at the time, I was wondering if there was, for some reason, actually, I'm going to get into this now. Another crazy Galactic Streamlord conspiracy theory here. At the time when I saw this documentary for the first time, I had the sense that maybe it was connected, as beforehand for a number of years the Russians, obviously led by Vladimir Putin, had decided to start venturing out into the territory that is disputed north of Russia, that is technically part of the Arctic Circle, that is still on land, on like permafrost in the tundra. And then, I don't know, a couple years later, after seeing that they were building massive infrastructure out there to try and get, because I believe there's a great deal of, well, actually, I'm going to spoiler it if I say this next thing, but you'll see.
To thaw. In 2014, a helicopter crew flying over Siberia discovers something mysterious. A crater more than 80 feet wide and deeper than a 15-story building.
Oh, B-Cat, assuming I know reptilians. Know them, I hate them. They must be destroyed. Just kidding. I haven't seen any reptilians out here, just the reptiles on Earth. I believe they mostly eat bugs and plant life. Some of them are carnivorous.
Sinkholes are nothing new, but this is no ordinary sinkhole.
The ground has exploded. There's no way. This is not real.
More Siberian craters have since been discovered. There's even evidence they may be appearing in Alaska.
The lake bottom went from being flat, 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 and then it just dropped out.
And they show no sign of stopping. Now, scientists from around the globe race to understand a hidden world. Permafrost, a layer of frozen Earth spanning a quarter of the northern hemisphere's landmass. This ancient freezer is beginning to thaw, revealing its deepest secrets.
Pretty exciting. This is a mammoth bone right here.
Releasing over 500 million tons of carbon every year.
A mammoth
It was just insane. Like, the water.
Think about that. Like, you know?
Boiling.
Earth's sphincters are exploding. Know it. You've had a few good ones today, I gotta say. Now that one's funny. And all too real as well.
Around you.
And threatening local communities.
Houses need to be torn down. We're in the middle of a housing crisis.
Are the craters warning shots for our climate future?
That is not included in climate models. That's a scary wild card in the climate change story.
What new dangers lurk beneath this vast frozen landscape? And could they warm our planet even further? Arctic sinkholes, right now on Nova.
Holy crap indeed, good for Gabby. Holy crap indeed. It's intense, and you'll see what the cause of it is. I'm edging you slightly on it, I think. I don't think they said it just now, but man, this whole situation is messed up. And then I got plenty more to say after we get past the initial information. We can end this, but I just want to get through the first part of it where they go over the main points I want to go over, I think.
Square miles of freezing tundra. Located in northern Russia, the Yamal lies well above the Arctic Circle. It's home to around 10,000 indigenous Nenets people, most living as nomadic reindeer herders. In their language, Yamal means end of the land. It's now beginning to look like it.
Giant craters were spotted in the north of Russia. They popped up out of nowhere in the Yamal Peninsula.
When I first heard about the crater, I didn't believe it. I actually thought it was a made-up story.
Believe me, I remember this date and...
Chat. Oh, God. Doom toots. My God. Really keeping it just fantastic and fun for us while we go through the most doomerific possible stuff. I really appreciate it. It's making it a lot easier.
I will remember it forever because it was absolutely exciting, something I have never seen before.
The mysterious crater is 150 feet deep. Filled up with rainwater, its volume is greater than 10 Olympic swimming pools. The striking images go viral worldwide because no one can answer what caused it.
Dun 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 dun. What is it?
Vasily Bogoyevlensky is an expert on the geology of the Yamal. With other scientists, he choppers out to the scene.
By the way, chat, while they're not talking, I figured to ask a question. Do you think I should try and hook up a like a soundboard? Like, I don't have an actual like whatever stream I forget who makes the soundboards, like the big maker, but I've got like an NPC which I could technically use for that purpose, I think. So if people would want sound effects randomly during the stream, I've considered it. It's on my list of things that I might potentially do, but I'd love to get everybody's opinion on that. Anyways, back to...
When we just came to this crater, of course, we didn't know for sure what was there. We never saw something like that, never.
This isn't the first massive pit to open up. Across the world, gaping sinkholes have appeared due to water or erosion weakening the ground beneath.
So terrifying.
Swallowing cars whole and wreaking havoc in towns and cities.
By the earth. Just randomly.
But while the Yamal crater looks at first like an ordinary sinkhole, there's something unusual visible around the edges. Most sinkholes have a rim that is flat, not raised. And while sinkholes collapse inwards, the team discovers debris spread far outside the crater.
Pieces of rocks and ice are
New
flying,
nightmare level
sometimes
achieved.
in quite a long distance, from 200 meters to 500 meters, and in one case it was distance to 900 meters.
Debris like this can be thrown out by the impact of an asteroid. But there are no other signs of a massive object striking Earth. For the scientists, that leaves only one reasonable explanation: a gigantic natural explosion.
I don't know if there are many Earth system processes that have never occurred. I mean, in my lifetime, or at least to scientific understanding, that have never occurred and that we're starting to see as a new process.
So what could have provided the power for such a massive blast? There is no sign of lava or volcanic rock, so this clearly isn't a volcano. But exploring inside the crater, sampling the air and water at the bottom, the scientists do discover an intriguing clue. Unusually high levels of a single gas, methane. Used for cooking and heating, methane is a flammable gas made from carbon and hydrogen.
Yes, yes. So I think Chad has finally figured it out. Methane was the cause of these explosions and these sinkholes, which aren't sinkholes. They are like pockmarks. They're like mini craters created by explosions of methane gas. And that was the thing I was edging you guys on. That was the thing that made me think a lot and hard. A lot and hard. Yes, that's the correct way of saying things. On this subject of Russia and the war in terms of its potential sort of influence on this, because it literally happened like the month before Putin invaded Ukraine, and Ukraine happens to have a great deal of natural gas, right, and oil, and they have like all this the Nord 2 pipeline and all this other, isn't it the Nord? Maybe I'm wrong on some of that information, but the general idea of it is not wrong. And it was a thought, and it, who's to say exactly why, but it did feel like a desperate move made by a man whose big plans just got ruined. Because honestly, Putin was gloating about the fact that he was about to start getting all this methane from the Arctic Circle, and then the Arctic Circle starts blowing up in his face, literally. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway.
When combined with air, it ignites easily.
So this is huge bomb, methane bomb.
But before scientists can determine where the methane came from, more giant craters are discovered. Investigating, scientists find new evidence of methane. Since 2014, at least 8 confirmed craters have been found on or close to the Yamal. But the growing number of craters isn't the scientists' only concern. They notice a climate connection. 2014, when the first crater appears, followed one of the hottest years on record in Russia. And all the craters are discovered during a period of uncharacteristically warm weather in Siberia. Since the late 19th century, the average global temperature has risen around 2 degrees Fahrenheit. But the Arctic is warming faster. It's currently heating up around twice as fast as the rest of the planet. The scientists begin to ask, could the explosive craters be connected to climate change? If so, what might they be telling us about Earth's climate future? While scientists on the Yamal study the crater, elsewhere in the Arctic, another team is about to discover new pieces of the puzzle. This time in Alaska.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've got it's not a theory. Like, this is pretty much just an obvious thing, right? If you're familiar with the effects of methane, it actually happens to be the most like destructive, right? Like to the atmosphere, in terms of the what do you call it? Oh my god, my brain just broke. I think you know what I'm referencing, but somehow my words are failing me. And so, I think it's pretty easy to say, because, like, for instance, like I can't remember the name of that documentary, but it's not just one documentary. Now there's been, like, I think a dozen made on the subject, but the animal industry is the animal agriculture industry is the greatest contributor to climate change, because of methane being the highest problem for the ozone layer. I just remembered what it was. And so, like, we've been talking about climate for most of this podcast today, and we've seen the effects of our activity, but when the Earth starts getting involved, that's when we're in trouble, right? And some small group of scientists have been warning about this for a long time, right? If the permafrost in the tundra, which is a massive landmass in terms of percentage-wise of land on the Earth, starts to defrost, we are in trouble, right? And we're looking at it. This was 2 fucking years ago, and all day we've been watching essentially the effects of what's happening here, and it's a feedback loop, and people don't usually understand what that means, or well, they may have a kind of an idea of it, but you know what I mean? It's how exponential growth happens. It's how you see, graphs where it's just kind of dawdling along, and then suddenly it's a brick wall going straight up. Okay, I'm gonna stop monologuing and get back to the video.
Kotzebue, near Alaska's northwest coast. In 2017, a local pilot reports a lake that's behaving oddly. Now, a team of scientists that had been investigating returns to the site to continue its work.
So we just left Kotzebue, and then we crossed the Kotzebue Sound and into the mouth of the Noatek, which was this like beautiful sweeping landscape.
Look, there's the
sorry,
lake
I didn't
right
see
there.
all the chats. I was just prevaricating over here unnecessarily. Remember hearing about oligarchs buying up land in the Arctic? I would be like, oh geez, it's panic time. It's exactly right. It's exactly right, Gabby. I was hearing the same stuff, and I'm glad that we can together kind of go through this experience with support. Sinkholes from distraught. Yeah, exactly, Atticus. Like when the permafrost starts defrosting, the methane becomes dislodged, right? Because it's just being held by the fact that it's ice, and then the second it's not, it looks for the easiest place to escape, which is just up. What else was said here? B-Cat's going to be a cat in a box for about 10 minutes, still listening. It's fantastic, beautiful. You do what you gotta do. Oh my god, you live in Alaska, Gabby? That's crazy. That's nuts. I think I knew that, but
Man, that's exciting.
Far from the nearest town lies Easy Lake. Field technician Phil Hunka proceeds cautiously, hoping to avoid surprises.
Hey, Bear.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing.
Hey.
But beneath the streams of bubbles, the ground abruptly falls away. At
I
its
gotta go back
deepest,
a little
reaching
bit.
50
I jumped
feet.
ahead because I didn't want to just watch
Why
them
does
do
a-
the experiment. That
Even
seems
from a propane tank.
unnecessary, slightly. But they are measuring bubbles coming from this pond.
I was kicking really hard to stay down along the bottom, and I was moving my hands along it. And it went from this mushy lake bottom that was flat, 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 and then it just dropped out.
That gets deep so quickly.
Yeah.
It's like you're on the bottom, bottom's gone.
Sullivan finds the methane bubbles are streaming up from the hole in the lake floor.
Is that real footage?
The bubbling, it sounded like seeping gas, as if it was even from a propane tank.
For a second I thought it was CGI, but that's real.
How'd it go? Still going down.
Wow.
With the lake bottom too dark to see, the team deploys a sonar scanner.
Gabby, yes, that sounds like the textbook definition. I've never been myself, but beautiful and cold does sound like a decent description of Alaska.
Most of this bed is around 3 feet deep. But beneath the streams of bubbles, the ground abruptly falls away. At its deepest, reaching 50 feet. Why does a lake floor, otherwise flat and shallow, contain such a massive hole? On the Yamal, scientists believe a methane leak blew out a huge crater. Easy Lake is another sign within the Arctic that beneath the surface, methane is stirring. So could more craters and more methane be on the way?
Not a lot to do in Alaska, hey Gabby. It's just, oh, let's go watch the bears at the garbage dump. Okay. I suppose that's one way to pass the time.
As well as methane, there's one more clue that links Easy Lake and the Yamal craters. Both are located on the same type of frozen terrain. Permafrost.
Okay. I think there's one more aspect of this that I wanted to see. Or actually maybe two parts of this. Hold on.
Falmouth, Massachusetts. 3,000 miles from the ice tunnel, Arctic ecologist Susan Natali investigates samples of permafrost to find out what happens when it thaws.
So these
Right,
are
chat.
permafrost
We've been going
cores
4
that were
hours. I'm gonna
collected
need that quick
from different
break.
locations
I'll be
across
right
Alaska.
back. You enjoy
Some of these
this
are really
while
dark,
I
like particularly this one, and that dark
away.
color means that that has a lot of carbon in it.
As permafrost warms, its carbon thaws, and the carbon cycle starts up once again.
So that carbon then is available for microbes to break down. And they use it for energy, and they decompose it, and in that process, they're releasing carbon dioxide or methane.
Carbon dioxide and methane are both greenhouse gases. As Earth's surface absorbs energy from the sun, it radiates some of it back out as heat. In the atmosphere, greenhouse gases absorb this heat, radiating part of its energy back at Earth and heating up our planet.
Greenhouse gases are a concern because they trap heat. They're helpful to us because they make this habitable planet, but because there's too much in the atmosphere, they're now making this an uninhabitable planet, or a less habitable planet.
It's estimated that in the mid-18th century, there were over 2,000 gigatons of naturally occurring carbon-based greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. With industrialization, human-made greenhouse gas emissions began to add to this amount. By 2019, it's estimated the total had risen to over 3,000 gigatons. Over the last century and a half, Earth's average temperature increased around 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists agree human emissions caused this warming. But recently, they've become concerned greenhouse gases being released by permafrost might be driving temperatures higher too.
As the name suggests, permafrost is permanently frozen ground. So we thought, okay, this carbon is very stable, so nothing is going to happen. But as permafrost starts to thaw, this carbon becomes vulnerable.
Since the mid-70s, carbon dioxide emissions from the North Alaskan wilderness have spiked by more than 70%. But while we know a lot about carbon dioxide, the impact of another greenhouse gas coming out of the permafrost is less widely known. The very one escaping from the Yamal and Easy Lake: methane.
Methane is really important because it's much more potent in terms of its ability to trap heat. So it's about 30 times more powerful than carbon dioxide.
Luckily, while carbon dioxide lasts centuries or longer in our atmosphere, methane only lasts around 12 years. But as a far more potent greenhouse gas, any large-scale increases in methane emissions have climate scientists seriously concerned. For now, more than half of methane emissions come from human sources like fossil fuels and agriculture. Sources well understood by climate experts. But scientists are increasingly worried about methane emissions from permafrost. So far, they don't know how much methane the permafrost is releasing. And that's a big problem.
In order to control our temperature, we have a certain amount of carbon that humans can release. That's our carbon budget.
In 2015, the International Paris Agreement set a target for limiting global warming. Its goal was to keep the temperature rise to well below 2, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius. To stand a good chance of remaining below the 1.5 degree mark, one estimate states that humans could release a maximum of around 460 gigatons more carbon dioxide. But recent climate calculations are based on computer models with incomplete information.
Unfortunately, a lot of these Earth system models that contribute to such goals do not take into account CO2 and methane emissions from permafrost.
The most recent carbon budgets have started to include permafrost carbon. But some scientists believe they still underestimate the amount of carbon the warming Arctic will release, making temperature goals harder to meet, and putting more pressure on societies to dramatically cut their emissions to compensate.
So we think we have a certain amount of greenhouse gases that humans can release, but our target is wrong right now because we're not accounting for potential permafrost emissions of methane and carbon dioxide.
Understanding the dynamics of thawing permafrost is now critical to predicting our climate future. So how much methane is permafrost emitting each year? And is this annual amount going to increase?
Good dog. Straight ahead. On by, on by, on by.
Fairbanks, Interior Alaska. Ecologist Katie Walter Anthony is heading out onto the frozen terrain.
Huh. Huh. Come on, Piggy. Come on.
Walter Anthony was among the first to study Easy Lake. She's found concerning evidence it's not the only lake in the permafrost region that's releasing methane.
So when you spear the spot, if I hear gas coming out, I'm going to try to ignite it. And if there's fire, we both need to get out of the way.
Okay. Ready?
Yep. Whoa.
That got me.
Oh, shoot.
Am I on fire?
No, I was wondering.
What's smoking?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. That was a good one.
That was a good one.
All right.
The methane comes from organic matter in permafrost, thawing and decomposing at the bottom of the lake, then rising in methane bubbles to the surface. Across the Arctic, permafrost thaw is generating vast numbers of new lakes.
Okay, chat. I am back. Give me a second. We're gonna go back and watch that again. exploding lake. We're gonna have to watch that. Maybe more than once. It's funny, terrifying, but it's certainly dramatic.
Oh, shoot.
Am I on fire?
Hey, Donald
So
James
when you
X.
spear the
Look
spot,
who it is.
if I hear gas coming out, I'm going to try to ignite it. And if there's fire, we both need to get out of the way.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Robert G was complaining about me. Yeah, might have to take away that mod title, Robert G.
That got me.
Oh, shoot.
Am I on fire?
No, I was wondering.
What's smoking?
You okay?
That was insane, dude. I swear to God. Oh, my Lord. Lakes are, by the way, public service announcement. Lakes aren't supposed to explode. I just realized I'm on small screen. How did that happen? When did that? It wasn't this way this whole time. All right, we're gonna go quickly to the conclusion to see if they have anything positive for us to keep us, feeling at least energized or uplifted enough to make it to the next video. Uh-oh, my face is gone.
As inhabitants across the Arctic adapt to their changing world, scientists strive to build a better picture of our climate future. The methane craters are just one sign of a region undergoing unprecedented changes, placing communities with deep ties to this land at risk.
We've been whaling here for well over 4,000 years. We've
Brandy
adapted time and
Nuance, welcome
time
to the
again.
chat.
Today, we might
And
not
more
be able
visually.
to do it.
Welcome, both of you and Donald James, who have just showed up. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
By ourselves.
And for those of you who are just tuning in, we are watching a documentary in context with a larger theme of what was the of climate change / catastrophe, as it is the Doomer Friday report, or Friday Doomer report. Report Friday Doomer. Yeah, and this is in context. There are Arctic, what were thought to be sinkholes, but were actually massive pockmarks created by methane explosions due to the defrosting tundra.
But the big thaw is not just a regional problem.
Welcome, Wireless Mike.
What's happening in the Arctic could really affect everyone on Earth.
Arctic greenhouse gases will intensify future global warming. How quickly is difficult to predict. And positive feedback cycles could accelerate beyond human control, making our choices today even more urgent.
Okay, that's a perfect spot to end it. You heard him, folks. Your choices couldn't be more urgent. And more importantly, the leaders and corporate forces in our world need to wake up. And if it's they're not going to wake up, we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to wake them up ourselves somehow. FG, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. And what was I changing to now?
Because
Whoops, stop that. Be my friend. Go web go. There we go. Okay. So many beautiful faces in chat. Where's my next video? How far have we gotten through things? Oh, that's right. You know what? Let's do it. You know, we're gonna, because we were talking about it, and I was like, let's do this later. But you know what? We're making great time. I mean, sure. Has it been 4 hours already? Yes. But I still got energy. I'm good to go. So hopefully all of you are. Let me just find this video because I didn't even add it to my list. It's a surprise video. Gladius Ostentis. Ostentis. Welcome. Okay, we're going to watch a real quick video because it relates back to something we were looking at previously about mangrove forests being endangered, and this is a video about what's threatening them. Wow. Hey, we're killing it on viewers right now. Appreciate all of you. Great to have you. Oh, and it's totally muted and I can't hear anything. That's professional. Take two.
Hello, I'm Johara singaporensis, a Singapore freshwater crab, but you can just call me Joe. And I want to tell you about some magical forests called mangroves. In this video, I want to talk about threats to our mangroves. My friend Max the mangrove tree lives in a mangrove forest in Sungai Buloh Wetland Reserve. Like all mangroves around the world, Max and the mangroves of Singapore do many great things. They protect coasts from rising seas, storm surges, and extreme weather. They give food security to coastal communities who eat and sell fish, clams, and crabs. They serve as nurseries to lots of different species and shelter them from predators and currents. And most importantly, mangroves store huge amounts of carbon, helping to combat climate change and global warming.
Thank you so much, video. So helpful and informative. There's more, but that was set. That's exactly what I was trying to say previously about the mangroves, but by a much smarter person. Letter hack raid. Oh, welcome, letter hackers. Looney Tunes 9000.
As mangroves do so much for people, you would think that people would do everything possible to protect mangroves. But for a long time, they've done the opposite. Since 1980, around 35% of the world's mangroves have disappeared.
That's probably bad. 200
years ago, 13% of Singapore's coastline and riverbanks were covered with mangroves. But today, less than 5% of those original mangroves remain. Mangroves are now among the most threatened habitats on the planet, and their demise is due directly or indirectly to human activity. Thousands of acres of mangroves have been chopped down for firewood and building material, or cleared to make way for ever-expanding urban and leisure coastal developments. Today, the greatest threat to mangroves around the world is large-scale aquaculture, and in particular, prawn farming. In fact, Most of the big prawns that Singapore...
I am loving this informative video right here. Gotta say, not only are they telling us why we need them, they're also telling us what it is we're doing that we should stop. So let's all remember, massive fish farms, bad.
Singaporeans love to eat come from large-scale commercial prawn farms, which can be destructive and unsustainable. To create these prawn farms, vast areas of mangroves across our island and around the world have been cleared and replaced by artificial ponds filled to the brim with cultured prawns.
Gotta say, I am loving all of the love in chat. Look at you guys. So beautiful. It's amazing. Let's continue. What do you think?
These ponds need huge amounts of diverted fresh water and seawater, which alters the natural flow of water and affects the health of the remaining mangroves as well as other ecosystems. What's more, diverting water for aquaculture can prevent mangroves from making more mangroves. Mangrove tree seedlings called propagules rely on water flow for dispersal. If the water flow is diverted or disrupted, then so is the seed dispersal. In short, human food production is having a serious impact on mangrove reproduction. And it's not only aquaculture, but agriculture too. Thousands of hectares of mangroves have been cleared and replaced by rice paddy fields, rubber trees, and oil palm plantations. To improve crop yields, farmers often use pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which seep into the water and can be harmful to mangroves and the wildlife that lives in them. Out in the ocean.
I gotta say, chat, this is very much on brand for the current iteration of this podcast, being the Duma Report and all, but we really need to do something about this situation, people. At this point, desperate enough to start taking chat suggestions, so feel free to throw ideas in chat. Maybe we'll, break through some sort of
Cargo ships carrying fuel and supplies
right
for
now. Who
people
knows?
are also causing serious problems for mangroves, which can be overwhelmed with the wake from 100,000 ships that sail through Singapore Straits every year. Mangroves like Max are tough and thrive in conditions that many other trees would find intolerable. But human activities and destruction mean mangroves may have met their match. One of the most important ways which mangroves help the planet is by storing vast quantities of carbon, which reduces the impact of global warming, climate change, and rising sea.
More feedback loops, people. Okay, I think we've done enough on mangroves for today. I think that was probably at least somewhat, hopefully illuminating. But let's, you know what? Let's try and be optimistic by watching this next video labeled "Blue Carbon: A Golden Climate Mitigation Opportunity."
Climate breakdown is here, now. Natural systems are in freefall, species are in decline, and despite all efforts, in 2020, global greenhouse gas emissions increased. But in the last decade, a golden climate mitigation opportunity has been gaining international recognition.
Environmental Coffee House?
Protecting the blue
No, we're not a
in coastal
2.0
and
of
ocean
ECH. ECH is
could play a key role
this is
in our
important.
salvation.
Must address this.
Blue car-
Must address this. In no way are we here to either replace or be some sort of upgrade to environmental coffee house in any way, shape, or form. Totally respect Sandy and all of her work over there. Yeah, just hope to be a positive contribution to this leftist sort of ecosphere, if you will.
Is carbon that is captured and stored by the oceans. But when most people refer to blue carbon ecosystems, they're referring to seagrass meadows, tidal marshes, or mangrove forests. And that's because these three ecosystems are doing a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to blue carbon.
you know, accidents. I really haven't even watched this video yet. I just had it in my list, as has been kind of per usual for these streams, as I've been falling asleep in the middle of my research. But right back to the mangroves, eh? It took what, 30 seconds, guys?
Carbon. They occupy about 0.2% of the sea floor, yet they sequester more than half the ocean's carbon.
We all know that trees absorb carbon dioxide. And when we look towards the marine environment, blue carbon habitats also absorb carbon dioxide, but they do so at a rate 40 to 50 times faster than that of tropical rainforests.
Our climate allies are also in the deep ocean. Phytoplankton, the primary producers of the sea, supply at least half of the world's oxygen and absorb immense quantities of carbon, locking it away on the sea floor when they die or become part of the ocean food chain. Ocean and coastal ecosystems are among the most biodiverse habitats on Earth, and alongside vital cuts in carbon emissions across all sectors, offer a unique opportunity to tackle climate breakdown on many fronts.
By addressing half of those natural ecosystems, we can help reaching the greenhouse gases emissions reduction targets that we have, but we also simultaneously provide much wider environmental and human well-being benefits. We increase biodiversity, we support fishery, and also provide defense from the coastal erosion.
These ecosystems underpin our fisheries, so they're providing valuable nutrition for hundreds of millions of people, particularly in developing nations where fish is a primary source of protein. They're also really important for biodiversity. Some of the rarest animals on the planet are in our coastal wetland blue carbon ecosystems. Then you've got an important role they play in coastal protection, and they can mean the difference between life and death. They prevent erosion, but they also attenuate extreme weather events, storms, tsunamis, that sort of thing.
Despite their immense benefits, carbon-rich coastal ecosystems, like mangrove seagrasses and salt marshes, are among the most severely threatened on Earth, a major risk when it comes to global emissions.
So the loss of the coastal wetlands not only limits their potential to sequester carbon, but it also makes them a source of greenhouse gases emissions.
So remember that they're sitting on carbon that they've drawn down and preserved in the ground for thousands of years. It's a bit like setting off a carbon bomb.
25 to 50% of vegetated coastal habitats have already been lost, equating to the release of up to 1 billion tons of CO2 annually.
World trends are showing that these habitats are declining at an extreme...
Oh my god, oh my god. I didn't realize what I was looking at for a second. Jesus Christ. Do you guys see what I'm seeing right now? That's a crane walking through the shallows here, and what's trailing it is fucking oil. You can thank BP and all these other idiots we were talking about on stream earlier, ConocoPhillips and Exxon and Chevron. Jesus, that is disturbing. Public service announcement. That's not supposed to do that.
Fast rate. And so if we are serious about climate mitigation, the time to act would be now to help preserve these environments.
The ocean is the blue beating heart of our planet. It absorbs around 1/3 of all the CO2 we pump out, has absorbed 90% of the excess heat produced by global warming, and is our largest active carbon sink.
I think it's clear that the ocean is one of the most important parts of the Earth system, which is already vulnerable and which needs to be sort of protected and fixed. It's not part of the global climate policy currently. We don't have a Kyoto Protocol for the ocean. We don't have a Paris Agreement for the ocean. I think this is a very important priority.
That is a great
Globally,
point.
ocean protection.
Sorry, chat. We gotta talk more because that is an incredible point. I'm just gonna back it up so I don't lose my train of thought. But the Galactic Taproom. Did I make the Nightbot command for that yet? I'm also considering remaking the Galactic Taproom, so I wouldn't even rush to doing that quite yet. Just make it to the streams, and we'll work on Discord as we move along. It exists, but it doesn't exist as a community, and I think I'd prefer, before I start spamming it out to people, to like set it up as an actual Discord community. I previously didn't make it one because I didn't want to deal with the red tape of it all, and I just moderated it myself for content and things of that nature. But now that I'm on take 2 here, I figured I should probably do that before I start bringing more people into it. There's already like a couple hundred people in there that I have to try and work around all this too. So at least I think there's still at least a couple. I barely use my Discord because it's so I feel like I turn off my notifications for it because I get so many for it. If I'm on the app, it will consume me because like right now, if I were just to open it, I probably have about 75 Discord notifications. But I've completely breezed past the point that I was going to make, which is the fact is these climate agreements that, you know, multinational government, international governments have come to, well, to some degree, not everybody's on board. For instance, us, I believe, as well as China. I think we're the two that aren't. There's a few. I have to look it up right now, but point is, it doesn't even matter if we're not looking at the whole ecosystem. We're just saying, if we limit ourselves to things that are like just super achievable and don't actually do anything, then we're still screwed, right? Like creating false goalposts that don't actually achieve what we need isn't helpful. We need serious action, we need serious legislation, and we need serious changes. Oh my god, so many raptors in chat. B-Cat with the raptors up. Alright, let's try to make it through this. Maybe I won't pause it again. Fingers crossed, probably not.
I think this is a very important priority.
Globally, ocean protection is severely lacking. Everyday coastal ecosystems are pushed further into decline, and marine wildlife is exploited beyond sustainable levels. And although coastal blue carbon habitats can play a key role in reducing emissions, their incorporation into...
Wait, am I supposed to pronounce it good for Gaby? Am I doing it wrong? Have I been doing it wrong? If I have been doing it wrong, Gaby, and or Gabby, I'm not sure which one, but I feel like it's Gaby now. If I've been doing it wrong this whole time, then I not only apologize, but I intend to do a better job. Oh wait, she's saying, you're just saying you're gay. Oh, okay. Because I wasn't sure what was going on. Chat is behind where I am right now, so I think I understand what's going on. Although a clarification on the name would be great. Maybe some phonetics, something like that. Sorry to demand so much of you.
Climate policies
back
lags
to
far
this.
behind.
Yeah.
Less than 20% of all countries with blue carbon habitats along their coastlines reference the protection and restoration of these areas in their climate mitigation plans. While integrated regulations at the national level are urgently needed, community-led projects with the rights and livelihood needs of local communities respected will be key in future blue carbon restoration efforts.
Community-led conservation is to give community full power to preserve and to protect their natural resources. The community play an important role on the project activities and also on the decision-making process. That is important for the success of the conservation.
We are running out of time to start to limit warming, but a conversation we're probably not having enough is about these amazing nature-based solutions.
What we need is to regenerate our ocean and redefine our relationship with the ocean. That is playing a really vital role in our survival. We should include it as a part of our solutions to fight climate warming.
EJF are urging governments to consider 3 crucial actions. Include legally binding targets to protect and restore blue carbon environments in their nationally determined contribution.
invite link to the Discord. Like I was saying before, you don't have to post a link right now, but the thing is I'm trying. I think I might just update the Discord before I start throwing and like spamming that link in chat. Because right now it's not set up as an actual Discord community. It's just a server, so it doesn't have a bunch of stuff that I want to set up for everyone. And it's got nothing to do with you personally. I think we're already friends, so we can still message each other for now. But the community will hopefully be up, and I've just been doing a million things over here trying to get everything smoothly running. And thankfully, this stream has been much more smooth than some of the previous ones I've done in terms of my software and everything else running well. I spent most of literally the night after I got done and the day working on it. So thankfully that effort was not wasted. And in response to Looney Tunes, we do love the gays, lesbians, trans, and all of the LGBTQ here at the Galactic News Network, aka the Galactic Stream Nation, run by me, the Galactic Stream Lord. And yeah, anybody who is anti any of those things that were just stated, please make it clear in chat so we can deal with you in the appropriate manner. I don't hate you. I don't hate you. That's ridiculous, Monope. That's ridiculous. Brandy Nuance. Nightbot is a mod. Nightbot technically has moderator capabilities. But they're limited mod capabilities because Nightbot acted up a few streams ago and I didn't appreciate it, so we put Nightbot in the corner. And they're still in the corner until they learn their lesson.
Commit to the 30 by 30 Ocean Protection Plan and designate at least 30% of the ocean to well-managed marine protected areas by 2030. Agree an international moratorium on deep-sea mining to protect the deep sea from irreversible large-scale harm.
Blue carbon is a fantastic opportunity and a real win-win in terms of, climate mitigation and ecosystem enhancement, but it's not a silver bullet. It's not going to solve the problem of climate change. Let's also be talking about renewable energy. Let's be attacking this issue on a number of fronts. It's the only way we're going to be able to move to a low carbon future.
Instead of pushing our ocean towards critical tipping points, world leaders should be taking decisive action to ensure its protection. In 2021, we must ensure that our ocean and the climate which it regulates is protected for generations to come.
Yes, Brandy Nuance, that's correct. The there is an 8-ball command that's been put into Nightbot. Soul Life gave me a workaround on the command as the one that I had was too long and helped me fix it so that we can do 8-ball straight out of Nightbot. We don't need separate bots. Single bot, Nightbot. Okay, was I next slide? Okay. Have we gotten through all of the climate stuff? Wow, guys. Well, technically, at least in terms of what I have put together for today on climate, we have actually gotten through it. So we're going to hit a couple of other topics that we didn't hit. I was going to hit earlier, but due to my lack of planning, did not. So let's start with, yeah, we'll go sad and then, well, a different kind of sad, but more funny sad. At least sad that we can laugh at, maybe, in the midst of a disaster. It seems like everything I want to do, you know what, forget it. We're moving forward. Okay, this next video is, I think it came out last night while I was putting everything together, literally. Yeah, about 21 hours ago. So, well, I guess I was streaming then, so happened right before. But if you haven't seen it yet, here is this. It's a video. The Al-Qassam Brigade militants target IDF drone and engage Israeli soldiers in Khan Yunis. You know, I gotta say, like, and yes, we're 20 seconds and I've already paused it. That seems to be a theme of mine. This whole thing keeps getting framed as if Gaza has a formal military, aka Hamas. They're not, right? Like, basically, Hamas and Al-Qassam, they're guerrillas, right? They're like multiple steps below, I believe, like, at least comparatively, if you were to, because we're like, whatever, some 50 years on, or something like that, from then. But point being that their capabilities, their, you know, very much, it's a one-sided war, and people got to stop acting like it. Honestly, I haven't even seen this one yet, so possibly a trigger warning. I'm sorry. I gotta pause it again because chat's saying based stuff. Genocide, not war. Exactly, Gladius. Thank you for... If I said it, I think I was merely referring to the framing and not calling it that myself. But yes, absolutely. It seems like chat agrees with you. Alright. That's probably good enough. That's probably good enough. I think this video is about to get maybe offensive. It just has a weird vibe, and I just realized it comes from a source that I'm unfamiliar with, so we're going to stop it there. However, I mean, honestly, seeing that drone explode was a bit cathartic for me, if I'm being real. Yeah, a war is when two armies are fighting. Absolutely. Obsolete optics with a PSA for everybody. Okay, now let's move on to something hopefully lighter, but is also very difficult, and will probably be upsetting to people slightly. I mean, not based upon necessarily like the content. It's not going to be bloody, or there's not going to be swearing, but it's my sense. I think I know people in chat here probably maybe well enough that I mean, there may be a little bit of anger at this. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming many of you have already heard about it, but I know that the people who have been watching this stream certainly do, as we talked about it yesterday. In Alabama, a Supreme, I think it is a Supreme Court justice, but of the lower court, like a state Supreme Court justice, by the name of Justice Tom Parker, recently ruled in a astoundingly stupid move. The level of like theocracy that we're witnessing with these people. I mean, I'm not. Hold on, don't let me. I'm moving too fast here. But basically, we're about to watch a video of Mr. Justice Tom Parker here in just a second of him having a sit down with a individual. Well, we'll let the video speak for itself. I can't do it justice in this moment. I'm too upset about it because I'm sorry. I kind of. I think I cut myself off in the middle of that. So let me finish what I was saying because if you haven't heard about what happened in Alabama, Justice Tom Parker ruled that embryos are now human beings. They're babies. They like as if they're they've been born, and they're not just a couple of cells. They're smaller than the head of a pin. Like that to him is a baby. So anyways, that has huge implications in the country, especially for the red states adjacent to Alabama first, and then everybody else can worry down the line as we slip faster and faster into a Handmaid's Tale-esque life. Excuse me, I am full doomering. Okay, we're gonna do this. Boat, not boat. What? Boat? Where did I use boat? Okay, back to the video. It was a B word. It was, I mean, it's close. Four letters. Okay, switch screens and go. Go web, go. Ah, there we go. My mouse is fighting me. By the way, you should definitely go find this channel, Someone You Should Know, with Johnny and Elizabeth Enlow, and definitely tell them in the comments what you think about them. Just a thought. Just a thought. Not now, but, you know, later. Just write it down. Scrap of paper, a note on your phone, on your back of your hand so you don't forget.
Well, hello, everyone.
Oh, this that got way louder. That got way, 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 way louder. These guys suck at sound. Thank you.
Another episode of Someone You Should Know, and it'll just be me this time, as far as Elizabeth not being with me, and
no,
we know we haven't got.
No, just to be clear, this individual is Johnny Enlow, I believe. At least I think that's his name, and this is Justice Tom Parker. And Justice Tom Parker is about to say some stuff that is, well, this is an apt analogy, biblical level stupid.
As many of these in the last few weeks, as normal, but we have a fantastic guest today, and I'm going to introduce him to you in just a moment. I'll tell you his name right up front is Justice Parker. But, you know, our message on the 7 Mountains, the 7 Mountain Mandate, is really, it's not that new of a message, in the sense that it just goes back to Jesus' original first message.
Okay, chat, this has been a theme today, but you're really, really making it hard for me to do my job with all these jokes over here. But obsolete optics with whenever someone tells me they're a Christian, I always ask, biblical Jesus or Republican Jesus? And that's classic comedy right there.
You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. And if you don't function as salt, you're going to get trampled by the area you don't function on. And if you don't bring light, darkness will rule. And we know that there's nowhere that is more evident than in the mountain of government. So today, who we have with us is Justice Thomas Parker, Supreme Court Chief Justice of the state of Alabama. And he is a fellow kingdom lover, a lover of God. And we are so excited to have him today. We're going to hear a little bit about his journey. And then at the end, we're going to just ask him to pray for some of you who might be feeling a nudge, a call for what we call the mountain of government. So, Justice Parker, I'll give you shake hands here. It is so good to have you with us, and I'll just let you greet the folk that are watching us as well.
Yes, it's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you. We need to find what God's call is on our life and pursue it so that we can be used of Him in His kingdom for His purposes.
Oh my!
And I hope to explore that.
Oh my fucking God! No, that's wrong. I'm sorry. I actually got to hear that again just because of how wrong it was. Just in case I'm mishearing it. P.S. I already listened to this, but good God.
It is so good to have you with us, and I'll just let you greet the folk that are watching us as well.
Yes, it's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you. We need to find what God's call is on our life and pursue it so that we can be used of Him in His kingdom for His purposes. And I hope to explore that with our talk.
Well, that is good. He got right into it, and that's really what we want to hear. And really, with that, I know to tell us your whole journey? Obviously, we don't have the time, but the significance.
By the way, this chat is pro-Palestinian Jesus, not Republican Jesus.
Significant parts of your journey. For instance, let me give you a specific question. Was your call and pull to the mountain of government, Supreme Court, justice is where you're at now, was this first evidenced by a feeling of justice in your heart from young, or a call from God? Or just describe to us.
Really, my heart was involved in the first wave of the religious liberty defense that
I'm sorry, I got distracted by chat. We're gonna have to listen to that stupidity again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My ADHD is the worst today.
Call and pull to the mountain of government, Supreme Court, justice is where you're at now. Was this first evidenced by a feeling of justice in your heart from young, or a call from God? Or just describe to us.
Really, my heart was involved in the first wave of the religious liberty defense.
Okay, so this interview is very hard for me to watch, and I already watched it once, the whole thing. It was not pleasant. But I mean, these guys are literally discussing in front of us, and this video had like 500 views, and it had been up for like at least, I think, 48 or like 24 hours or something like that. I was shocked when I found it. And it is absolutely insane to me that they are sitting here discussing not just plans for theocracy, but the actual implementation of a strategy that's been going on for decades, and that we have people like this man, both of these men, to thank for it. So we got to figure out things we can do to fight this, because this is out of control.
That swept this country. And it's interesting, I've never seen anything written about it, but all of a sudden, attorneys all across the country with no connection whatsoever were filing the same type cases for religious defense. And that had to be a move of the Holy Spirit.
That's approximately what years?
That was in the 80s.
Okay.
And out of that have risen major national religious defense.
Oh my God, we got 5 seconds. We got 5 seconds down, and I had to pause it again. Jesus Christ. And listen to me. Now I'm using biblical analogies over here, but you listen to the phrasing of his words here, and it's incredibly enlightening. You know, he's talking like the world is the Bible.
Organizations, religious universities, so many different organizations that did not exist at that time. It was just individual attorneys working at their call that they had after God had burdened their heart. And so I was involved in that. And through that, we got to meet each other eventually and form some very nice networks that have continued even until today.
Let me interrupt just a second. So religious defense, would that be about religious freedoms or pro-life or some combination?
It was religious freedoms was the emphasis at that time.
Because there was, in the 80s, there was a sense that it was being highly encroached.
They got 45. Okay, I got 45 seconds. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. Oh my God. I just lost my train of thought because I'm trying to keep track of time on how long I made it. For the love of all things. Cthulhu. What? Like, seriously, what are we listening to? Like, it's just the admission of, or the admission, excuse me. Those two mean different things. Like, you know, like, of this decade-long plan, just right out here in the open for anybody to see, like a group of galactic individuals.
Upon in our nation, is that would be why there's sort of a response from believers?
Well, at that point, we had a U.S. Supreme Court liberal-dominated majority that were really not even following the Constitution in trying to remove religion from society. And so there was a flashback against that was occurring through the Christian attorneys across the country.
And would you call yourself a constitutionalist?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. We get that out of the way right
I
off.
have mine in my pocket. I carry it.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, tell us just more about your process, how the Lord woke you up and called you, whatever part you're...
Oh, my God. Tell us about your process. Can somebody explain to me why these people would even... Like, I'm trying to get in the mindset of some religious, like, zealot, right? Who thinks that we need a placard of the Bill of Rights behind us while we talk about God. Why they need a process for how, I mean, like, how is that even relevant to, like, because, I mean, come on, let's be real. He's just delusional. He doesn't talk to God. God does not tell this man what to do. That is nonsense thinking.
At that point, we had a U.S. Supreme Court liberal-dominated majority that were really not even following the Constitution in trying to remove religion from society. And so there was a flashback against that was occurring through the Christian attorneys across the country.
And would you call yourself a constitutionalist?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay. We get that out of the way right off.
I have mine in my pocket. I carry it.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, tell us just more about your process, how the Lord woke you up and called you, whatever part you're want to tell us today.
Well, let me start by saying this. As a young man, as any young man, you get pulled on the issues of the day. Those who talk and provide.
Sorry, I think we probably actually heard enough of this nonsense. I mean, maybe, no, we'll listen to a little bit more, just because it's honestly incredibly enlightening. Like, this is honestly like a near historic conversation, essentially. I mean, the man is a Supreme Court fucking justice. I hate to say that it's historic, like, it pains me to even give any sort of credence or importance to this man and the things that they're saying, which are utter nonsense. But I think it's important that we watch this, because this is the thought. These are the thoughts of a man who just infringed on the rights of an entire state of people and created the precedent for other states to potentially do the same thing. And like I said before, I do hope and pray to something other than God, and that that there's human rights organizations working and already filing appeals against this sort of a nonsense decision, and it'll be struck down. But we have a majority right-wing Supreme Court. We have real problems right now that we need to solve. And these guys are basically, I mean, granted, this guy on the right, I'm pretty sure, is entirely inconsequential. His channel has like less views than mine does. And but this guy, I mean, the fact that he has power and can wield it on people, and I actually looked something up yesterday about this man. And he actually has one of the lowest like judicial opinion records, right? And if you don't know what that means, a judicial opinion record is essentially rulings, right? Like when you've ruled in a case, like you did your job and you put somebody in jail for doing a crime, right? In comparison to other similar judges, I believe, at least for a number of years, he was just riding the bench doing absolutely nothing, to the tune of like 40-1 in comparison to, like I was saying, other prosecutors. Man, chat is going so fast I can barely keep up, but I am trying to make sure I respond to as many of your comments as I can. The First Amendment clearly states Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Another great PSA. Thank you very much. Wait, my dogs thought he was just some old man sharing his opinion? No. That's not what we do here on the Galactic News Network. We don't watch random podcasts of two inconsequential idiots talking about religion. No. This is a Supreme Court justice of a state. Of an entire state. And this is an idiot. Actually, these are two idiots, but one happens to be a Supreme Court judge.
The speeches can really move a lot of people, but I found that I had to be governed by this maxim. The existence of the need is not evidence of the call.
It's very good.
I was involved in too many things that I was not called to. I had just seen a need. Yeah. And so once I learned the truth of, 1 Thessalonians 5:24, he who calls you is faithful, who also will do it.
Yeah.
I want that call, knowing that not only is he calling me to that, but he also will do it. He'll be with you. He just wants you to say yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. And if you didn't pick that up at first, is that he is presently Supreme Court Chief Justice in the state of Alabama. How many years have you been there?
I've been on the Supreme Court for 19 years and Chief Justice for 5. It's an elected position by the
19 years. 20 years this man has had the ability to say, you're going to jail today and you're not going to jail today. And with almost entirely, I mean, when you think about it, judges have an incredible amount of impunity. Granted, there are things that are important, but really, like the way a judge even runs a trial is a huge factor in how things turn out. That's something that people don't really think about very often. But even with juries, like if a judge is got a grudge, they can disallow evidence, they can disallow testimony, they can disallow pretty much anything. It's just all opinion.
And let me ask you, like, for those of you who are considering going into government, you have to understand, if you're a Supreme Court Chief Justice of a state, God has called you very far. What do you feel when you're on the job? Do you feel abandoned by God, helped by God? Do you feel angels are attentive? Do you feel warfare combination? Explain what it feels to you in the spirit just to be functioning there.
Well, we know that God equips those he calls.
Yeah. My God,
And I'm
the only
very
problem,
aware
the only problem with
that
that,
he's-
you know, the only problem with that, Looney, is what we've been talking about this whole time. And I believe I think there's a significant amount of mangroves. I mean, it's not the biggest stretch of coastline, but we need the mangroves. We need the mangroves, man.
is equipping me with something for the specific situation that I'm
To
facing.
where, Florida?
Um,
Yeah, who's gonna buy?
I don't have
to. Real quick, who the fuck is gonna buy Alabama? Who wants it? You know what? I can already think of a couple people. Maybe Dennis Prager.
struggle trying to find my way through it. He's not dependable.
I've got it. Elon Musk. Elon Musk can buy it. He can fix it, just like he fixed Twitter.
God.
And so you do feel like Holy Spirit is there, help is there whenever you would be in whatever you're arbitrating in a session or something. You feel like the Holy Spirit is there working with you.
Yes. Now it's one
Intense.
of the 3 branches of government. There's a huge number of employees and elected officials, huge budget. So there's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces, and you need guidance to be able to handle all that. And I'm thankful that he is faithful to.
Look, And I don't know who has been listening this whole time, but me, all I've really been hearing from this guy is that his entire legal and judicial opinion is that God's here to tell me what to do. No. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Legal opinion is supposed to be derived from precedent and from like the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Weird. I'm trying to think when's the last time I saw the Bill of Rights? The Bill of Rights, Constitution. I don't know. It's been a while. I don't own a copy myself. I don't have one on the Galactic Space Station, but I'm sure we could find one somewhere.
Got it. And part of your journey, of course, is knowing the Lord. Tell us briefly just when you came to know the Lord, when you became a believer, a little bit about your family. You're married, your wife, just a couple of things like that.
Well, I will tell you that because of a wonderful Sunday school teacher, I came to the Lord early in life. But when I got to college, I drew away from that.
Brandy's
maybe
just
something
saying
you'll understand.
Tennessee. Okay, Brandy. Very country of you. It's very on point right now with the current tone of this situation. If you can call it a situation, I would call this a fucking catastrophe. How has this guy been in and the thing is, there are like Gabby was saying, or at least I think she was alluding to previously in chat. This guy is not alone. This guy's not alone. He's surrounded by other judges in Alabama who are the same way, who are waiting for him to die so they can take his Chief Justice seat and be just as terrible right next door in Mississippi and Florida and Texas and Louisiana. I'm sure there's plenty as well there. And we could go on and on and on, and it stretches all the way up into places like Ohio now. And we've got a real existential crisis on our hands, people. Ohio is supposed to be a blue state. It used to actually be much more blue before the Rust Belt became a thing, and after what's it called? My God, my brain just decided to do dial up tone just now. I need a soundboard because for these moments, I feel like I really do need a dial up tone. But yeah, like the loss of manufacturing after the was it like the TPP, I think, or whatever. I'm trying to cross too many things at once, and my brain is saying no, thank you.
I had a international fellowship and studied abroad, and I began to get lonely.
Yeah.
In a community where I didn't know the language perfectly, and nobody else could speak English back.
Discord has a soundboard. I actually didn't know that. I was planning on using an MPC and just running a like a music production software I have on my computer in the background. And like it'll be better than a Stream Deck because it'll have like, first off, it'd be free. I don't have to go buy one. Don't happen to own one of those, but it's the same idea. It's like a drum machine, right? I could just actually have a keyboard with a drum machine on it, so I could just either way. It's very easy. Just throw up music software, and I should be able to load up any samples I want to it and just play them at will. Just didn't have enough time. It was one of the things on my list last night that I just never made it to. It was the limitations of technology. Unfortunately, is what my downfall was last night.
To me.
So you were serving where? I mean, you were going to school where?
In Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I've been there. We've been there.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
so,
Oh my God. Listen to the excitement on that, that man's voice. Really? Oh my God. We've been to the same fucking place, even though we're in the same room right now. Oh, so good.
I found consolence in the large cathedrals there. They were empty, and it was a wonderful, quiet place to go and just sit before the Lord and pray. And it began to pull me back. And I will say that the relationship that the Lord set before me with now my wife helped draw me even deeper back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
awesome.
How many years
So
have you been married?
awesome.
42.
Awesome.
Oh my God, the awe, inspired. I am just wow. All right, that's enough. We've gotten basically to the end of it. The rest of it might as well be the first half. They are useless, just saying the same thing over and over again. I'm glad you like that one, my dogs. I am glad. Oh my goodness. Do I need another break? We've gone 5 hours so far. Oh, thank you, BCat. I am very, very glad to hear that. If I ever even start approaching some sort of parody with Moonlord, I need a warning. Okay, you let me know. I mean, I should be able to rein it in myself, but if for some reason I'm not, I'm gonna need you, because that is a existential crisis, is what that is. I mean, I know we've been talking about a lot. I don't want to minimize what we've already seen, but my God, that would, at least for me personally, it would be fucking Moonlord. That dude can go to hell. No, I appreciate you, BCat. I appreciate you. I'm just going to do a quick thing here. I'm not going to actually take a break necessarily, but I'm going to do this. Wait, this is the wrong scene. Wrong scene. Go. Web go. No, actually, take that back. Gladius, you have a problem with the CRT TVs? The nostalgia alone is worth it, but you know, that side of the space station needed some weight to it, and it's the exact perfect size. Oh God, I'm feeling so goddamn doomerific today. What are we gonna do, chat? I can feel the night air coming through the window as I smoke my cigarette. Try to make sense of everything we've seen so far. Well, I guess back to another day for a Galactic PI. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe. Okay, we're back. Okay, what was next on my list? I feel like we blasted through this pretty well. Actually, hold on, I'm gonna put on some other music while I figure out what I've done with my list. Hold on. So glad we got it. I mean, I'm having fun, if you can't tell. Oh god. That's too much. Right, this is what I was going to do. Okay, cool. Well, actually, I found something that's just breaking, and we're going to link it to another video that I found yesterday. Yeah, let's see. Let's start with this one. We already watched a video yesterday of similar cringe slash awfulness relating to this issue. But I guess we'll continue to torture ourselves in some sort of self-flagellating exercise here. Okay. Whoopsies, I'm just ahead. That's not good. What happened to my body? Oh god, there it is. Whew, that was close. Thought I lost my body. It's very concerning. Okay. The name of this video. Well, actually, you know what? I'll let you find out along with it. Okay.
Residents of a town just north of Edmonton have narrowly voted in favor of banning non-governmental flags and non-standard crosswalks from public land. That means symbolic statements like the town's only rainbow paint crosswalk will no longer be allowed.
The council's tried very hard to say that we're against the Pride community, but for us, it is not the group they chose to promote. It's the fact that they're promoting any group whatsoever. We really think the government should remain neutral. We have no problem with private citizens trying to facilitate harmony and good relationships between the Pride community or any minority community in our town.
Last night's vote in Westlock came after a petition calling on council to adopt a bylaw ensuring government neutrality. It was a narrow victory with just a 24-vote margin in favor. Westlock is now the first in Alberta to adopt this type of legislation. Joining us now from Westlock is the mayor, John Kramer. So, Mr. Kramer, thank you for coming on Canada Tonight.
Distracted, but wow. Just gonna pause it there while I go back 10 seconds after reading chat. It's hard for me to listen to things and read. As it turns out, the brain really only has so much power. But, yeah, that's disturbing. What exactly? Can somebody explain to me what about this is, hurting anybody? Can anybody explain that to me? What is this doing to anybody negatively? Aside from actually supporting people who need support, that often have mental health issues that need, like, you know, support because society doesn't accept them, and showing one tiny sign of solidarity might not be such a big deal, you know, like, or at least for cisgender normative peoples and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, they should maybe get down off of the horse named Pearl Clutching and just get over it. It's a rainbow. Every time it rains and then sun comes, it shows up. So what is the problem?
To adopt a bylaw ensuring government neutrality.
By the way, I wonder how many, like, right-wing reactionary idiots wore, like I wonder how many pictures we could find of these sorts of folk wearing rainbows, like, in the 90s before it became a symbol of, like, gay pride, and or like more made more mainstream. And it's just so strange that these people literally just listen to whatever they're told and just, like, you know, oh, I gotta throw out this shirt, it's got a rainbow on it. Oh god, my masculinity is being challenged right now by this shirt.
It was a narrow victory with just a 24-vote margin in favor. Westlock is now the first in Alberta to adopt this type of legislation. Joining us now from Westlock is the mayor, John Kramer. So, Mr. Kramer, thank you for coming on Canada Tonight.
Bella Lugrisi, welcome back.
This new bylaw, the removal of the crosswalk, was not something that you or council had voted on. How do you feel about it?
You know, as a council, we are are deeply disappointed, but we're not discouraged. I firmly believe that Westlock is a kind and caring community, but this is proof that change is just incredibly hard for some people. And so as elected officials, the core of our work is roads, it's sewers, it's water into your house, but part of the job is also to help the community work through challenges like this one, all the while trying to hold space for one another. And this is tough. It's been tough, but at the end of the day, having a bylaw like this on the books will not affect our council's commitment to inclusion.
But will it affect people from feeling welcome in Westlock, Alberta?
And that's the risk. Like as you mentioned before, our elected officials all came out in opposition to this bylaw when it came to us in November. We defeated it. But again, the way the Municipal Government Act works here in Alberta, after the petition went around and the numbers were reached, when it came to us, we only had two options: either pass it as is or to defeat it and put it to plebiscite. And as elected officials, we are committed to data-driven decision-making. And we made it very clear to our residents that 100% of the data says this was a bad bylaw. Our federal government, our provincial government, our municipal neighbors, we all use public infrastructure to promote diversity and inclusion. This is not anything new, but ultimately our residents have decided, but again, in no way does this alter our trajectory as a municipality when it comes to inclusive planning and initiatives.
I mean, what do you think it says broadly to the earlier question about, Westlock, Alberta? What do you think the signal is to the wider community, not only in Alberta, but across the country, about inclusion that you talk about?
It's tough. It's tough. That's why we rejected.
God, this is making me so sad. I just don't understand why people can't be more accepting. It's not even, the grand scheme of things, it's not even that big of a deal, but this is really hitting me, I just don't understand why people have to make things harder for others intentionally. Because the thing is in no way did that make anything hard for anybody, for instance, if you were blind, you wouldn't even know it was there, right? If you're colorblind, no, not colorblind, they can see colors, but you know what I'm saying here? It's a manufactured problem. Sorry, you know me. I'm always stopping videos to make maybe unnecessary, but commentary nonetheless.
This bylaw in the first place because we know it's tough, but
absolutely.
Again, the future is inclusive.
Gaby. I'm gonna get that right. Sorry. You get something to eat. You do what you got to do. It's fantastic to have you here, and even if it's just listening and shoving food into your face, I support it and I appreciate it.
When diversity makes a home in your community, we know as elected officials there's both the incredible opportunity as well as the responsibility to respond proactively in an inclusive way. And the tough part is that the path forward isn't always a straight shot because change is hard for people. But to our residents,
it's this guy
that's
making me break up because he's on the verge of tears. That's what's got me. I was like, why is this sidewalk making me want to cry? It's because this guy's crying. He's making me sentimentally, or not sentimentally, what's it called? Sympathetically. Thank you, me. Thank you, brain, for remembering words. Sympathetically, somewhat teary-eyed over here.
And most importantly, to our Thunder Alliance GSA, we have made it clear to them that our council is unwavering in our commitment to making sure that they will have a sense of belonging and safety in their community.
Have you talked to members of the community that were in favor of removing this crosswalk, not having pride flags around, and what their rationale is, why they think that is necessary right now, why this should be a priority?
Yeah, but it's difficult to understand, right? It's hard to navigate our differences. But again, that's the job of elected officials and even just residents in a town our size, is that you hold space for one another, you listen for one another, and then try to make your way forward.
Is the plan doing anything to support people that may feel alienated by this?
100%. You know, the future is inclusive. That's non-negotiable. And so as a council now, we're a little limited, right? In that we won't be able to use crosswalks and flagpoles. And those are the most common ones because they're the most cost effective, right? But inclusion is a deeply creative act. And so at the end of the day, like, no, of course, we're not out of options just because crosswalks and flags are out of the question. And so we've made it clear to our Thunder Alliance GSA, keep the communication lines open. Let us know what you want, what you need. And we're willing to work with you to make this place feel like home.
All right.
Man, I commend that man. That was absolutely fantastic. And I believe that was the mayor of Westlock. So the community which we're talking about. And I'm just going to respond to the people in chat. We're all in the same boat, same canoe. Yes, indeed. We're in different boats, but it's the same ocean, and some of us are in kayaks and other people have mega yachts. Absolutely, that's a fantastic analogy. I really like the full circle on the boat analogies. And I appreciate that, my dogs. No better than you. No better than you. Inner tube. That sounds treacherous. I hope you have at least a rum ham. Hopefully some people get that reference. If not, look it up. Rum ham. It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Mayor, appreciate.
Oh, sorry. That video's over. On to the next one. Okay, we made it through that one, even though it was pretty tough. Well, wireless mic, you know, being cis and straight does not preclude you from being an ally of the LGBT or any other community. So, yeah. Okay, obsolete optics. Thank you. Thank you. One person got the joke. And that's how comedy is done. You tell jokes until you're down to one person, and then you know you've done your job right. Okay. We got plans, I'm sure. I'm sure of it, because I know exactly what video it is. Where art thou, video? You know? I know you're here. Ah, thank you. I have like 17 windows going right now, I swear to God. my monitor setups look like some sort of collage of the worst stuff going on. True Doomer report today. Ah, boy. Okie dokie. This is on the same sort of topic.
People are
slightly different story.
Rallying out.
Let's see. Wait, what am I looking for? Oh my god. Seriously? I really do need that that dial-up sound going because my brain's done it like a baker's dozen number of times today. At least. Oh, ADHD, how I love you so much. Your ability to distract me from the important things. Okay, we're going to the right scene. Go web go. Ah, da-da-da. Whoops.
Side of City Hall lining up for that, demanding an apology from St. Patrick's Catholic Church, from the cathedral.
For the sake of the VOD, be better. Be better.
People are rallying outside of City Hall, lining up for that, demanding an apology from St. Patrick's Catholic Church, from the cathedral at St. Patrick's. It comes following the controversial funeral.
Hold on. Guys, this is a serious topic. You can't be making Team Orca jokes. That was an incredible reference. Was that who said that? Was it Obsolete? I can't even see it. My brain. I think it was Obsolete who said it first. Obsolete optics. That's, I think, joke number 3 or 4. that's basically killed it for you today. Well done. I had plans. Smell-o-vision, Bella? Good God. One step at a time, please. One step at a time. Okay. I managed to get this working today, which I was actually proud of considering I did multiple things last night. I got this work. Oh, wait, I kind of got this working. Just kidding. Like, come on. You can't tell me this isn't fun. Is this not? Come on. Hey. It's me. Galactic Streamlord PI. Here to investigate your bullshit. Okay, back to being better at streaming.
People are rallying outside of City Hall, lining up for that, demanding an apology from St. Patrick's Catholic Church, from the cathedral at St. Patrick's. It comes following the controversial funeral.
Hey, Moa Noah. Good to see you back. I hope you're, was it a nap or food? It was something. You were doing a thing, and now you're back. And I'm pretty sure I can speak for everyone. We're all glad you're back. Okay, back to the protesters.
At the cathedral for a transgender activist, also a self-proclaimed atheist, which the church leaders called deceptive and sacrilegious. Eyewitness News reporter Janice Yu live at City Hall, where that rally is about to happen. Janice, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michelle. So, yeah, that funeral last week was cut short about an hour. So the people who are out here rallying today, they're setting up for that rally shortly. But they want answers from St. Patrick's Cathedral as to why it was cut short. And the family of Cecilia Gentili says the Cathedral's decision to cut this all short was nothing short of anti-trans hatred. Now, the controversy started last Thursday at Gentili's funeral. She was a leading activist for transgender community members, sex workers, and those living with HIV. More than 1,000 people were at the service at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and they initially praised the church for being inclusive. But clergy members cut the service short over what they called scandalous behavior during the funeral. The Archdiocese of New York calling it an insult to the Catholic faith, and that it was not aware Gentili was transgender or that she was an atheist when they agreed to allow the funeral. Now,
Okay, so I've got a bunch of stuff to say about this, and I know we haven't made it all the way through, and I'm doing that typical Galactic Streamlord thing of stopping the video and saying words, but unfortunately you're going to have to deal with that until we get to the rest of this video. And I have multiple thoughts. I'm only going to say part of those thoughts right now, just to save you all some disappointment. But I struggle with trying to hold churches to account in terms of things like this. Oh my God, I lost my body again. Why is my body? Okay, so like in terms of trying to hold churches and other sort of religious institutions to account for being sorry, my brain, for being like non-inclusive, and for things like this where they essentially, I think, unless if you missed it, they kicked them out during the middle of a person's funeral, right? And that's incredibly wrong and tragic. But we just got done before this, and before the video before this, 2 videos back, if you will. We watched a video, essentially an incredibly illuminating video to this whole situation, right? We have Supreme Court justices, even lower court justices, that are all religious zealots who think that theocracy is probably a good idea, and that, like people like this activist who died, and people who were trying to respect in mourning, they could care less. They could care less. But I have more to say on it, but we will talk more after this.
and they initially praised the church for being inclusive. But clergy members cut the service short over what they called scandalous behavior during the funeral. The Archdiocese of New York calling it an insult to the Catholic faith, and that it was not aware Gentili was transgender or that she was an atheist when they agreed to allow the funeral. Now, the group organizing today's rally says it's not accurate to say that those organizing the funeral manipulated members of the cathedral in order to allow this funeral to happen.
That's bullshit. Oh, we're gonna stop. Sorry, people. Like, we got it 7-8 seconds in, and I had to stop it again. Wow. I mean, come on. Like, you know, I'm so done with religious people. And I'm just gonna say it. I'm not gonna wait till the end of the video because I've been thinking it the whole time. Like, because the thing is while I don't believe it's an easy or sensible road in terms of trying to convince the people that are running these things of being more inclusive, the problem is, for me personally, is that the church itself is basically they're not just the church, but all religious institutions are basically governmental institutions in the sense that they receive tax benefits the same way that the military does. And when you think about it, if they are going to receive the sort of tax benefits that they do, they don't have to pay taxes on the money that they take in. If they get to take up space and the real estate in our cities and towns, then they should be there for all people. 100%. I don't care what community you're in, essentially. Unless you're there to cause violence or hate, it should be, you know what I mean? Like, unless you're there to commit crimes, basically, right? You should be allowed in these public spaces. It's just, not only is it sensible, I think it's one of those things that should have just been done a long time ago, right? It's like churches and these religious institutions need to be regulated more than they are, and just letting them run roughshod over our communities is ridiculous. Okay, and I'm not saying that there aren't some benefits and that some people don't get benefits from being in these communities, but it seems to me that they're more problematic than they are helpful oftentimes. And unless we can make it so that everybody benefits, then I'm not sure that they should have the benefits that they do. I'm actually quite positive that they shouldn't. So let's try and finish this video without me stopping it again. We got 1 minute and 7 seconds. Can I do it, chat? Can I do it? 1 minute, 7 seconds. Whew.
But Cardinal Dolan says he stands by the actions of the members of St. Patrick's.
Again, I applaud our priests who made a quick decision that, with behavior like this, we can't do a mass. We'll do the liturgy of the word, which is the readings, and the sermon, and the prayers of petition, and the Our Father, and then we'll stop it. The mass is not going to go on. Bravo for our cathedral people who knew nothing about this. That was
my dogs. Sorry, I didn't even see all these messages flying by me. Yes, I believe that's the case. The disruptiveness was the ideology. The fact that they were different and they were saying things that they didn't agree with, and that disrupted their beliefs. It disrupted them because they're not strong enough. That's the thing. That's the thing about these people. Their beliefs aren't strong enough to withstand different beliefs. Okay? That's the thing. That's the thing that bugs me the most. If you can't manage to even hear other opinions so that you can criticize them later, you know what I mean? But like, if you can't possibly respect other people because you're so fragile, then you should not be in power. You should not be given responsibilities. You should probably be in some sort of a remunerative class.
Coming up. And then, of course, it got worse with the eulogies that were very irreverent and disrespectful.
Well, the group outside here getting ready for that rally say that the language used by the Archdiocese of New York further discriminates against a group that is already prone to violence and discrimination. So again, that rally expected to begin any minute now. Some of the people are gathering here behind me, but I'll have much more later this afternoon.
Wow. Okay, that's another 3-hour block without a break. So I am going to take an actual break now. Hopefully you can all withstand that. I think I have something to put on for us to watch while we do it, but Streamlord need a break. But don't worry, folks, I am not abandoning you. I will be listening right along and hanging out, so... Alright, yes, I found the video. It was just way back in my list. But we are going to watch ICJ, because we didn't really watch the whole thing last time. We might as well watch some more of it. And I'll take this break and watch it with you.
Injustice and oppression wherever it occurred. It is therefore fitting that in one of his last public statements, he said that no peace-loving human being can ignore the carnage waged against Palestinians in Gaza. President Geingob was the representative of SWAPO and its petitioner to the United Nations from 1964 to 1971. Petitioner to the United Nations from 1964 to 1971. It was during this period that the General Assembly condemned and declared the policies of apartheid and racial discrimination as a crime against humanity. Consequently, the General Assembly also appropriately terminated the mandate in Southwest Africa. Mr. President, members of the court, I stand before you as a representative of a country where Germany brutally carried out the first genocide of the 20th century against the Herero and the Nama peoples. A country that has known only too well the pain and suffering of occupation, colonialism, systematic discrimination, apartheid, and their entrenched consequences. It is because of this history that Namibia considers it a moral duty and sacred responsibility to appear before this court on the question of the indefensible occupation of Palestine by Israel. The parallels between Namibia and Palestine are striking and painful. Both were integral parts of the mandate system established after World War I, and in both cases, the so-called sacred trust of civilization, which aimed to guide these nations towards self-determination and independence, was utterly betrayed. Instead of achieving self-government, both Namibians and Palestinians suffered the loss of human dignity, life, liberty, and the outright theft of their land and natural resources. Hundreds of thousands of their people were violently expelled from their homes or forced into exile, joining the ranks of the world's refugees. Upon the dissolution of the League of Nations in 1946, the white minority South African regime refused to place Namibia, then Southwest Africa, under the UN trusteeship and sought to illegally annex our territory as a fifth province, implementing racist homeland policies and apartheid laws targeting black Africans. Today, Palestinians have had to endure the seizure of their land and property, illegal settlements, unlawful killings, forced displacement, drastic movement restrictions, the denial of refugees' right to return, and of equal nationality and citizenship. The lived reality of the people of Palestine evokes painful memories for many Namibians of my generation. Namibians still experience the entrenched and structural impact of inequality as a direct consequence of colonialism and the prolonged unlawful occupation. Mr. President, members of the court, this court's 4 advisory opinions on Southwest Africa played a vital role in our liberation struggle. In its 1971 opinion, the court confirmed the right of self-determination as a legal imperative with decisive consequences for states, paving the way for our independence 19 years later in 1990. It is because of Namibia's experience with apartheid and its long fight for self-determination that we cannot look the other way in the face of the brutal atrocities committed against the Palestinian people. Mr. President, members of the court, we ask you not to look away either. Rather, we appeal to you, once again, end the historic and ongoing injustice by upholding the fundamental rights of a dispossessed people who have endured 57 years of a suffocating occupation. Today, Palestinians are enduring collective punishment in the besieged Gaza Strip, with civilians being killed in continuous and indiscriminate bombardments at a scale that is unprecedented in recent history. This state of affairs, this hell on earth, represents a stain on the collective conscience of the world. Civilized nations cannot and must not accept images of children covered in blood with gaping wounds, of men and women crying in despair because of the helplessness they feel. However, in the midst of the ongoing tragedy, I wish to say the following to the people of Palestine. This advisory opinion is an important moment in your long fight for independence. And I leave you with the words of our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma. A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society, will always emerge victorious. End of quote. Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you, and I now respectfully ask that Professor Phoebe Okoa be called to address the legal questions before the court.
I thank Mrs. Dosab. I now give the floor to Professor Phoebe Okoa. You have the floor, Professor.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the court, it's a great honor for me to appear before you in these proceedings and a special privilege to do so on behalf of the Republic of Namibia. Our presentation is in 3 parts. First, I will make 2 general observations on why the court should answer the request in its entirety and why Israel's occupation is illegal. Then I will focus on Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory that grossly violate its obligations under international law, specifically the prohibition of apartheid and racial discrimination and the principle of self-determination. Finally, I will address the legal consequences that arise for Israel, for third states, and for the United Nations on account of these violations. As a threshold matter, Namibia reiterates, as do the overwhelming majority of states in these proceedings, that the court has jurisdiction to render the requested advisory opinion and that there are no compelling reasons for the court to decline the request. Namibia notes that there is also wide consensus among the participants on the legal status of the occupation. Namibia makes only 4 brief observations. First, insofar as the law of occupation envisages any belligerent occupation as a temporary measure immediately following military operations, Israel's prolonged or permanent occupation breaches the law of occupation. It is a de facto annexation in all but name. Second, Israel's occupation in and of itself is unlawful under general international law. This is because it violates the Charter of the United Nations and peremptory norms, specifically the prohibition on territorial acquisitions through illegal use of force, the principle of self-determination, and the prohibition of apartheid. Third, successive resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly have declared Israel's occupation to be illegal and called on Israel to end it immediately. These resolutions provide an independent source of authority for the illegality of the occupation. Finally, the continuation of the illegal occupation does not absolve Israel from its obligations and responsibilities under international law. This is consistent with your own conclusions in the Namibia Advisory Opinion that physical control over territory and not sovereignty or legitimacy of title is the basis of state liability for acts affecting other states. In both its written and oral submissions, Namibia focuses on the prohibition of apartheid and of racial discrimination. This is in part on account of Namibia's history as one of the few countries that was subjected to this egregious form of systematic and institutionalized racial discrimination. We also do so on account of the fundamental importance of the court's 1971 Namibia opinion, where this court declared that the policies of apartheid constitute a denial of fundamental human rights and are a flagrant violation of the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. But above all, we do this because, notwithstanding the egregious nature of apartheid as a state delict, as a violation of a peremptory norm, and as a crime, it has received virtually no clarification beyond the specific circumstances of Southern Africa. An advisory opinion on threshold questions of apartheid will therefore assist the General Assembly in respect of its own action in identifying the key elements of the illegality and in formulating appropriate responses to Israel's discriminatory practices in the occupied Palestinian territory. Specifically, we invite the court to clarify 3 aspects of the obligation. First, we respectfully ask the court to make it clear that the prohibition of apartheid is not limited to Southern Africa in the last century. It extends to Israel's policies in the occupied Palestinian territory today. Article 3 of SAD places all state parties, including Israel, under an obligation to prevent, prohibit, and eradicate apartheid in territories under their jurisdiction. This is also the conclusion of the SAD Committee. The 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, negotiated after the end of apartheid in South Africa, also recognized apartheid as a crime against humanity without temporal or geographical restriction. Second, the court should also confirm that the prohibition of apartheid binds all states as a peremptory norm. In your decision, in the case under SAD brought by Qatar against United Arab Emirates, you acknowledged the universal character of SAD is confirmed by the fact that 182 states are parties to it. The International Law Commission and its Special Rapporteur on Youth Cogents, as Judge Tladi then was, has also expressly recognized the peremptory character of the prohibition of apartheid. Finally, Namibia invites the court to clarify the definition of apartheid. Namibia aligns itself with other participants that the definition in Article 2 of the Apartheid Convention incorporates the three key elements of the delict under international law. First, the state must engage in one or more inhumane acts. Crucially, these take the form of violations of fundamental human rights within an institutionalized framework of systematic oppression and domination. Second, these inhumane acts must be directed against a racial group or its members. Finally, the state must commit these inhumane acts for the purpose of establishing and maintaining domination by one racial group over the other and systematically oppressing them. Other participants have already made extensive statements on the discriminatory and inhumane acts carried out against the Palestinians as a racial group. These policies and practices are too many to enumerate in the time available. They include laws that discriminate in matters of citizenship,
I think we're going to keep
ownership,
watching this for a little bit. I find it fascinating and informative, as well as quite relevant, considering it's important news, Earth news, if you will, of the last day. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. If you haven't already, do consider liking and subscribing. And do make sure you hit that bell icon so you get all of the best notifications in the galaxy. What was I? Oh, yes. I was going to respond to some comment. Yes, it's a replay. That's right. It's it was from, I think the video, when I clicked it just now, said it was 18 hours ago that it originally streamed, and it went for 3. So I think it stopped around, oh boy, math. It would have been like, it ended around 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think, in the morning. Let me see here. Yes. And the other thing I was going to say is I appreciate you subbing, Wireless Mike. And glad you subbed. Well, thank you very much. It's a unique format. Well, that was one of my main focuses. I didn't want to be white noise. I wasn't meaning to say that there is a lot of white noise, although there is, like, in terms of just pure content. That's kind of what I meant. It's like it feels like we are in a sea of content, and so I hoped that this might break through slightly. Definitely put a tiny bit of effort into it.
Transfer of property.
Wait, what's that? AC got a new hat. Very nice. Very nice.
And freedom of movement. the systematic and excessive use of force against Palestinians.
I just realized that nobody can see my face when I'm talking right now. I'm so sorry. I always turn it off when I go on break so nobody's confused that I'm not here.
Civilians, the arbitrary killings and mass incarceration of Palestinians.
Would you prefer pink noise? Or yellow noise? Gray noise? The color of the noise is not... I mean, I feel like white is... technically, noises do have colors, and I think white might be the most abrasive. It could be brown noise, though. It could be something else.
Including children, the illegal settlements, the discriminatory residency regulations, and crucially, the denial of a Palestinian identity by refusing to recognize them as a people with a right to determine their own political destiny and to pursue socio, economic, and cultural development. Namibia's submission will focus on the final requirement, the purpose of establishing, maintaining domination and systematic oppression. First, the term domination signifies a pervasive, all-encompassing, serious form of control over a group. Second, oppression implies prolonged cruelty, reflecting a sustained violation of human rights.
Oh, God.
Third, systematic implies...
Wait. I just saw that. Don't do that. Obsolete. I'm not sure you heard me earlier, but I'm planning on maybe remaking that Discord entirely. I'm not even sure I'm going to use that one. Partly because it's like a gaming community. When I originally first started streaming ever during the pandemic, I did it for like I think like 6 months or something like that. It's just and it's not even set up as a Discord community yet. It's just a server right now, so it's lacking any of the necessary functionality that communities get. So I just was gonna say hold off on the Discord, but you're free to join it. It just may not be the end server. I'm not sure which one's gonna be easier, rebuilding it or we'll see. We'll see what I do.
The organized nature of violent acts and the improbability of their random occurrence. Namibia shares the view of other participants that Israel's policies and practices meet the evidentiary standard for establishing the state delict of apartheid. The Israeli government's openly articulated aim is to ensure Jewish-Israeli control of all facets of Palestinian life, as evidenced by legislation affirming Israel as the nation-state of the Jewish people with unique self-determination rights reserved for Jewish individuals only. It is clear from all the available evidence.
Yeah, no, it's set up, but I see what you're saying. Obsolete. It's set up. It's not a community though. You know, there's a difference between a server and a community regarding like security and rules, and like granted they work to a degree. Like you can make some stuff happen with bots but I just don't have things set up. I'm just not sure if I want to deal with redoing some of the stuff that's in that server because I already have a bunch of bots set up in that thing. It just, whatever. It's hard to explain, but just rest easy that the minutia of it all will be solved somewhat soon.
That this discriminatory practice
make Texas Mexico again. For the love of
are
God.
not accidental or fortuitous, but are designed for the specific purpose of privileging Jewish Israelis over Palestinians. The fact that the practices in question may have other collateral objectives, such as maintaining security, is irrelevant. It will suffice if the primary motive is discriminatory, even if it also serves ancillary purposes. It follows in Namibia's submission that Israel's policies and practices are inconsistent with the prohibition of apartheid as a state delict under international law. Furthermore, these discriminatory practices in the context of prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territories violates the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. As
Recalcitrant. It's fantastic. I'm glad we have these sorts of brilliant people in our chat for things like vocabulary. Recalcitrant. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude toward authority or discipline. We all just learned now.
Other participants have highlighted, these discriminatory policies and practices are directed at fragmenting the Palestinian people. These elaborate systems of administrative controls undermine group cohesiveness by dividing the Palestinian people into a number of administrative domains or groups with varying degrees of rights. This strategic fragmentation of the occupied Palestinian territory into Bantustans makes Palestinian life burdensome and in many cases unbearable, forcing them to leave their homes. Perhaps the epitome of discriminatory laws negating the Palestinian right of self-determination is the 2018 Basic Law.
Oh, God. Chat, you seriously gotta stop making me laugh during the ICJ hearing. It's in bad taste, okay? You were called recalcitrant by an anti-woke Holocaust denier. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? Jesse Dollamore. Why do I know that name but can't put it to a face? I usually know references. That one, for some reason, I don't. Oh god, and now we have a public service announcement about white noise, which is apparently the sound generated by all frequency spectrums of sounds at once, much like all wave spectrums of light combined to make white light. Science!
Passed with constitutional status, which boldly declares that Israel is the nation of the Jewish people and that Jewish settlement is a national value. I will now turn to the final part of my submission. I will first examine the legal consequences of Israel's violations, irrespective of the status of the occupation. Second, I will examine the legal consequences arising out of the illegal status of the occupation. First, Israel must bear consequences for its violations. This is the most elementary requirement of the law on state responsibility. As others in these proceedings have highlighted, this includes the obligations of secession and the duty to make reparation for more than 5 decades of harms inflicted on the Palestinian people. The government of Israel has a legal duty to dismantle all the vestiges of systematic racial discrimination and oppression that permeates all aspects of Palestinian life in the occupied territories. As the State of Palestine itself said on Monday, Israel must bring to an end the annexation of Palestinian land, dismantle existing settlements, and recognize the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination in a viable state of their own. Second, states are under an obligation not to recognize Israel's breaches of peremptory norms of general international law vis-à-vis the Palestinian people. At the same time, the obligation of non-recognition is matched by a parallel and positive duty of recognition of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination.
We just made it over 6 hours, chat. Congratulations to all of you.
realized through a viable and independent state of Palestine. Here, we ask the court to pay particular attention to the historical context of these proceedings. Admission to the United Nations, unlike the League of Nations, was not automatic. It was conditioned on the state accepting to uphold the values and principles contained in the Charter, including self-determination. The admission of Israel was no exception. In the Wall opinion, you observed that when Israel proclaimed its independence, it did so on the strength of the Partition Plan resolution of the General Assembly. As is well known, that plan envisaged two states, one Arab and one Jewish. The Israeli Declaration of Independence makes this plain by recognizing, and here I quote, the natural right of the Jewish people to be masters of their own fate, like all other nations, in their own sovereign states, unquote. If that logic applied to the self-determination and statehood of the Jewish people, it must, by the same token, also apply to the self-determination and statehood of the Palestinian people. We further ask the court to consider whether there may be circumstances where political discretion in matters of recognition gives way to a positive duty of recognition, especially when it is necessary to safeguard a peremptory norm. And here, Namibia aligns itself with Jordan's written submission that all states are also under an obligation to recognize the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, including by exercising that right within a viable and independent state of Palestine. Since Israel's policies and practices violate peremptory norms of international law, the occupation itself is unlawful. This entails consequences for Israel, for third states, and for the United Nations. In the Namibia opinion, you already set out the legal consequences of unlawful occupation. There, you said that once the court is faced with an illegal situation, it would be failing in the discharge of its judicial functions if it did not declare that there is an obligation, especially upon members of the United Nations, to bring the situation to an end. In that opinion, you recognize the clear obligation on South Africa to put an end to the illegal occupation and withdraw its administration from the territory. The same consequences must of necessity attach to the illegal occupation by Israel of the Palestinian territories. Secession cannot be contingent on external factors such as the successful outcome of negotiations, as pointed out by some participants in these proceedings. A withdrawal contingent on the outcome of political negotiations effectively gives Israel a veto over the future of the Palestinian people. Namibia invites the court to set a strict time limit within which Israel must be asked by the General Assembly to bring the occupation to an end without conditions. Failure to set a strict time limit has the perverse effect of being treated as acquiescence in the present occupation and permission for it to continue indefinitely. Of course, Israel has defied...
I'm like struggling to like interrupt her because she's so based. I just don't want to say anything. I'm just like, just keep talking, sister. What else you got? You got some more gems for us? Good God. I didn't realize the ICJ was so woke.
This court and ultimatums issued by the United Nations organs many times. But it is precisely for this kind of egregious violations of peremptory norms that a regime of countermeasures was contemplated in the now widely accepted International Law Commission draft articles on state responsibility. Equality before the law is a cardinal principle of the United Nations Charter. No state, not Israel, should be exempt from the comprehensive regime of sanctions. Moreover, Namibia reaffirms the position held by the majority of participants that all states are under an obligation not to recognize, assist, support, or contribute to the continuation of the unlawful occupation. This is also in line with your own settled jurisprudence. In the Wall opinion, you confirmed that obligations of third states include the obligation not to render aid or assistance in maintaining the illegal situation, that all states must refrain from all forms of assistance, including transfer of arms and political support that de facto perpetuates the occupation. In Namibia's view, this means, in particular, that all states are under an obligation to ensure that companies under their jurisdiction or control.
Welcome, Snix Bea. Welcome to the Galactic News Network, where we are currently doing the Friday Doomer stream.
Do not trade.
And this currently, if you're wondering what we're literally watching, it is the ICJ Day 5, yes, which ended this morning, or yesterday morning at 10 o'clock.
In Israeli goods or with Israeli companies originating from or linked to Israel's illegal occupation. Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you for your kind attention. This concludes Namibia's oral submissions. Thank you.
I thank the delegation of Namibia for its presentation. I invite the next participating delegation, Norway, to address the court and call Mr. Christian Gerber to the podium.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the court, I have the honor to appear before you on behalf of the government of Norway in the present proceedings. Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory has continued since 1967. Recent developments give rise to the utmost concern. They include ongoing indiscriminate and disproportionate use of force and other measures in the Gaza Strip, as well as illegal settlements in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. House evictions, demolitions, forced displacement and settler violence against the Palestinian population are aspects of the Israeli occupation. Such acts run counter to fundamental human rights, international humanitarian law, and the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. They threaten the foundations under international law for the vision of a region where two states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side within secure and recognized borders. Against this background, an advisory opinion will provide essential and timely guidance to the international community. The atrocities committed by Hamas and directed from the Gaza Strip on 7 October 2023 constituted heinous and massive terrorist attacks. Repeated rocket attacks launched from Hamas and other groups in Gaza against Israel constitute violations of international humanitarian law due to their obvious indiscriminate nature. Individuals responsible for atrocities and other crimes must be held accountable. Those constituting real and imminent threats to the Israeli population and territory expose themselves as lawful.
When allies of America, like France here, start saying Israel's got to start at least not be committing genocide, it's actually quite a development when you think about it.
Military target.
Oh boy, obsolete optics. Nightbot seems to think not. However, this stream, I feel like, would say otherwise. Or at least, where are we at? 0.1 degrees away from midnight?
Within the constraints of international law.
Debatable. Yes, debatable.
This does, however, not justify any breaches of international humanitarian law, including by inciting or taking measures directed against the civilian population. Norway takes due note of the provisional measures indicated by this court on 26th of January this year. Mr. President, the Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem constitute a chief obstacle to any prospect of settlement and peace in the area. In its advisory opinion of 2004 on the legality of the construction of a wall, this court stated that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, have been established in breach of international law. The Security Council has in numerous resolutions, including 2334.
I know this has got absolutely nothing to do with the important elements, but I really like this guy's pocket square. He's got some style. I mean, clearly French.
Of 2016 restated its determination that the settlements constitute a flagrant violation of international law and stressed the need to reverse the negative trends on the ground which are steadily eroding the two-state solution and entrenching a one-state reality. Against this background, I will first address administration and annexation of territory under occupation. I will then ask whether Israel's continued occupation may still be seen as temporary administration of territory in accordance with international law on military occupation, or whether the occupied Palestinian territory is gradually being subject to illegal annexation.
Yeah, Gladius. Nightbot must either be distracted or they've suddenly taken a hard right turn.
Drawing on the court's advisory opinion in Namibia,
but thankfully, Robert G. kicked Nightbot directly out the airlock.
Post the question whether Israel must end its occupation of the territory.
I got more Nightbots.
Ambassador FIFA will thereafter address specific elements which are part of the legal framework applicable under international law to the occupied Palestinian territory. At the outset, we recall that the definition of occupied territory in Article 42 of the 1907 Hague Regulations relies on a factual assessment.
Well, if you need sleep, you all just you get the sleep that you need. All right, I know it's getting late. I was actually going to end the stream here soon, so we'll go like another few minutes, and then I think we'll probably end it there so that I can manage to get my act together for tomorrow's stream, because we will be doing another one. We are not done with the Doomerificness this weekend, I'll tell you that.
A territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile army. This triggers key rules, in particular out of humanitarian considerations and notably pursuant to the Fourth Geneva Convention. The factual assessment made by this court at the time of the Wall opinion remains, in our view, entirely true today. Both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank are integral parts of the territory occupied by Israel in 1967.
Night, my dogs. Good seeing you. Good seeing you. I'm sure I'll see you soon.
Irrespective of the Israel military withdrawal from Gaza in 2005. The Security Council recently stressed in its resolution 2720 of 2023 that the Gaza Strip constitutes an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967, and reiterated the vision of the two-state solution with the Gaza Strip as part of the Palestinian state.
Yes, hopefully, BCAT, my sleep schedule, if you can call it that, has taken a serious hit ever since I started streaming again.
Echoing its resolution 1860 of 2009. The protection given to the civilian population by the laws of occupation continue to apply. This does, however, not impede a consideration of the legality of the occupation as such. The occupation has now lasted for more than half a century. While international law does not set any specific time limit, military occupation is, in essence, temporary. This is evident from provisions such as Articles 6.3 and 47 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, and was recalled by the General Assembly in its Resolution 77/126 in 2022, emphasizing that the occupation of a territory is to be a temporary de facto situation.
Well, since it seems like all of you chatters are done, I think it's probably a perfect spot for me to wrap it up here. So, let me do an outro. Oops, I just moved that. Didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. Okay. Go back. I'll do that. Well, that's about it for me. I had quite a night, and I hope that you have too. Perhaps you've learned something, perhaps you've just had fun, but I hope I've done my part tonight. That's all for me, Stream Lord. Coming at you live from the Galactic Space Station. Perhaps tomorrow will fix things. Till then, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.